Fuck Andrade, pussy ass.
When do you think we can make that happen? When do you think we can make that happen?
Soon. I mean, soon as your team and you get, your stuff together,
I am a clown. I am a clown.
Crawford already said, hey, look, Errol Spence, I've been wanting that fight for the longest. If he don't want to fight me, then I want to fight Jermell Charlo, Brian Castano winner. What's your take on that?
How about he do what's best and go fight Earl Spence then? Shut up. Take a little.
I think asking you about the fight.
Then he just asked for Canelo Alvarez to come.
Canelo come down to 158.
Attitude change. Canelo can come down. Anybody can get these hands. I'm gonna knock out a hater. I'll fight anybody. That's what he was saying. But then as soon as the dude said, Bud Crawford said, well, he do what's best for him.
Yeah, that motherfucker like he about to cry in the car and shit.
The boys cracking and shit. Look, and folks like, man, he answered it right. I'm like, hold on. You must be a hoe too. If you think he answered this right.
That shit
you
was
gotta
funny.
be.
I was listening to that shit on fucking that shit yesterday. He's like, yeah, man, motherfucking Charlo, man, that's the type of shit I like to hear. I'm like, what the fuck are you hearing, dude? Like this motherfucker, he got scared. Like he ain't even want no parts of Bud and shit.
Basically, this nigga just said a bunch of soft ass shit, and then at the end of it, he go, "I'll knock a motherfucker out."
Like a motherfucker probably told him. A motherfucker probably was in the room was like, "Hey, bro, clean that shit up." Bro, clean that shit up. He got somebody in the room because he getting an interview. Somebody in the room saying, "Hey, bro, clean that shit up." You sounding weak out in this motherfucker. Clean that shit up.
That shit sound weak as hell.
Like that's what I'm saying. And when dudes say, "Man, yeah, that shit," I'm like, "Hold on, what part are you talking about?" When he started sounding like a little bitch, I was through. So all that bullshit at the end, I'm gonna knock you out. That shit means nothing. You should say that should been the first thing came out your motherfucking mouth, and the only thing.
And the only thing. This nigga talking about Earl Spence Jr. What the fuck he got to do with the dude asking you about a fight with him? You bringing up Earl Spence?
He was deflecting. He was deflecting.
And then he finna start naming everybody else in the welterweight division. Anybody he can name.
Shit, sound like a Earl.
He probably name Boot Tave and rest of them niggas. Connor Bean.
Listen to this shit.
Big goal for Jermell Charlo.
Carlon.
And once you become the undisputed champion at 154, what's next? What is the next big goal for Jermell Charlo?
I might want to shut up another hater. Maybe knock out another hater just to do it. Generate some wealth for myself. And my brother is at 160 and he's domain.
Who's that hater? You say I might want to knock out another. Who's that hater?
I got a lot of them,
Perfect opportunity.
Name.
Call out Bud Crawford. Perfect opportunity, right? Now listen to this. What this nigga say.
I got some haters, I'm gonna just put them on the list. I don't know which one. You can name them all. You can name the haters that's coming up in the division. You can name the haters that's already. You got Lubin. You got Hurd. You got Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia.
Man, sit your ass down.
They hating on me. You got the whole look.
Did this nigga just say Danny Garcia?
Oh my God! And y'all, and they make excuses for this nigga. How can you excuse this bullshit?
Danny Garcia,
Lubin, Hurd.
Nah, bro. This nigga don't want the smoke. He don't want it.
Danny Garcia.
Danny Garcia. Hold on, let me let him finish, just to make sure that he say Bud next. Hear what he say.
Yard. You know, they all hate him. I can respect Danny. He's been in the game for a long time. I used to watch him when he was younger in the amateurs. But
We got respect for Danny, but not Bud.
That's what I'm saying. What?
That nigga scared. That nigga scared. That's why.
What?
Scared.
Dominant because
This dude here. Go ahead.
I want to fight any one of the guys that's just hate me. That's all I mean. I hate. I don't necessarily know who. It could be somebody that I never even knew before. But you know, I think it's time for me to be pound for pound list. I don't care about that, okay? All right, let me say
You don't care about it. It's time for you to be there, though.
This nigga sound like my daughter right now, dog.
That's what I'm saying. Sound like a
Fucking
female.
and shit. What the?
And dudes can't see this shit. He sound like a whole bitch out here. And dudes can't see this. And when dudes act like they make excuses for this and try to explain this, I'd be like, bro, what type of dude are you? I understand you might be a fan of his boxing, but bro, you don't know this dude personally. I mean, even if this your homeboy, if your homeboy move like this, you gonna have to say, hey bro, hold on, let me hold you real quick. I gotta check you on some shit. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you fuck with somebody, you gonna check them on some shit, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check him, and if it don't change, nigga, we ain't gonna be able to chill together in public.
Hell no, we ain't gonna be able to chill together.
This nigga here,
man,
this nigga said, I'm gonna have to knock a hate out. What he?
That's what females say. I don't know. Just name a hater. Any hater.
What? How you?
I got respect for Danny Garcia.
How you defend this dude?
That's what I'm saying. They defend this dude because that's what I'm saying. That's why I understand about these Earl Spence fans, PBC fans. How y'all defend this shit? I can see if you like these dudes as fighters. Like I said, I was a fan of the Charlos as fighters, but by how they move, I can't fuck with them dudes. Period.
And the thing was so crazy. He said he used to watch Danny Garcia in the amateurs, right? The reason why he don't want to mention Bud, right? Because if you look at Jermell's Charlo amateur record, that motherfucker 2-2. That motherfucker got 2 wins and 2 losses and shit. He know all that experience Terence Crawford coming with. He like, man, shit, you need to go fight Earl Spence. That motherfucker, he's Jermell.
He saw that shit when he saw that. He went to that Sean Porter fight too. He saw that shit. He saw that shit. They said, damn, Sean Porter.
Yo, that nigga said, when that nigga said Danny Garcia, I said, oh my God.
I can't believe this dude, man. I mean, this really is shocking though. I ain't that shocked because he was talking when he said Andre was blackballed and then he asked him to move down to 154. I was like, this dude is a clown, bro. I don't care what nobody says.
True. That was some whole shit, but come on now, this is beyond.
This is
beyond. And Andrade is big as him or maybe bigger, but this is a dude coming from 135, my bro.
135 pounder.
135. This dude, 135 pounder coming up to you. You are natural. You've been in 154 your whole career. You talking about going to 160. So that means you can easily. That means you probably can walk around or come to fight night 165 or some shit. So you tell me you can walk around like that and you scared of a dude that came from 135?
He a clown, bro. He really is, man. And as far as like the way he talk and all this type of stuff, man, I don't get how you scared of a dude that's 135 pounder, man. This dude came up from 135 pounds. He was gonna be fighting you at his 4th weight division. Fourth. And you saying everything but let's fight? What's going on here, man? What is this all about?
And folks like this energy. Tell me, I like his energy. You like bitch energy?
This is your guy right here?
This your man? Is this your man?
If you a Charlo fan, this is your guy?
This your man? I like I said, I used to like Charlo. No, you's a bitch.
Is this your
man?
Bro,
is this your man?
You gotta take that clip for fucking Black Panther. Is this your king?
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
For real, man. Wow.
I mean, like I said, Charlo. I mean, I was, you know what I'm saying, getting ready to roast Canelo for saying, you know, I'll fight everybody, you know, as long as they fight each other. But then Charlo just took the motherfucking cake. You took the goddamn cake.
The ring too big. I heard some bullshit happen where the ring was like supposed to be 24.
Yeah. Yeah, what they do. Yeah. I say what they do. It's your boy King David here in the motherfucking building. Salute to all the real boxing fans out there. What they do. We here to talk some real boxing. You know what I mean? Salute to all the real boxing fans out there, man. Hey, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button one time for your boy. You know what I mean? So we can continue to grow like we need to grow on this channel. You know what I mean? But we gonna cook today, man. We gonna cook. Y'all know how we do over here, man. Y'all know I'm finna spit some shit and then we gonna open up the panel. We got a good show. We got some good boxing shit going on. So we got a lot to talk about. I see we done already got some people that have made it in the building, man. Salute to all y'all, man. Salute to all y'all in the building. Salute to everybody watching the playback. Salute to all the real boxing fans. All that good shit, man. You know what I mean? I got Knockout Boxing 86 TV here in the building. Salute to you, fam. Y'all be sure to subscribe to the homie Knockout Boxing 86 TV. He say, can't wait for this one. I'm ready to talk about this. It doesn't mean what a lot of people think it means as far as Bud getting elevated to WBO Super Champion. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. My guy AB say, salute my G. Yes, sir. AB in the motherfucking building. Yes, sir. Salute to you, AB. AB also say, Bud might have to go up to 160 to get a fight with a champion. Man, I gotta tell you, man, it's kind of looking like that these days, man. I don't like how a lot of these dudes talking. A lot of these dudes are talking real funny style, you know what I mean? So, you know, I don't like what's going on. You know what I mean? But I hope you're wrong, AB. I hope you're wrong. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say, salute King David, ready for a good show. Yes, sir. Let's get it. We're going to get it right now. You know what I mean? My guy D Young is here in the building. Salute to you, D Young. Appreciate you for coming through, fam. He say, salute King David. Yes, sir. Salute to you, D Young. We finna get it. We finna get it popping up in here. D Young also say, smash that like button for the homie King David. Yes, sir. Appreciate that, man. Y'all be sure to do exactly what my guy D Young just say. Smash that goddamn like button one time for you, boy. My guy D Young also says, Bud getting elevated to this super champion has an effect on the weekend fight versus Tim Tszyu versus Gasha and May 14th undisputed fight as well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, it does. Bud getting elevated to the WBO super champion smells a lot of trouble for these guys at 154 looking to duck, dodge, and maneuver. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna have to see that guy named Bud from Omaha, Nebraska. One way or another, goddamn. AB says flame emojis, target 100%. Appreciate you, AB. Coming through in the motherfucking building. And Davy John also in the building. Salute to you, Davy John. Salute to you, fam. He say, yes, sir. With the muscly arms. Yes, sir. We gonna get it popping up in here, man. Appreciate y'all for stopping by, man. So, you know, just as we went through here in the comment section, the number one pound for pound king, Terence Bud Crawford, has just been elevated to WBO Super Champion, okay? So for those of you who aren't familiar with the rules of the Super Championship status, it means that as the WBO Super Champion, you reserve the right to challenge the WBO champion in the next weight division right away. So that means no bullshit. That means no eliminators, no No fuck shit, okay? You don't got to fight this person first. We're not doing none of the dances, okay? As the WBO super champion, he can go straight from 147 to 154 and challenge the guy who has the belt at the time. And right now, we know that Brian Castano and Jermell Charlo is getting ready to square off, okay? So that would mean that Bud Crawford has the right to reserve or right to request or challenge the champion or the winner of that fight, technically. All right. And Bud has already stated, he's already made it very clear that he wants the winner of Castano Charlo. Okay. And under the WBO rules, one of those guys, whoever the winner of that fight, has to fight Terence Bud Crawford. Now, you know what I mean? In order to keep that belt. Now, we know that they could do other shit. Like, we know that they could vacate the belt, they can move up, they can do all these little things, they can move down, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? But that's what the rules state. You know what I mean? I got a poll going on right now as far as what y'all believe will actually happen should Bud decide to go after the winner of Charlo versus Castano. You know what I mean? And right now, how we got the poll going right now is I got 33% of y'all saying he vacates the belt and he stays at 154. Which is sad. I mean, that's the most pathetic shit I can think of. You know what I mean? At least if you vacate and you move up to 160 pounds, at least you could justify it by saying maybe you not, you know, you too big for the weight now. You grew out of the weight. Maybe you could justify it by it still look bitch made, but at least you'll have a better excuse saying some shit like that or doing something like that, moving up to 160 versus vacating the belt and staying at 154. You know what I mean? If you vacate the belt and you're still fighting at 154, that just looks horrible. That just looks pathetic and weak as fuck. You know what I mean? And I hope that ain't what Jermell Charlo decides to do. You know, but 27% of y'all think that that's what's going to happen. I got 45% of y'all saying that he vacates and moves up to 160. So we've heard Jermell Charlo in the past say that, you know, even in the interview, you know, the interview that we did last week with Jermell Charlo, how he was talking about he could be undisputed at 160, and he was talking about 160. So we've already heard Jermell hint at moving up to 160 pounds. You know what I mean? We already know that that's in his mind to do something like that. You know what I mean? So it ain't far-fetched to believe that the dude moves up to 160 pounds. You know what I mean? And 45% of y'all believe that that's what the case is. The sad part of this situation is 9% of y'all think that he's actually going to fight Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? I know I only got 11 votes. But 9% of y'all actually, so that's like one person who actually thinks that Jermell is going to fight Bud. Should he move up and fight, or should he move up and go that WBO route and challenge the Castano versus Charlo winner? You know what I mean? Which is real sad. Only 9% of y'all actually believe he going to fight Bud. So everybody else think that Jermell going to run away from the goddamn fight. So it ain't just me. Okay, when I say shit like Jermell Charlo is scared to death of Terence Bud Crawford, it ain't just me who think that. Only 9% of y'all so think that Jermell Charlo is actually gonna fight Bud Crawford if he moves up. And you know what? What the funny thing is 18% of y'all, 18% of y'all think that he gonna retire. That's hilarious to me, man. That's hilarious. I don't know who voted for that, but that's funny as fuck. Obviously, more than one person voted for the fact that he may retire, but that's funny as hell to me that 18% of y'all think that after if he does get through Brian Castano, that he's actually gonna retire. So that's funny as hell to me, man. The fact that he would retire after getting all them belts, I mean, you know, it's a possibility, but it's also hella bitch made. You know, at the end of the day, Jermell Charlo is in his early 30s. I mean, you still got plenty of fight in him. You still got guys in and around his weight division that's looking to fight him. You know what I mean? And for you to not fight a Terence Bud Crawford, I mean, it just looks hella weak. The dude is, I mean, he brings the most amount of money to the table. If you talking about money, he brings the accolade, he brings the reputation. Like, why would you not make this fight happen if you're Jermell Charlo? But 18% of y'all think that he retires instead of fight. But more y'all think that Jermell Charlo, here go the funny shit, right? More y'all think that Jermell Charlo retires than actually fights him. Yo, that's funny as shit. That is funny as shit, dog. That's how bad Jermell Charlo looking out here on these boxing streets, man. That's how bad he's looking at these boxing. But at the end of the day, it's like this, y'all. It's like this. with this change, or with Bud Crawford now being elevated to the WBO super champion, what this means is officially, okay, because we already know that by him having that WBO belt, he could have went up and challenged Brian Castano and things like that. He probably could have did it. I mean, you know, if he wasn't the super champion, Brian Castano wouldn't have had to fight him. But now with him officially being named as the WBO super champion, what that means now is Bud got options now at this point, man. Bud got options. Bud ain't got to sit down and wait on Errol Spence. Bud ain't got to take 60-40, 70-30, whatever. He ain't got to do. He never had to do that to begin with. But now it's even worse now because now the options are just that much more plentiful for Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? Right now they're talking about making a fight between him and Josh Taylor. We get people talking about that. We get talk about him making a fight with you know, him being named super champion. Now we talk about him moving up and fighting the Brian Castano, Jermell Charlo winner. You know what I mean? Errol Spence and these other guys are truly going to have to come correct because at the end of the day, Bud Crawford got options. He got options. Errol Spence is going to have to step up, point blank, period. He's going to have to step up. It's not going to cut it anymore with Errol Spence talking like this. And I'm going to play this video. Errol Spence did an interview on Fight Hype that we're going to talk about. We're finna break this motherfucker down. He did a video on Fight Hype. We're going to talk about it. And he's still showing the same type of energy and the same type of dismissiveness for Bud Crawford. We'll see and all this other type of shit. But now that he's a super champion for the WBO, I mean, bruh, the fight don't need to happen. We can go see Jermell Charlo, Brian Castano winner, and that's a way bigger win than anything Errol Spence could possibly ever do in his career, point blank, period. But let me play this video and let's break this motherfucker down because Errol Spence out here looking crazy out here in these boxing streets. Let's do it. Hold on a second, y'all. See this shit here.
Dog live in Omaha. I know how Omaha.
Hold on, wrong video. Shit. While we're waiting on that, let me look at some of these goddamn comments. See what y'all talking about out here.
Fight you attended, Porter.
Hold on, y'all. While that video loading up, let me look at some of these comments. Let me see what y'all talking about. Okay, y'all getting it in over here. Okay. Terry Smooth Jr. done made it into the motherfucking building. Salute to the #1 troll out there in the highways and the byways. Terry Smooth Jr. Salute to you, family. Appreciate you for coming on through. Yes, sir. Don't mess with my guy AB today, Terry. All right, now. Terry say, a wonderful day in Haney land. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. You know what I mean? Jerry Smooth Jr. also says, Jermell stops Bud. Big fish. Hashtag big fish. You know what I mean? I don't think that happens. You know, I don't think that happens at all. You know, but in order for us to see that fight, Terry, we got to get Jermell in the ring with Bud Crawford. So no more to running, ducking, dodging, moving, all that shit that he's doing right now. We need to see him in the ring with Terence Bud Crawford. Point blank, period. Terry Smooth Jr. also says, I believe Jamal smokes Bud too big. I hear you for having your opinion. I mean, honestly, man, you know, there's a chance Bud could get knocked out in the fight. There's a chance that it could happen, you know. But there's also a good chance Bud could knock Jermell out. There's actually a much better chance that Bud knocks Jermell out and outboxes the shit out of Jermell Charlo. You know what I mean? But we got to get him in the ring in order to find out, Terry. You know what I mean? We got to get him in the ring in order to find out. My guy Stanio Jean Philippe is in the building. Salute to you, family. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and be sure to hit that goddamn like button one time for you, boy. He says, Terry Smooth Jr. Jermell loses horribly. I agree with you. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right, my guy. Terry Smooth Jr. says, Bud gets crushed like a soda can. Terry on that bullshit as usual. Okay. He said, Terry also says, Bud gets ran over like roadkill. Okay, Terry over here tripping heavy right now. All right, he's tripping heavy. You know what I mean? Stanio says, yeah, right. Okay. D Young says that's gonna be a good fight if it happens. Yeah, and that's the thing that we really need to emphasize on first and foremost. The fact is that Jermell Charlo and Bud Crawford is a good fight, man. It's a great fight, actually. I mean, I can't think of a better fight right now. I mean, it's better than Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford to begin with. I mean, to start off with, it's better. It's a better fight than that. It means more to boxing if Terence Crawford fought Jermell Charlo as opposed to Errol Spence. If we did a pound for pound list, and I got y'all my pound for pound list maybe like, I want to say maybe like a week ago or something like that, 2 weeks ago, Jermell Charlo is higher on my pound for pound list than Errol Spence Jr. He's just done more. He's just fought more credible opposition. He's just been more active, you know what I mean, than Errol Spence has ever been. So for Bud Crawford to fight Jermell Charlo, it's a much bigger accomplishment. It's a much bigger fight than anything that has anything to do with Errol Spence, period. You know what I mean? So D Young, you absolutely right about that, fam. Absolutely right about that shit. Stanyo says Jermell ain't got the skills to pay the bills. Absolutely, man. I mean, we seen what Tony Harrison did to the man. Tony Harrison made the man look pedestrian. Jermell Charlo had to knock out Tony Harrison in that second fight. Otherwise, he would have lost again. I mean, we know what it is. We know exactly what it is. You know, so if he get in there with somebody as skilled as a Bud Crawford, you know, and Bud Crawford is, and Shakur Stevenson said it. I wish I could pull that interview from Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson said Bud Crawford is levels above anything Tony Harrison could do. So you got a most skilled Tony Harrison in there with a Jermell Charlo. He makes Jermell look average at best. Shout out Kevin Samuels. Terrence Moore Jr. says Bud gets steamrolled like a locomotive. He with that bullshit. Okay, go on here, Terry, with that bullshit. Jermell gonna vacate anyway. Yeah, which is sad. Let's see what the poll looking like right now. Let me see if anything done changed, man. Okay, right now we got 27% says, okay, we done moved up a little bit in the poll. Salute to y'all. We done moved up a little bit in the poll. We got 15 votes now. 27% of y'all said that Jermell Charlo is gonna fight Bud Crawford. 27% of y'all say that. 27% of y'all say he gonna vacate and stay at 154, which is the most cowardly shit that he could possibly do. Because there's no way to justify that. Every other thing you could justify except vacating and staying at 154. Why would you not do that? Why would you do that? Is my thing. 31% of y'all, which is still the highest percentage right now, say he vacates and moves up to 160. So, okay, the poll done changed again. Now we got 16 votes. So 31% of y'all say he gonna fight him. And then 31% of y'all say he gonna vacate and move up to 160. All right, so we split right now with the poll. All right, and then 12% of y'all say he gonna retire, which is hilarious as shit, boy. But let's keep it going, though. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Stanyo say Jermell gonna run like Errol Spence, man. That'd be sad as hell if he run like goddamn Errol Spence, man. I don't want to see that shit at all. Terrence Moore Jr. say Bud versus Jermell is Goku versus Vegeta. Salute to my anime heads out there. Goku versus Vegeta and Jermell is Goku. Jermell gonna get whooped, man, if he get in there with goddamn Bud Crawford. He know it. That's why he want Bud to do everything except fight him. You know what I mean? Go on to fight Errol Spence. What don't he do? Well, I mean, we saw the interview. We're going to play it again today, but we saw the interview. That nigga say everything except let's fight. We see what it is. Terry Moore Jr. says, Bud going to hit the deck like Kavyaskis made him. Okay. Terry out here trolling like a motherfucker. Okay. D Young says, Jermell got skills. It's just he tries for the knockout way too much, and he's not a knockout artist. He's a solid boxer. Absolutely, man. He does. He definitely does. I'm going to stop right there, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get to this video right here. We're going to talk about Errol Spence for a minute because Errol Spence ain't talking the way he's supposed to talk. So let's talk about Errol Spence and let's see what's going on here.
Crawford, we saw you walk off. It was kind of funny, your reaction. What were you thinking in your
Okay, so the first part of this interview is real funny, right? And salute the Fight Hype for the goddamn video. Salute the Fight Hype. So the first part of this video is funny because Errol Spence explains why he walked off during the Bud Crawford fight, right? And let me just let Errol Spence say it. Go on here, Earl.
reaction to the fight and everything, Errol, in that moment?
I felt like it was a good fight. I really just walked out because I feel like it was just a premature stoppage and and things like that, and a lot of other stuff I don't, feel like getting into. But
So my first problem with this shit, right? My first problem with this shit is, why would a premature stoppage, in your words, why would a premature stoppage make you mad enough to walk out of a fight? Especially a dude that you ain't even really cool with, a dude that you fought recently. Why would a premature stoppage be so triggering enough for you to walk out of the fight if you're Earl Spence Jr.? Somebody make this shit make sense to me, Earl. I mean, I don't get this shit. You know what I mean? But let's keep it going.
I just feel like it was a premature stoppage, and his dad just stopped the fight, and I don't think he should have. And Sean put on a good showing. He's fighting pretty well, and I didn't think it was a premature stoppage. So
You mentioned at the presser about becoming a.
Yeah, obviously ain't saying everything that he's supposed to be saying right there, because again, that don't make no sense. Why would a premature stoppage, in your words, make you mad enough to leave a fight that you came to quote unquote promote, right? I mean, you came to the fight so you could call out a Bud Crawford, or so you can make your presence known at a Bud Crawford fight. You came for that purpose, right? So why would a premature stoppage make you mad enough for you to walk out of a fight? These are the things that I don't understand about Earl Spence Jr. You know what I mean? But let's keep it going though, because we all know that's some bullshit. But let's keep it going.
Undisputed at 47. Does that mean Crawford is on the hit list before you move up?
Yeah. I mean,
all right, here we go, y'all. So, dude just asked him, is Crawford on the hit list before he moves on? So here what Earl Spence got to say, and this is why this ties into what I'm talking about, because Bud got options now. WBO super champion. He can move up and weight, and he can fight the WBO champion at 154. We ain't got to sit here and mess around with Earl Spence Jr. with this bullshit. So this dude is asking now, is Terence Crawford on the hit list? Okay, let's hear what Earl got to say.
Definitely so. If we can get that fight made, it'll get made. But if not, then it is what it is.
I just nigga talking about the Terence Crawford fight, like almost like, you know how you talking about the Terence Crawford fight? He's almost talking about the Terence Crawford fight like, when you applying for a job or whatever, but you don't necessarily need a job. So you like, well, I'm gonna apply for this shit, but if I don't get it, I'm gonna just keep it moving type shit. Like, there's no sense of urgency when it comes to a Terence Crawford fight, when it comes to Earl Spence Jr. Like, I don't get why Earl Spence fans don't understand why boxing fans feel the way they feel about Earl Spence. There's no urgency. There's no desperation when it comes to making the biggest fight that's supposedly in boxing right now. This is why niggas like me and other people are talking about other fights. This is why we're talking about Jermell Charlo. We're talking about guys that Bud could fight instead of in lieu of Earl Spence, because we got no confidence. We got no faith that this nigga, Earl Spence, is going to want to make a fight with Terence Bud Crawford should he get through your Dennis Ugas. Oh, you make the fight. If we do it, we do it. We don't. Like, don't nobody want to hear that shit. Don't nobody want to hear you go, nah, maybe, we'll see. If it was Blair Cobbs, I bet he would have been talking big shit, talking about, yeah, let's fight. I mean, we saw how he was reacting to Blair Cobbs when Cobbs said that shit about Earl Spence. We saw how quick he was to jump in his Twitter and start talking shit about Blair Cobbs. We saw that. But when it comes to Terence Crawford, when it comes to this man calling out, looking for the big fish in the ocean, we don't hear shit. We don't hear shit come out of Earl Spence's mouth. We don't hear shit from him for weeks. And we get all these cryptic little texts and all these things alluding to the idea that he may or may not be talking about Terence Bud Crawford. We don't know. He didn't say his name. I mean, to this day, this nigga Earl Spence ain't say his name. The dude had to ask him a direct question about Terence Crawford in order for him to address it. And even as he's addressing it, he's nonchalant and maybe we'll see. We don't know. But let's keep it going though.
I'm not gonna dwell over it, but you know, it's something that I want to be understood.
What you may not dwell over it? Bud Crawford's already made it known that this is the fight that he wants. So why is he talking about the fight as if he's chasing Bud Crawford and Bud Crawford isn't a guy who's going to want to fight? Like, it's almost like the way he's talking about Bud Crawford is the way that everybody should be talking about Canelo Alvarez. You know what I mean? A dude that may or may not fight you depending on what's going on, depending on what's easiest. Bud Crawford has already made it clear that this is the fight that he wants. So why all this uncertainty and all this what nonchalant energy when it comes to Bud Crawford, but we see a completely different energy when it comes to Blair Cobbs. You know what I'm saying? And Blair Cobbs is I'm gonna be talking about this one because the way that Earl Spence was talking about Blair Cobbs, the way he kept bringing up, like every time Blair Cobbs made a statement about Earl Spence, he would respond to him right away. And he even mentions Blair Cobbs in this interview. Oh, I ain't even know who he was when he said, oh, you ain't know who he was, how you was responding to the nigga so goddamn fast. You knew he was a dude that you could possibly beat. You ain't responding to Terence Bud Crawford that goddamn fast or at all. But let's keep it going. If y'all new to the building, man, be sure to subscribe, man, and everybody hit that like button, man. But let's keep it going.
So we'll see.
Do you, and because you've shown how much you love the history of the sport, do you feel like that's something you need to accomplish to be an all-time great at welterweight with the Trinidad's and the Ray Robinsons and all those guys?
Okay, so this is a real important question, y'all, because dude is asking him whether he believes he needs this fight for his legacy. That's how y'all got to interpret this. Do you believe you need this fight for your legacy? Okay, which if you're asking any boxing fan, if you're asking anybody aside from Earl Spence Jr., they're all going to tell you, yeah. They're all going to look at Earl Spence's resume. They're all going to look at all the fights all the fights he's had in his career, and they're going to say, well, there's nobody on his resume. There's nobody who he's fought who could even remotely measure up to a Terence Bud Crawford. This is a legacy fight. This is the fight he needs for his career. There's nobody. Terence Crawford is a once-in-a-generation fighter. There's no one that he could fight that would give him the same amount of credibility and recognition as a Terence Bud Crawford. But listen to what this nigga says. And also, dude makes a comparable to Oscar De La Hoya and Tito Trinidad in regards to that fight. You know what I mean? But let's listen to what Earl Spence says. Keep it going. Let's go.
No, I don't think it's something I need to be an all-time great because I don't think Trinidad and a lot of.
That's how you could tell when a nigga lying when he start playing with his ear and looking down. That's how you can tell when a nigga lying, dog. See this dude looking down playing with his ear. Thinking about how can I skirt around this goddamn question? What can I say to not answer the goddamn question? You know what I mean? That's when you know a nigga lying. Look at this dude. He got that look on his face like when your girl catch you cheating. That's that shit that's that thing you do. You look down. You start stuttering. This shit, dog. But let's keep it going, man.
Those guys was undisputed, were they?
No, Trinidad had the same 2 belts you had.
But hold on, bro. But here go the thing too. He asking this question, dog. But you the one that said you wanted to be undisputed. So why the fuck you asking that question? Why you asking that question anyway in the first place? You said you wanted to be undisputed. So what does it matter whether or not you feel you need it as a part of your career in order to be legacy? You said you wanted to be it. Let me tell you something, Earl. The fact that you said that you wanted to be undisputed, you want to be undisputed, If you turn around and don't do that, that's going to be a bigger blip on your legacy than anything else. That's why dudes like Canelo Alvarez don't get the recognition that a lot of their fans feel like they should get. Because Canelo Alvarez said he wanted to be undisputed at 154. Okay? He didn't do it. Niggas like me and other dudes on the internet remember the fact that he said he wanted to be undisputed at 154 and he didn't do it. Niggas like me remember he said he wanted to be undisputed at 160 and didn't do it. Okay? We remember this shit. That's why Canelo Alvarez is going to forever have that kind of stain on his name. So if Earl Spence, for whatever reason, I don't give a fuck, he doesn't go for undisputed, but Terence Crawford, he's going to be more known for that than anything else. Period. But let's keep going.
After he beat De La Hoya, the WBC.
Yeah, I don't think Trinidad, De La Hoya, Floyd, a lot of these guys, a lot of the greats, won undisputed, especially in the fourth built era. So, I don't think, it's something that, just that I need like that. But, it's something that I definitely want, why not? But, if it can't happen, then, it is what it is.
If it can't happen, then it is what it is. It's just, I don't think it's something you need. Also, too, man, here go the other thing, too, man. Here's the other part of this conversation that need to be had. Bro, you the one that said that you wanted to go get all the other belts on your side of the street and then fight Bud Crawford. You the one that said that, bro. And the difference between this situation and Trinidad versus De La Hoya is Trinidad versus De La Hoya, those were the two best welterweights at the time. Those were the best guys. It wasn't for undisputed. If anything, this goes against your whole argument of, I'm going to do everything on my side. I'm going to collect my belts on my side of the street, and then I'm going to fight Bud Crawford. It completely and utterly destroys that argument because that was one of the biggest fight. That was the biggest fight at the time. Those were the two best welterweights. Those are dudes that are going to go down in history. Okay? You and Bud Crawford, y'all are the two best welterweights. The fact of the matter is, don't nobody give a fuck about a WBA belt. I care about undisputed, but we don't need undisputed. We don't need undisputed as long as we get the fight. Because all boxing fans know that Earl Spence and Terence Crawford are the two best welterweights at 147 pounds. So the winner of that fight is going to get the recognition and the accolades they deserve, even if they don't become undisputed. So you going against your own argument. You the one that said collect all the belts. You the one that said all that dog ass shit. You said it. So by you admitting that Trinidad and De La Hoya was a big fight and both of them dudes became legends and et cetera, you going against your own argument. We didn't need Ugas. I get that that's what you want to do. But you're the one that chose to go the easy route. Not Bud Crawford. We could have saw Bud Crawford before we saw Sean Porter, before we saw Danny Garcia, before we saw Mikey Garcia. We didn't need none of those fights. Boxing didn't need none of those fights, Earl. Terence Crawford versus Earl Spence, that's the fight to make. That has always been the only fight to make. Ever since you picked up that IBF belt and that WBC belt. But let's keep it going, though. Let's keep it going.
And lastly, man, Boots Ennis, he's in like the same.
All right, so that's some Boots Ennis shit. We're gonna pause that. We're gonna say that for later. But at the end of the day, man, we're getting this long, nonchalant energy from Earl Spence. We're getting all this maybe I will, maybe I won't energy from Earl Spence. I think I may, I think I might. I think I may, I just might. We're getting all this shit from Earl Spence. But at the end of the day, man, if you're Terence Bud Crawford, you got options. WBO super champion now at this point. If Earl Spence don't want to make the fight, no problem. We going the WBO route. We fighting whoever got that goddamn belt. If it's Jermell Charlo, if it's Brian Castano, whoever got that belt, gotta see me. And that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. You know what I mean? You know, and then you fast forward to Jermell Charlo, and now we got this shit we dealing with Jermell Charlo. Right?
Y'all ain't never seen no real shit like this.
We got this shit with him. Hold on. While I'm waiting for that video to load, let me read some of these comments while I'm waiting for the video to load. Terence Moore Jr. says, I'm mad Kavalasis got robbed his knockdown for Bud. Terence will stay on that bullshit, bro. What you mean he got robbed? He got robbed now? It was a robbery? Break that down for me, Terry. Break down that robbery. Terence Moore Jr. says, Bud hits the deck a lot. Oh, my God. Here we go. Terence Moore Jr. says, Mama, I'm going down. Wow, here you go with the bullshit. D. Young says, Terry Smoot, it don't matter what happened after he got stopped. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Terry Smoot say glass jaw. We got Demon Slayer in the building, man. Salute to all my anime heads. Demon Slayer in the motherfucking building. Okay. He said, at Terry Smoot, tell your man's Big Shark to step up then. Easy money, right? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You know. And you know, we the land of duck language over here. We the land of duck language over here. You know. Dudes want to say everything except let's fight, you know. And we know what time it is. You know, he brings no money. He brings nothing to the table. You know, he's a horrible fighter. It's easy money, you know. It's 60-40, 70-30, other side of the street. You know, all these other things, except let's fight. Everything but let's fight. You know what I mean? Stanyo says, playing devil's advocate, even if Kavalaskis knocked him down, he proceeded to get his ass beat and KO'd. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I get where you're going. Even if you want to say he got knocked down, which he didn't. You know what I mean? It wasn't an official knockdown, goddamn. I mean, he got hurt, but everybody get hurt. You know, dudes want to act like when you get hurt. It's boxing. It's boxing. People get hurt. It happens. That don't mean shit. The best fighters have gotten hurt. Floyd Mayweather got hurt by Shane Mosley. You know what I mean? Floyd Mayweather got hurt by Zab Judah. I mean, come on, man. The best fighters get hurt. Cut that hurt shit out. Not to you, Terry, because I already know you on that bullshit. But for the dudes that say that, you know what I mean? The best fighters get hurt. Shit. Canelo Alvarez got hurt by bum-ass Miguel Cotto, bro. You know what I mean? Dudes get hurt. You know, it's a part of life. It's a part of boxing. It's a part of the sport. You know what I mean? D Young says, Terry, when he dropped the link, pull up. Absolutely, man. And I'm dropping that link real soon, too. Real soon, man. Y'all know how it is. Demon Slayer says, boxing is ran by Pillow Fist in Chile and a chinny man from Nebraska. I see. Yeah, okay. You being sarcastic. Absolutely. Hey, y'all, Terry Smoot on that bullshit, bro. Don't take that man seriously. He don't mean none of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Austin Collin, please criticize Edgar Berlanga like Tim Bradley did. They keep saying Edgar is the next Puerto Rican guy and Cotto passed the torch. What the fuck? Who said that? Who the fuck said that? Austin Collin? So Edgar Berlanga is the next Miguel Cotto? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Hey, drop the link to the interview for that shit. I did see the interview with Tim Bradley where he said he was talking about Edgar Berlanga, but dude got a long way to go before he could ever put himself in that category. Get the fuck out of here. Edgar Berlanga need to work on so much shit, bro. We ain't gonna make this about Edgar Berlanga, but dude just got a whole lot of shit to work on before he can even call himself an elite. Just an elite fighter. Like, he ain't even in that category of like contender at this point, man. Berlanga is more of a prospect to me. You know, I look at Berlanga like a prospect. I don't look at him as no contender. I feel like the dude is far away from a world title, far away from doing anything in boxing. You know what I mean? He just got a lot to work on, bro. The next Miguel Cotto, miss me with that shit. Miss me with that. You know what I mean? Demon Slayer says, at Terry Smoot, yup, that man owns 147. Okay. Demon Slayer says 135 to 160. Crawford beats everyone. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. That dude could go up to 160 right now, and he would be a problem. All right. That dude, let me say it again for the people in the back. Terence Crawford could go up to 160, and he would be a problem for them 160 pounders. Okay. So if Jermell think he want to run away to 160, guess what? Bud Crawford may meet you up there if you decide you want to run away to 160. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, let me take a look at this goddamn poll. Let me see where the poll at right now. Let me see where the poll at. Okay, right now we got 27 votes. You know what I'm saying? We got 27 votes. 33% of y'all think that Jermell Charlo would fight Bud Crawford. 33% of y'all think that he would fight him. Okay, I like that better than what I was saying earlier. 33% of y'all say that he vacates and stays at 154. So this to me, this option, y'all right now, 33%, because it's split between vacate and stay at 154 and fight him right now. Okay, but 33% of y'all think that he gonna vacate and stay at 154, which is like, that's the most bitch made thing that could possibly happen. If he vacated and then stayed at 154, I mean, oh man, niggas like me have a whole field day with that shit. Hey y'all, man, I got 28 people in the building, man, and 20 likes, man. I'm gonna need y'all to go and hit that like button one time for you, boy. Smash that goddamn like button, you know what I mean? So we can continue to keep cooking on out here, you know what I mean? Hit that goddamn like button. And then we got 26% of y'all who says he vacates and moves up to 160. And then I got 7% of y'all who think that he retires. You know what I mean? So, you know, still looking pretty bad right now. I mean, at least some of y'all think that he will fight him. I mean, that's the best possible scenario at 32%. But vacating and staying at 154, I mean, there's just no excuse for that, man. That's hella pathetic. Hella pathetic and hella weak for a dude to vacate and stay at 154 pounds. You know what I mean? And then we got the option of 29% to vacate and move up to 160 at 29%. So, you know, at least you could justify him vacating and moving up to 160. At least you can justify that. You can say, oh, he grew out of the weight, whatever. At least you can justify him retiring. Oh, boxing's been good to me, you know. It's been good to me, you know, but I'm hanging up the gloves. I want to retire while I'm young, you know. You could justify that shit. All right, cool. He retired. Fine. Okay, he retired. He moved to 160. But if he vacates and then stays at 154, like that's the weakest, most bitch-made shit that you could possibly think of to happen for Jermell Charlo at the end of the day. And then 32% of y'all say that he gonna fight him. So I hope y'all right, man. I hope y'all right. But let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. You know what I mean? Hold on a second, y'all. Let me keep going down these comments. He say, Terry Smooth Jr. say, how do you own a division when Spence has most of the belts? I mean, shit. So what? He got most of the belts. Who cares about that shit, bro? Who cares about that shit? He didn't fight the best in the division. He won one belt off of Danny Garcia. All right, cool. He beat Danny Garcia. Is that what we give him credit for? Wins over Danny Garcia? Is that what we talking about right now, Terry? Are we really gonna give Earl his flowers for a win over Danny Garcia? I need to know. You know what I mean? Because that's pretty much what you're giving him credit for. I mean, this fight with Yordenis Ugas, honestly, if he beats Yordenis Ugas, this will be the biggest win of his career. This and Sean Porter are the biggest wins of his career. You know what I mean? That WBA belt. That WBA belt would mean way more than that WBC belt he got off of Danny Garcia. So let's just calm down with that. Demon Slayer says, at Terry Smooth, because your man's is scared. Absolutely, man. Scared to death. He is scared to death. You got to add to death, bro. You got to add to death, Demon Slayer. Terry Smooth Jr. says, hold on. My guy, Rashawn Lewis, that made it to the building. Salute to you, Rashawn. Appreciate you for coming through. You know what I mean? He says, salute King David. Terry need to share what he is smoking with everybody here. Absolutely, man. Terry be smoking that good shit, boy. Yes, sir. You need to go on past that goddamn joint, bro. Whatever it is, man. Or give me some so I can sell that motherfucker, because I would be a rich man. A rich goddamn man selling whatever the hell you smoking after saying that shit. Absolutely. Demon Slayer says, at Terry Smooth Jr. hiding in club, getting lit. Yeah, man. That's what he doing. What we're doing. Demon Slayer also says he owns Spence. Spence is like a toy to him. Absolutely, man. Earl Sprints. You know what I mean? But let's get to Jamal real quick, or Jamel real quick. I mean, we did this last week. We talked about this shit last week, but let's just quickly break this shit down because where we at in this situation right now is Bud Crawford is now the WBO super champion, which very much means that Jermell Charlo is in jeopardy of seeing the pound for pound king, Terence Bud Crawford. He's in jeopardy of seeing him. You know what I mean? Like, you're very much in danger of getting this smoke. So are you going to run from the smoke if you're Jermell Charlo, or are you going to run towards the smoke? I mean, what are you going to do? 28% of y'all say that Jermell Charlo runs from the smoke, vacates the belt, and stays at 154. 28, and then 20% of y'all think that he runs from the smoke, runs up to 160, which is bitch made just like the 154 move, but at least you could justify the move up to 160. And then 18% of y'all or 7% of y'all think that he retires. All in all, man, this poll ain't looking great for the simple fact that most of y'all feel like he does everything except fight Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? Which is sad, very sad. But let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. You know what I mean? Play this interview here from Jermell. Jermell over here on some bullshit. Let's see.
Stand up for who I am, and I'm gonna stand up for what I represent. Now listen, I sure wish I could be the guy to fight Canelo. Canelo, come.
I don't care nothing about that, Jamel. I don't want to hear you call out Canelo because we all know that's cap. We all know that that's cap. We don't want to hear you call out Canelo.
You feel
all right, let's let the video load because the video over here on some bullshit. Let's go through these comments real quick. Video skipping and shit. Fuck going on out here. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what's happening. Goddamn comment section on fire, bro. Terry, what you doing, bro? What you doing in the comment section, bro? What you talking about out here? You triggering people and shit. What is this? Terence Moore Jr. says, how can Spence fight Bud when Bud ain't even have a promoter? Oh, my God. Did you really just say that shit, bro? Did you really say that shit, Terry? Really? Did you really say that shit? You know who else don't got a promoter? Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez ain't got no promoter. I mean, he signed a 3-fight deal, or he just signed a deal, or a 2-fight deal, I think, with DAZN. You know, but prior to that, he didn't have no promoter, Terry. So, I mean, does the promoter thing really matter? Because you can sign a 1- and 2-fight deal with a promoter. We know what it is already. Terry, I already know what you got going on. Terry Smith, Terry says, who is Bud's promoter and promotional team now? Al Wait. Doesn't matter. Again, who was Canelo's promotional team? Who was Canelo's promoter? It ain't nothing to sign a 1-fight, 2-fight deal with a promoter, Terry. What are you doing here? What are we doing here, Terry? Come on, man. That's how these young says, that's how you know, that's how we know you a casual. Terry don't pay Terry no attention, man. He really not a casual. He just on some bullshit. That's all it is, bro. Terry says, is Bo Max Bud's new promoter and promotional team and management? Oh, Lord, bro. Again, it ain't nothing for Bud Crawford to sign a 1- and 2-fight deal, okay, with a DAZN or PBC or Matchroom or whoever, bro, in order for him to get promoted. It ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Bud is independent. He can sign with whoever he wants to sign with. That's the least of his problems. You know what I mean? That's the least of his problems. The biggest problem is getting these niggas to get in the ring with Terence Bud Crawford. That's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is getting these niggas to get in the ring with Terence Bud Crawford. The biggest problem is getting these niggas to stop speaking duck language. That's the biggest problem. Let's keep it going, man. Demon Slayer says, at Terrence Moore Jr., Bernard Hopkins was his own promoter. More you talk, the dumber you sound. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. There's a lot of people who did it, bro. I don't know what the hell. Terry talking about Bud sexual. Oh, man. Let's go to this video, man. Let's go to this video. Hold on a second, bro. We loaded up yet? Come on, y'all.
154. That's the last line of business for you before you think about your future, whether it's moving up or what have you. But yes, you alluded to it. Bud Crawford already said, "Hey, look, Errol Spence. I've been wanting that fight for the longest. If he don't want to fight me, then I want to fight Jermell Charlo, Brian Castano winner." What's your take on that?
How about he do what's best and go fight Earl Spence then? Shut up.
And you know, and this is another thing, man, because you know I done talked about this shit before, but this is another thing. Like, you see that already. He's tried to make the fight with Earl. First of all, the question was posed: if he can't make the fight with Earl Spence, okay, and that's what a lot of dudes don't get. I mean, when they come in my comment section and they start talking shit about this whole situation, right? The question was posed as, if you can't get the fight, or if he can't get the fight with Earl Spence Jr., then he wants to fight Jermell Charlo Castano. Okay. But this is all a contingency plan. So when somebody says that this is a contingency, and then you tell them to do what the main plan is, I mean, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, this is the shit we're getting right now in boxing. Bud Crawford is trying to fight Earl Spence Jr. I mean, that's the plan. Bud said he waiting for this for April 8th. What is it? April 16th, April 18th? I think it's April 16th. Bud said he waiting for April 16th so that he could try to make the fight between him and Earl Spence Jr. The question was posed as a contingency plan to that. So with that in mind, why are you telling him to do what the main plan was? He know he want to fight Earl Spence Jr. He don't need you to tell him that. You know what I mean? This is the problem with Jermell and this bullshit, bro. This is the issue. These are the things that lead people like me to believe this nigga really don't want no goddamn fight. But you know, this is his response to a potential fight with Bud Crawford, you know, but this is what we getting right now, man. This is what we getting. This is what we getting, man. But let's finish off this interview, and then I'm going to drop the link. Matter of fact, I'm going to drop the link right now, and then I'm going to finish the interview. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to drop the link, then I'm going to finish the interview. All right, boom. All right. Let's see what else Jermell talking about.
Take a little bit less money. Be quiet. Humble yourself. And
why a grown man telling another grown man what the hell to do? Oh, man, this shit crazy. Okay, my guy AB done made it in the building. Okay, I see what type of show it is. My boy, AB, what's going on, fam? You ain't waste no goddamn time, did you? You were ready.
Hell yeah, I was ready to salute, my G. Salute to everybody out there. What's good? What's good?
Not much, man. We chilling, man. Talking that good boxing today, man. What's going on with you? What's on your mind, family?
Bitches on top of bitches on top of bitches. Now I ain't talking about no females. I'm talking about these male bitches. And when you say, and the funny thing is, when you say people in your comment section argue with you about this shit, that just goes to show me that either A, they didn't listen to the motherfucking question, or B, these niggas is just fanboys. Because what fighter do you know when ask the question about another fighter, say, why don't you go do what this nigga say do? Are you for real? And people excuse that shit. That's why I stopped talking to a lot of these dudes. As soon as they started excusing bitch shit, I just stopped talking to them. Ain't no point in me talking to you. I might as well talk to a female about boxing. Because you sound like a real hoe out here. Because the Bud Crawford was in the motherfucking room, what you gonna do, Jermell Charlo? Don't go over there and fight him. This man coming up from 135, my guy. And then back on this Earl Spence big bitch fish, they asked this dude, man, look. He said, man, undisputed ain't that important. Nah, it ain't that important. Now you talking
Right.
about all-time greats that were under. It was talking about all-time greats at 147 that weren't undisputed. So why you talking about that shit now? Because, like you said, you want to get the belt. You said clean up your side of the street. You said all this monkey shit, and everybody and all these motherfuckers that want to lick your ass and suck your balls and shit believed it, sucked it up all this shit. And now you talking about, well, you know, if it don't happen, you know, I'm still gonna be all-time great without it. What? So why didn't you fight Bud before you fought Ugas? Oh, so you basically didn't need undisputed, basically. So basically, you're all-time great. That's what you said. But
Told on yourself.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he said himself. But motherfucking fanboys are gonna hear that shit. They gonna say, "Yeah, Earl, you right, Earl. You right, Earl. Earl, you right." But the whole fucking 4 years, grown ass men, making excuses for another grown ass man. Keep making excuses for another grown ass man instead of calling the shit for what it is. I mean, what else is it? Because if like we discussed before, if it's somebody you know you can whoop, if something you know you can win, the answer is always yes. The answer is always sign it up. The answer is always, nigga, I'm gonna push your shit back.
Yep.
But then, for some reason, I'm gonna say this shit. Unlike all these other dudes, I ain't trying to get no interview with one of these niggas. I don't want no autograph or nothing. These niggas they ain't important to me like that. Once they get through boxing, I ain't gonna talk about their ass no more. They gonna be out of sight, out of mind. But we need to keep it a buck. If you scared, if these bitches scared, look, we need to call for what it is. So these hoes need to either get out the motherfucking way or fight this man. We need to try to put them over here with freak down this nigga's back.
I hear you. Go ahead, AB. I can't hear you no more. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I saw somebody that came in.
Oh, okay. All right, we got somebody new done hit the building, man. TBE Boxing, man. Salute to you, family. What's going on, man? What's on your mind, fam?
Yeah, what's going on, bro? What's going on, everybody? Well, I see you in here cooking, but I see you said something about a super champion. What's it all about?
Yeah, man. So the super champion, what that means is when you get the designation of super champion via the WBO, it means that you can move up to the next weight class and challenge the champion right away. So you don't have to wait or anything like that. You can immediately challenge the champion.
Oh, so that's the process. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that Crawford went through the process already?
Yeah, they've designated him super champion. So now he can go up and challenge Jermell Charlo or Brian Castano right away legally via the WBO. So now the they back is literally against the wall at this point. You know.
Nah, but if he do that, he gotta drop his belt at 147.
He would have to drop it at 147. Yeah, he would.
I mean, I just did a video about that, man. That's what the Errol Spence man fans are praying for. They're praying for that to happen. They want him to leave the belt at 147 and give Errol Spence the easy route to undisputed, which is what's going to happen.
Yeah, but remember,
my G. Errol Spence fighting April 16th. Jermell Charlo fighting.
Yeah, also remember too that Bud already said that he would only do that. He only wants Castano Charlo winner as a contingency in case he can't get the Earl Spence fight. So he waiting on Earl. We all waiting for April 16th. So if he can get that fight, he's gonna make it happen. But if he can't, Jermell Charlo and Brian Castano winner, that's who's on the hit list for Bud.
You already know what the plan is. I mean, if Bud is waiting, I mean, all right, let me put it like this. Bud should stay at 147 and get that undisputed. Okay, that should be the plan. You know, now we know that Errol is gonna try to duck. They already got the Keith Thurman set up and ready and waiting in the wings to jump out. Okay, and say that he's next. So that's the plan right there. Okay, so we know that. Okay, now the only thing that can mess that plan up is if Ugas win the fight, which is what you know, I'm hoping for. I hope that Ugas wins the fight. I'm not saying that he's gonna win, but I think he got a good chance. Okay, it's a good time to take on Errol Spence. But if that doesn't work, then we right back to square one. You know, which is the next fight is gonna be Thurman, and Crawford is probably gonna have to wait again. And you know, I mean, there's no shame to Errol's game. We can't shame him into fighting Crawford because I mean, if he's not shamed by now, forget about that. Okay, it's done. You know, it's not gonna happen. Okay, so I don't know what kind of pressure they're gonna be able to put on to get that fight with Crawford to get undisputed. But what's gonna happen is Errol Spence is gonna. If Errol Spence beat Ugas, he's gonna claim 3 belts undisputed.
But I'm saying, ain't nobody putting pressure on Errol Spence to fight Bud Crawford.
There's nobody putting pressure on him?
No, who putting pressure on Spence?
I am.
That's you. That's what I'm saying. The boxing fans, the Spence fanboys, every time Errol Spence fights somebody else, it's like, oh yeah, that's part of the plan. Oh yeah, that's a warm-up. Oh yeah, this, that, and the other. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no pressure on Errol Spence. That's why Terence Bud Crawford should not wait. Because ain't no pressure on Errol Spence. I got 3 belts. Take what I want. Take what I give you. And then people gonna be like, well, Bud didn't want to fight to make the fight.
No. He's not gonna say that. He's not gonna say that. He's not even gonna offer that. He's not gonna say nothing to Crawford. He's gonna get the 3 belts and he's gonna claim undisputed and say that's it. He's not gonna go after Crawford at all. He's not crazy. Spence is not stupid.
He ain't gonna claim no undisputed over no 3 belts.
Yeah, they will.
Hey, hold on real quick, man. Hey, y'all, go ahead, Bo, man. Bo, the understanding that made it to the building, man. What's going on with you, Bo, man? What's on your mind, fam? Go ahead and cook.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
What's going on, bro?
Yeah, y'all heard what Bo Max said, right? When that leak call and whatnot, he said, look, we're gonna wait till April 16th and we're gonna see if they're gonna be a man of their word.
Mm-hmm. And we all waiting on April 16th.
Yeah. And he was saying like Spence fans need to hold his ass accountable after April 16th if he was to get by Ugas in the first place. Now on top of that, you know, for Bud to be the super champ, that means the walls are closing in on the PBC basically, because even if Earl decides to go the other way, because you notice he get fidgety every time somebody mentions Terence Crawford name, this dude started feeling on his ears, talking about, you know, Trinidad and De La Hoya and Floyd, they weren't undisputed before belt era. You notice like how he does that.
That's why I say he's gonna claim 3 belt undisputed. That's what's gonna happen, bro.
I mean, you can't. But I'm saying you can't undispute with 3 belts, right? The only thing he could claim is that Ring Magazine title, which he was trying to claim last year. But the thing is, Charlo has nowhere to go but vacate if he was to beat Castaño.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if he goes up, he got that super champ status. What Jamel gonna do? He can't tell Bud to do what Errol Spence said. He gonna have to do what the WBO say and get his ass in the ring, go vacate. Which more than likely, I think his ass gonna vacate.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nah.
We have to see on that one, man.
Like a real big cow.
Jamel got more pride than
he ain't got no pride. Jamel's a bitch.
I wouldn't go that far to say that.
I'm gonna go that far. He's a bitch. He's shown his whole career that he's bitch made.
I wouldn't go that far.
And this interview right here is proof in the put. And this whole interview is bitch made.
Now I'm gonna tell you, he's hype. You know, he's a hype type of dude. But I'm just saying, I don't think he's gonna vacate. I put money on that. He's not gonna.
I mean, he'd probably vacate and move up. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he's not gonna move up. He's gonna. If Crawford challenges, he's gonna fight.
If he try to move up, you think WBO gonna let him be? Think WBO gonna let him keep that WBO strap? If he try to move up, and Doug Terence Bud Crawford.
How are you gonna keep the strap if he move up? You got to let it go.
Super champion. Well,
nah, he's not. You can't get the super champ unless you defend the title like 5 times.
Oh,
so that's how Bud got that super champ status. He defended the title like 5 times, and they gave him the super champ status.
Yeah, I ain't know that. So that means that if Charlo don't fight him, if Charlo beat Castaño and Bud the mandatory, and Charlo don't fight him, he must vacate.
Yeah.
He must vacate. Yep.
Well, he's
Get
gonna
up out
fight.
that belt.
He's gonna fight. He's not gonna run from Crawford.
Ooh,
He better not run for Crawford. I mean, I'm gonna be on that nigga helmet.
Nah, he wouldn't.
For real,
nah,
for real.
nah, he wouldn't do that, bro. I don't think he'll ever do something like that. I don't think he'll ever vacate.
Hey,
I don't get why you wouldn't. That's the biggest fight for your career. Like, what
Exactly.
bigger
I mean-
fight is there for you than Bud Crawford? I don't understand it. But I mean, the way how he's talking about this interview I'm playing right now, like this dude is saying everything but let's fight. Why you bringing up Earl Spence? We talking about if an Earl Spence fight can't happen.
Because why does Crawford gotta fight everybody but Errol Spence? I don't blame him for getting mad about that shit.
Why he gotta fight Earl?
Why fight everybody but Earl?
Yeah, I'm saying why is it that Errol Spence? Why he gotta fight Crawford? Errol Spence is the one supposed to fight Crawford. Why Sean Porter had to fight Errol Spence?
But that's the
Terence
barriers. That's the barriers that a lot of the Spence fans and some of his groupies in the media have been putting up. Like the dude like Chris Williams. He's a super Earl-sexual. He be typing up these things on this little website. Every time it comes to Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, he be throwing shots at Terence Crawford and shit.
Yeah, I know.
Terence Crawford need to go fight Boots. He need to go fight Danny Garcia. I'm like, man, come
He needs
on.
to go fight. He needs to go fight Joshua. I mean, yo.
So Spence get caught up in the WBA mandatory next, or Keith Thurman, and what you think they're gonna tell Bud? Bud, go on fight this other person.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they already trying to put him on Boots, even though Boots is not even the number one contender in the WBO.
Boots going after that IBF man though. That he went after IBF shot. I don't even know why people even bring up Boots and Bud in the same conversation. The dude is clearly going after Earl Spence.
Another roadblock.
He said he's going after. He said he want Errol Spence next.
So Earl Spence. Bud won't say he want Earl Spence for a long time. But Earl Spence and his Earl Spence next will say, Bud, you gotta do this. Bud, you gotta do that. Bud, you gotta do this. So why it's been 4 years. Why he still gotta wait for Earl Spence?
Errol Spence have no intention of fighting Crawford. He never did. The first time they saw Crawford, they said, no, we're not gonna fight this guy. Derek James said the same thing. The only way you're gonna get Errol Spence into the ring with Crawford, you're gonna have to drag him in there, kicking and screaming against his will the whole way. It's not gonna happen any other way.
You already seen Derek James talking about, yo, we made like 700,000 fighting Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? Like we had 700,000 pay-per-view buys.
I seen that old cap ass video.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on real quick, man. Hold on before y'all keep going, man. We got somebody new in the building, man. D Young that made it in the building. Salute to you, D Young. What's on your mind?
What's good, family? What's going on? Salute to the panel. What's happening, AB? My nigga Bo. What's going on? TV boxing.
What's up, yo? What's up, bro?
What up?
Nothing much, man. You know what I mean? Hey, man, after hearing, like I said, I heard the PBC interview with Earl Spence last week, man, and, you know, him saying that shit about undisputed ain't important. Felix Tito Trinidad and other all-time greats didn't have to be undisputed. You know what I mean? Which is true because they wasn't. Because Hagler, Hearns, Duran, Leonard, you know what I mean? Hearns and Hagler, none of that shit was undisputed. But my thing is this: we didn't waited 4 motherfucking years.
Get him, bro.
We here. AB, you know I didn't say this shit was 50-50 the whole time, right?
Right.
I ain't gonna lie. That type of talk, that shit just make me wonder, man. Like, oh, so you saying you using the scapegoat as, oh, okay, Felix Tito Trinidad didn't have to do it, so I ain't got to do it. And which so, fellas, if he don't fight Bud Crawford, they're not gonna ridicule him. They're not gonna ridicule him. It's just gonna be a footnote in history. But that shit gonna haunt him for the rest of his life that he never fought this guy. But he could go off and live in the sunset, go up to 54 and fight guys, make money, go up to 60 and fight guys, make money. But he always regret never fighting Terence Crawford, yo. And to me, bro, after hearing that shit, bro, I'm like, I don't know, man. That shit just don't sound right to me. We didn't waited 4 motherfucking years, and you didn't say this now, man. No, bro. Now, granted, he said he wants to be undisputed, but hearing that shit, bro.
Not if Terence Crawford is in the way, he don't.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. That's
Man, he
just
gonna run through and run over Terrence Crawford. Salute to
hey,
everybody in the building. What's up, y'all?
There you
Hold on, y'all, real quick. Okay, let me bring him on properly. My guy, Knockout Boxing 86, done made it to the TV already, man. Salute to you, man. Go ahead. What's on your mind, bro? What's on your mind, fam?
Man, salute to you and salute to all you good brothers on the panel, Bo. Don't do that, man. It's all love.
Hey,
we
what's
just
up,
talking
man?
about.
I got love for you, bro.
Knockout. You know I gotta greet you right, bro. You know I gotta greet you right, man.
Already, fam.
Y'all niggas ain't doing shit in the off season, man. What the fuck are y'all gonna do, man?
Nah, why you gotta do my cowboy like that? Listen,
you know
bro,
I'm gonna get on your ass every time about the Cowboys.
And then I watched the Chiefs trade Tariq Hill for like 5 draft picks or something. And we just let Amari Cooper just walk out the door.
Man, not just that, y'all niggas
I'm over here hurting, bro. I ain't gonna.
Y'all gave away y'all let big kinfolk walk. Y'all let big IL walk, man. Like, what the fuck are you niggas doing?
Shit, not trying to win. That's what damn sure.
Not trying to win. Back to the video though, man. Give your take on this though, bro.
So before, cause I heard y'all talking Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. Before I go there though, I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about Bud Crawford being made the Super WBO champion, because there's a lot of misconceptions about what's going on with this situation. So first point that I want to make and prove to you guys, being the WBO champion and being the WBO super champion, they have the same rights and privileges. It's the exact same rights and privileges in terms of being able to move up, be made the mandatory for the WBO champion at the higher weight class. And so it really means nothing. And furthermore, to prove that to you guys, you got Jaime Munguia. We'll start with Jaime Munguia first. Okay. His last fight at 154 pounds was September 2019 against Patrick Oltale, or whatever that dude's name is. He fought in January of 2020. He made his first fight at 160 pounds. When the WBO rankings came out, December of 2019, right before his fight, he was the mandatory and number 1 ranked fighter in the WBO sanctioning body at middleweight in Demetrius Andrade's mandatory challenger. And he was never a super champion. Terence Crawford, right? Terence Crawford was made super champion just recently. But before that, at 140, he was just a regular WBO champion. He fought in Dungo in August of 2017 to become undisputed. A month before that, Jeff Horn beat Manny.
Hey, hold on, Knockout. Hold on, Knockout. Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish. You also got to okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish. So then you got Jeff Horn, who fought Manny Pacquiao in July of 2017. Crawford had his fight in August of 2017, right? At 140, became undisputed. By November of 2017, he was the number 1 challenger in the mandatory in the welterweight rankings for Jeff Horn's belt, right? So they all have the same privileges when you're the WBO champion, whether you're the super champion or you're the regular champion. You can move up and become the mandatory for the champion at a higher weight class. Now, there's another misconception that's going around that Crawford can just move up with his super status. He can challenge the winner of Jermell Charlo and Brian Castano. That too is false. Because
I got a rebuttal for that one too, though. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let me.
Go ahead. He gonna say something about. He gonna say something about Tim Tszyu.
I know what you finna say.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
Tim Tszyu was made the mandatory challenger for the 154 pound WBO belt all the way back in August of last year. Once a mandatory has been called, they have to be paid step aside money, or you got to make an agreement. They had to pay Tim Tszyu to step aside for Charlo and Castano 2 to happen. And this is an undisputed fight that we're talking about. So think of it like this. It's like a speed pass when you're going to ride a roller coaster. Yes, Terence Crawford got a speed pass. He can skip the line up at 154 pounds if he move up. However, it's another person with a speed pass. His name is Tim Tszyu. So yes, he can move up. He can move up, but he would have to fight Tim Tszyu. He wouldn't be able to
and that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to, Knockout. Now, everything you said was pure fact. The thing of it is, if Charlo or Castano win, which I think Charlo gonna win it this time, but I think Charlo gonna drop them belts and move up. And I got Tim Tszyu knocking Terrell Gausha out in the 7th round Saturday, just putting that on record.
So hold
So,
on. So let me
my bad.
talk a little bit about what Knockout was saying. So he said that
Okay.
there's no difference between the super designation and the regular, which there is very much a difference
Not in
between.
this
If you look
situation.
at,
I'm just talking
Yeah,
about
I
moving
was
up and
gonna say
challenging.
it's definitely a difference.
It's definitely
Yeah,
for sure.
It is a difference.
What's
It is
the difference?
So the
All right,
difference
so-
is that the WBO champion, they cannot move up and fight the champion right away. Only the super champions have that right to be able to do that. And a good example of that.
How did Crawford fight Jeff Horn?
Because
Well,
they made him the
they-
WBO Superman. He was the WBO Super Champion at 140.
He wasn't the super champion.
No,
when he fought Jeff Horn.
hold on. Wait, hold on, y'all. So what they did was it's the same like how Mikey Garcia moved up and fought Earl Spence right away. Okay, all they did was just make the fight. That was the biggest fight for Jeff Horn at the time. Was a Bud Crawford. Manny Pacquiao was out of the picture. Okay, and Jeff Horn was affiliated with Top Rank, so they made the fight. If you go back and you listen to the interview with Bomac was talking about how they already had the Jeff Horn fight already made before he was even before Bud had even became undisputed at 140
King David,
But
don't that sound to me like that was a super champion, right?
That ain't got nothing to do with WBO super champion.
That doesn't change the fact that the WBO had Terence Crawford ranked as their #1 contender.
Because he was undisputed at 140. He was undisputed at 140. And when you undisputed, when you move up, especially in the WBO, you can already skip the line and fight for the championship.
Right, but it doesn't make you mandatory.
Hey, Bo,
that's what I'm saying.
I got a question for Bo.
Hold on, y'all. Before you move on to that, another example is when Andrade was moving up to go fight to challenge Canelo right away. He couldn't do that because he's not a super champion at the WBO.
No,
that's why he has to fight.
He couldn't do that because Zach Parker had already filed his mandatory paperwork, bro.
Zach Parker has been a mandatory for the last year and a half.
That's why he has to fight Zach. That's why he has to fight Zach Parker in the interim fight. It's the same thing Crawford would have to do. Tim Tszyu is even further along than Zach Parker because Zach Parker just filed his paperwork. Tim Tszyu filed his paperwork and has been called.
No. Hold on.
He already had to step aside for them to even fight undisputed. You think that he wouldn't have to step aside for a mandatory challenge from Terence Crawford? No.
But the thing of it is,
to get a shot at that title, bro.
And that's what I agree with you on. But the thing about it is, I think either one or two things. If Castagna is going, I think it's gonna play out how if Charlo win that bitch, I think Charlo gonna drop them belts. And I think Tim Tszyu and Crawford gonna fight for the WBO.
That's cool, but I'm just saying,
WBO
if Charlo don't drop the belts, if Castano don't drop the belts, if they do drop the belts, he ain't moving up to fight one of them, bro.
But the thing of it is, who he gonna fight after he beat Castaños?
Huh?
Who he gonna fight after he beat Castaños?
Who that? Charlo?
Charlo.
You asking about Charlo?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who he gonna fight after he beat Castaños?
He'd have to fight Tim Tszyu. Or he'd have to vacate the belt. The WBO mandatory has to be called in the 154-pound division, bro.
And that's what I'm saying. I think he gonna drop the belts and move up, bro. He ain't got nothing else to prove.
That's cool, but I'd also tell you, Tim Tszyu didn't come over here and sign to the PBC for no reason, bro.
Oh no, not at all. He want them belts. And if he dropped it, and if Charlo or Castaños, granted he win, if they drop the belt, Tim Tszyu in line, because Tim Tszyu #1. He took the step aside money, but you got Crawford.
No, he not #1. See, there's a difference between #1 and mandatory. He's the mandatory challenge.
Tim Tszyu,
if you want to do anything, you gotta pay that man.
Tim Tszyu is #1 in the WBO.
That what you said?
Tim Tszyu is #1 in the WBO. So him and Crawford would have to fight if Charlo Castaño dropped the belt.
Yeah, that weapon. But I'm saying the fight for Crawford. All I'm saying, y'all, is the fight for Crawford when he move up. If he decides to move up and go that route, the fight is Tim Tszyu. It's not Charlo Castaño winner. That's the only thing I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yeah, you right. You're right about that. He'll definitely have to fight Tim Tszyu, which I think he's gonna fight him anyway for the WBO belt because I see he's either one or two things. I think both of the guys will drop the belt and move up.
I ain't here to argue that shit. If that's what they do, that's what they do. But I don't even want to talk about Crawford at 154. Like we know the fight that we need.
Going to 154. What he supposed to do? Wait another 4 years for Earl Spence? This man about to be 35.
AB, that's why he using that super. I think he using that shit as leverage. Because if he it's no guarantee we gonna get it, man. Because I think to me, it's no guarantee, bro. Because I think it's this, man. I think it's all about a confidence thing with Spence. I think if Spence looks good,
Spence know Bud Crawford whoop his ass. That's why he left. That's why he left that fight early. He saw how Bud handled Sean Porter. He said, "Oh hell no."
Nah, but I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Hey, Gentris, can you give me the winning? Can you give me the winning lotto numbers for this week?
What
Can
you
I get
mean?
the winning lotto numbers from you this week?
I
mean, because shit, you know what people thinking and shit. So I'm trying to get them winning lotto numbers from you.
You blind though. You make excuses for this nigga. So ain't no point talking to you. Ain't no point talking to you. You make excuses for this nigga. Just like that last interview.
What excuses I make?
They asked him what's up with the last interview then? When he said what's up with Undisputed, he said it ain't important. So Earl Spence fan, he said Undisputed ain't important. But you've been preaching to us, like the rest of the fanboys, that he said he wanted to go for Undisputed. He want to clear up his side of the street. But this nigga just said it ain't important.
What did he also say in that interview? Because I know what interview you talking about. What else he say? Because see, y'all like to pick and choose, bro.
Tito Trinidad want Undisputed. Oscar De La Hoya want Undisputed.
Those is facts. He was correcting the reporter that didn't know what he was talking about. But what did he say? What did he say before that?
He was saying that shit more than anything.
What did he say before that? That's all.
Hold on, y'all, real quick, while y'all doing that. I want y'all to take y'all attention to the screen and read with me real quick. This is the WBO website, okay, in regards to moving up and down in the weight class. They say number 3, eligibility to be considered as a WBO champion. It say, number 2, eligibility to be considered a mandatory challenger for higher or lower weight division. If requested by a super champion, the championship committee may designate the super champion as mandatory challenger for the immediate higher or lower weight class. So if Bud requested it, he would take precedence over what's his name? Tim Tszyu. It would be the word is immediate.
No, the word that you missing is
immediate.
The word you're missing is may. May or may not. May do it. That's the word you missing. And bro, you can't. If you are a mandatory challenger, you don't get bumped off of your spot, bro. He can still.
Yeah,
you can still skip the line, bro. He can still skip the line. He can skip the line, but he can't skip all the way to the front.
So you saying the WBO wouldn't mandate a Bud and a Charlo fight over a Tim Tszyu fight? A person nobody knows who the fuck that is.
100% facts they wouldn't, because Tim Tszyu. Look at it like this, King.
That nigga Al gonna tell the nigga drop that belt.
They already wouldn't mandate. They wouldn't mandate Tim Tszyu to step in place of an undisputed fight, bro. They had to pay that man to step aside. So you mean to tell me that the WBO is gonna take Terence Crawford if they weren't willing to mandate an undisputed fight, and Tim Tszyu had to be paid step aside money, either that or give him his shot at the title?
Okay, but that's hold on. But you talking about
that's not how this shit works.
All right, but you talking about a dude that he got two completely different standings right now. You talking about Bud Crawford versus this other dude. You know what I'm saying? Like Bud Crawford has the credibility and the notoriety to be able to make something like that happen. Not only that, but it's a bigger fight for the sanctioning body, so they can collect more sanctioning from the fight.
Who has? Let me ask y'all something. This is a rhetorical question that we all know the answer to. Who has more power, bro?
They're hoping Bud got to sit there and wait to spin. That's what they hope.
Who has more power, bro? The Terence Bud Crawford or the PBC?
The WBO, man. It's sanctioning body, bro.
No. I said
his sanctioning. Listen to the knockout. This is what's gonna happen, bro. This is what's gonna happen.
Hey, but like I said, you said yourself, WBO stand for what Bob orders, right? So like,
why would
PBC
Bob
ain't got nothing to do with no WBO belt?
Why would Bob be ordering shit in Terence Crawford's favor when Terence
he'd be more likely to help Terence Crawford than
he'd be more likely to help a person that's suing his ass.
Nah,
I mean, he still done made a whole lot. He's still trying to make that Josh Taylor fight, ain't he?
I mean, that's what he say, but do you believe him?
Okay, I believe he's trying to make that fight.
Do you believe him based on knowing that he loves to promote people that look like Josh Taylor based on Josh Taylor's last performance? You really think You
Okay,
really
so
think
why
Bob
would
Arum
he?
want to put Josh Taylor in the ring with
Hey,
Terrence Crawford?
but the thing of it
If
is
he
though,
gonna make money off of it, why would he?
and the thing of it is though, Josh Taylor is the Super WBA 140 champion, and that same rule apply.
That's why he talking about Taylor motherfucking Crawford.
But it's
The
different.
thing-
D.
Cause
The
think of this.
reason is different. The reason is different, D, because if you look at the WBO, I'm telling y'all, bro, just go look at the rankings. You go and look at what's going on.
I wouldn't look at the rankings.
Check it out though. The reason
I wouldn't
is
look at the
different in
rankings.
Josh Taylor's case. The reason it's different in his case, y'all, is because at 147, the number one person that's supposed to be the mandatory, his name is Virgil Ortiz. He already had to get replaced.
And he got a disease. But
he hurt right now.
But
so
you know
who's
second
for nothing, bro.
But you know who's second. Boost Ennis is number 2 in the WBO.
Means nothing. What you said means nothing.
How so?
The WBO gonna say Bud Crawford, you got the winner. They not gonna say no damn Tim Zoo.
They can't do that. They can't do that. They've already named.
But I ain't gonna lie to you,
You can't just do that shit, bro. What you talking about?
But the thing of it is,
But that's what it say in their rules. Knockout, they could justify it because it's in their rules.
They
justify.
They cannot do
been,
that, bro.
Hold on, real quick.
If they could do that, they would have did it at 168 pounds, bro. They cannot do that.
They would have did it in the
bro.
Mandatory. Once
King David
calls a tournament or a mandatory, you gotta abide by that shit. Or you have to do some shit to make some shit move around. That's why they have to make shit move around the WBA for your two guys, and that's why they would have to make shit move around for Terrence Crawford, bro. But that's the PBC doing that shit.
But the thing of it is though, knockout, just like they did with the Sean Porter fight, if they mandate the fight, the nigga gotta he gotta fight, bro. If they mandate it, just like the Sean Porter
fight. They're not gonna mandate when they already mandated that Tim Tszyu is the mandatory challenger and he get a shot at their belt next. They've already mandated that, bro. This shit's already been done.
Why do you think they grant super champion status? There's a difference, bro. You take precedence over the regular mandatory.
Yeah,
and then they can justify. It's justified in their rules, and it also make more sense because it's a bigger fight, and they can generate more sanctioning fees.
Yeah.
So why would you not make the champion? Why would you not make the fight?
They cannot do that, y'all. I'm telling y'all, bro. Like, just go look at what's going on. Like, they cannot just tell Tim Tszyu, "Hey, we got this person moving up. You ain't the mandatory no more. He already the mandatory, bro. You can't move him."
They can. They did.
Terrence Crawford could still skip the line, bro. He could just skip to where he fight Tim Tszyu to see who becomes the mandatory. That's the line he gets to skip to. He don't get to skip all the way to the top.
I promise you this. To keep it. If Terrence Crawford goes to 154, I guarantee you they will put his ass right in front of Tim Tszyu as a super champ.
I guarantee you they won't. I bet you they won't, bro.
All right.
Been doing this shit
to keep it honest with
such
you,
thing as a super champion if they won't do that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, to be honest with you, Bo,
these examples that y'all are giving me is because a mandatory hasn't been called. When Terrence Crawford was able to do it with Jeff Horn, there was no mandatory call. Josh Taylor will be able to do it for Terrence Crawford because there's no mandatory call, bro.
Okay, but none of them
call, dog. Y'all
listen. None of them dudes, none of those dudes were super champions, and that's the thing. That's the difference between those designations. None of those guys were super champions.
The difference is none of those guys had mandatories, bro.
I got you right now.
My thing is this though, fellas. It don't matter if it's Tim Tszyu or Terrence Crawford. I think either way, both of them niggas gonna drop the belts, bro, and it's gonna be Crawford and Tim Tszyu.
It's gonna be
Tim Tszyu though.
That's the serious whole move right there.
Hey, I ain't disagreeing with you. I'm just saying.
Whether it's Tim Tszyu getting his shot against Charlo Castano winner, or whether it's Tim Tszyu fighting Crawford for a vacant belt, the next time somebody fights for WBO championship at 154 pounds, it's gonna be Tim Tszyu, bro. Any combination that you want to have, it's gonna be him, bro.
I put it like this.
Bud fighting at 54 for the WBO strap next. I'll put mine on it.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I ain't gonna lie. I think, but go ahead, Bo.
See, Earlston fans hoping he ain't got no motherfucking.
Crawford decides to stay today.
Crawford gonna fight next. Super gonna fight. He can't fight nobody. That's what these motherfuckers hope for. So they can say some big shit like that.
Nah, not this one.
If Crawford
Not this man.
today,
I don't
man,
want him to go to 154 because I want him to fight Earl Spence.
Hey, that's what we want too. We all waiting on. We all waiting on April. We all left it
a month away from becoming one fight away from undisputed.
We all waiting on April 16th. We all waiting on April.
That's the biggest.
Don't seem like it. Seem like some of y'all already like, nah, man, he just need to move up. Like what we
Nah, we preparing for the
we
just coming with a secondary plan, bro.
Hey, what they say? You prepare for the worst, you hope for the best.
Yeah, bro. And it's just, son, it's to me, bro.
35 years old, man.
To
Why
me,
the fuck
bro.
you for another motherfucking man?
Yeah.
How
bro,
long he wait on Manny Pacquiao?
Nah, man, come on, bro. Come on. Listen to me. He got. The thing of it is,
Manny Pacquiao.
It's Earl Spence, Manny Pacquiao. That what the fuck you saying?
What you talking about, bro? How long did he wait on him?
Earl Spence is not Manny. It's Earl Spence.
How long did you wait on the man? How long he wait on him, bro?
Shut that shit up. We don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit.
All of that.
You gonna hear it.
All of that.
You gonna hear it. How long did he wait on him?
All of that might not.
But my thing is this: he might have waited on him. He might have tried to get the fight for a long time. But Manny Pacquiao wanted $40 million in the pandemic, though, man. And then he took. And look, AB, the crazy thing is, the nigga. My bad. Go ahead, Bo. My bad.
Nah, my thing is, I ain't even gonna say he waited on Manny Pacquiao because to be honest with you, when he moved up, the first name he was calling out was Keith Thurman and Earl Spence. Manny Pacquiao he wasn't even worried about Pacquiao no more. So to say that how long he waited on Manny Pacquiao, we know how long he been waiting on Earl Spence. It's just that Earl Spence fans are now starting to say, "Oh, okay." Well, April 16th, he's gonna fight Bud. Like, nah, man.
Or Gentry, why you so mad and emotional, bro?
I ain't mad. I ain't emotional. I'm just tired of motherfuckers
like it. You sound like it, bro.
My thing is this,
bro. Aggressive today. You usually cool, bro.
You asked me a question about
AB.
This how I talk, bro. This how I talk. I don't when you be all excited and shit. When you grabbing Earl Spence, dog,
you going in and out, AB.
Yeah, you cracking, bro.
That boy mad. That boy angry.
The thing, listen to me, knockout.
My guy, it's a grown man.
I hear you, D. What you say, D?
Man, it's like this, bro. Nigga keep this shit straight down the middle, bro. And the energy Spence that gave us these last 4 years, bro. Nigga, everybody seeing it, bro. Even media seeing this shit. The clock is on this nigga, bro. And the thing about it is, bro, now I'm not saying just you, it's all the Spence fans. Y'all niggas putting a lot of pressure on this nigga in this fight, bro. He has to.
But the
thing of it is, he has, and no, yeah, he do, AB. Yeah, he do. Yeah, he do, bro.
See, that's why I can talk to you.
He got a lot of pressure on him, bro. This is a pressure. It's pressure on him to look good. It's pressure on him because the thing of it is, though, if he don't look good, bro, I don't think he's gonna fight Crawford. If he don't,
I can't hardly hear you because he cutting you off.
Yeah, your phone breaking up.
You cutting in and out, fam.
Yeah, you're in a bad spot, AB. But yeah, bro, I keep this shit up and down the middle, bro. Spence hadn't kept the same energy since Crawford came in the division. He was on Keith Thurman ass. Keith Thurman ducking me. I've been calling this guy out since he was 15-0. Bud Crawford get here, get a belt. Then they meet up. Then it's the Sean Porter easy route and all this other shit.
Sean Porter got a belt too.
And Sean Porter got a belt too. Listen, bro. Then we get listen. Hold on, knockout. Hold on. And another thing is now he talking about undisputed ain't important. Like, come on, bro. Bro? Why are you saying all this? If it ain't important, my nigga, we could have been at the motherfucking fight 3 years ago, bro.
What happened in strat season?
I can tell you very clearly the same reason that Tim Smith is talking about we ain't got no money for Crawford, all this shit. Bro, they trying to negotiate, bro. They working on the deal right now. I'm telling you,
so.
they're working on the deal right now, bro. They out here trying to big dollar. Oh man, you know we might do this, we might do that. The same way, if you remember when Canelo Alvarez and Caleb Plant were negotiating, what happened? Caleb Plant came out here. Hey, we offered them this, we did this, we did that. They're just emotional.
No. How you know they're making a deal right now?
They just negotiating, bro. Huh?
How you making a deal right now?
Oh, because I believe they both. See, I'm not like y'all. I believe they both want the smoke, and I trust what Earl Spence been saying the whole time. I believe they both want the smoke. I'm not like y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are body language experts. Y'all don't take people for their word and all that stuff. Man said he was going for undisputed. Now, if he don't go for undisputed, then he deserves to get shitted on. He deserves to get smoked. But if he goes for undisputed, like he said he was the whole time, he ain't got shit to talk about, bro.
Knockout? You gonna smoke him?
Oh,
hey, knockout, you gonna smoke him if he doesn't go for it?
Bo, I always keep the same energy, bro.
No, you don't.
Okay, I'm just saying. I know you got that hometown cooker from Dallas and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No. You know who else? You know who else is from? You know who else is? I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of Gervonta Tank Davis. The panel will tell you that. Go check out some content.
I mean, you
go check out some content I got on.
Number one, you know.
So whatever our gentries are trying to tell y'all, it's not true. It's not true. If he don't do what he said he gonna do, I'm gonna smoke him because that's how I give it up because I'm real, bro. Like,
no, I'm just saying,
I believe he gonna do what he said he gonna do.
You know what I'm saying? I thought y'all, y'all keep it, Dallas. So I just want to make sure you smoke them if you.
No, you can keep it Dallas, but you also like when I root for somebody, bro. If I root for somebody, or if I'm somebody's friend,
you might as well start smoking now.
If they messing up, I'm gonna tell them they messing up, straight up and down.
You might as well start smoking now.
If he do this, if he go do what y'all claiming he gonna do, then shit, he deserve to get smoked. All I need from y'all,
hey, you heard it here first.
Telling y'all this.
You heard it here
all
first.
I need
I said he gonna smoke this boy if he doesn't take
no, you ain't heard me first. I say it every time somebody asks me the question because I don't duck from none of this shit that y'all talking about. But just do me a favor though, all y'all, do me a favor. When the shit get made, in Terence Crawford's very first fight from leaving Bob Arum is an undisputed fight against Earl Spence. I just need y'all to come on here, give me my flowers. You ain't got to take no videos down and no shit like that, but just say, damn, I was wrong. I was wrong. Knockout was right. And Earl Spence really did go get undisputed. And it's hard for me to say that Spence was ducking Crawford. It's hard for me to say that Spence was ducking Crawford because as soon as Crawford left Bob Arum, he got the Spence fight.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. Go ahead.
Just give the same energy that I'm going to give y'all. That's all I'm saying.
If the fight don't get made, I don't want to hear, well, he got to fight a mandatory. Nah,
no. Listen. Screw a mandatory for Bud Crawford. Screw a mandatory for Earl Spence. I don't want no mandatories getting away of them. Just like I ain't want no mandatories getting away of Jamel Charlo and Brian Castano. Just like I hate that it's mandatories getting away of Stephen Fulton and MJ Akhmadaliev. Now I know most Terence Crawford fans don't know, other fighters and shit, but that's an undisputed fight that should happen at 122 pounds.
Those guys are. Stephen Fulton just had a fight not too long ago.
Well, not too bold, but I would dare to venture if I start talking to my brother Argentris about MJ Akhmadaliev, he'd have a lot of questions.
I mean, you ain't gotta say that shit because I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't give a fuck who he is. I care about you.
Boxing fan, Terence Crawford fan. There's a difference, bro. There's a difference, bro. Boxing fan, knockout boxing fan, or
real quick, y'all. Real quick. I want to take y'all attention.
No, let me talk, bro. This motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about what you give a fuck, my guy. I told you I give a fuck about Bud Crawford and motherfucking Earl Spence. So Mugabe or whoever.
I know because you a fanboy, bro. I know it's all good though. Just make sure you got my money ready after April 16th. That's all.
I'm glad you know him. I'm glad you know him. But that don't mean shit to me. But
I know it don't, bro. Because you're not a boxing fan. You're a Terence Crawford fan. I know.
I'm a boxing fan. I watch boxing.
No, you're not. You're a Terence Crawford fan, bro. There's a difference. You don't watch all the boxing.
Nigga, that's why I started boxing for that Whitaker. Out of point, but you know shit about me. Talking about because you know Mugabe Baba. You not no boxing expert, my nigga. You get paid out boxing.
Yeah, I do actually. Every month.
Let's see the stuff you get from boxing.
Say
So
what?
y'all don't do shit, but what we do, talk about boxing. Y'all don't make shit out this shit.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do every month. I get paid from YouTube every month. What you talking about?
How much? Really?
It's a hobby, bro. Number one, but number two, I'm gonna tell you about my money. Just have my money ready after April 16th. That's all, bro.
You talking about
Y'all see how mad this man is, bro?
I'm talking about money. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about shit. Motherfucker, I do AC work and electric work for a living. I'm talking about money. I ain't talking about no bullshit money. I'm talking about money,
Bro,
real money.
I'm not gonna stun on you with what I really do for a living, bro. But AC repairman, that ain't it, dog. Like AC repairman, bro. You stop it, bro. just stop it, bro. Talking about some AC repairman, really? You fix air conditioning? So I would call you to come fix my home. Like, dog, stop it, bro. Stop it, man. Come on, Argentina. Don't do this, bro.
Hey, give me cash money, pay me.
Yeah,
That's how I feed my family. My family, the whole family.
That boy mad. D, why your boy so mad, bro?
Hey, man, he coming at you, man. I'm just laughing.
Me too. I'm laughing. We on the internet. He internet gangster on me right now, bro. Calm down, man. I don't take you serious, bro. I don't.
Bro, I know I can't take you serious because you're a whole hoe. For real.
Yeah, I know. You would. I know. Whatever you say, bro. Why is this man so mad, bro?
He don't know this nigga fall strawweight in 1951. Bitch, who cares? We talking about Terence Crawford and Earl Spence, bitch. Fuck you talking about?
Are you mad? You calling me names over the internet, bro? You so tough. You so tough, bro.
Bro, we ain't gonna never meet up face to face. Why did you get mad for? You the
Who
whole
mad? You the one insulting me over the internet, calling me mad, bro. You crazy out your mind, bro. You insulted me over the internet and calling me mad.
All right, y'all. All right,
mad, bro.
Let's get
I'm feeling, bro. It's your boy, man. I'm feeling. His temperature high, bro. He got a fever right now.
Let's get back.
That's all I want to do is talk boxing. That man can't take the difference of opinion, bro. I'm telling y'all, man. That man is super angry, bro. He got issues, man.
Don't try to clown me, whole ass.
He ain't tough in real life. He tough on the internet, bro.
Whole ass nigga. I shit.
I know, bro.
All right, hey, all right, y'all, man. All right, that's enough, man. Let's get back to some boxing.
King David, why do you keep saying y'all, bro? King David, why do you keep saying y'all? I ain't insulted this man at all, bro.
I'm not saying no y'all.
You talking about y'all? That's your boy.
I'm just saying in general, let's get back to some boxing. That's all, bro. We way off topic right now. This ain't got nothing to do with no boxing, you know. So let me go over this poll that I just did a second ago. It say, what would Jamal Charlo do if challenged by Terence Bud Crawford via the WBO? Which, you know, and just so y'all know, I put it up on the screen. This is from Wikipedia, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't, you know, it ain't the most credible source, but you could take a lot of things that are valid from Wikipedia, but Wikipedia just listed all the active WBO super champions. Okay, so you see the current people. You got Tim Bradley, you got Marco Antonio Barrera, you got, I ain't gonna read all the names, but just to give you a few, AJ is on there. Who else is on there? You got Terence Crawford on there. You got Vasil Lomachenko on there. These are the only WBO super champions. Okay, so these are the only dudes that could challenge the champion right away in that sense. All right. So back to the poll that I was just saying. The poll I got up on here is, if Bud Crawford was to move up and fight fight Jermell Charlo or challenge Jermell Charlo for the title, what would Jermell Charlo do? I got 27% of the people right now saying that he would actually fight him. 30% of the people say he vacates and stays at 154, which is probably the most bitch ass thing that you could possibly do. And then I got 39% of the people say he vacates and moves up to 160. So that's the highest amount of people right there. And then I got 5% of people that say he just straight up retired. So, you know, what are y'all thoughts on this poll? You know, what y'all got to say about it? Let me know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. What y'all thoughts on the poll is, man?
I think it's pretty much accurate. I think Jermell probably move up if he was to win, but you know he got to beat Cassano first, because to me, I don't know if it's just him or Spence. I think maybe it's just the PBC in general, man. It seemed like they got no smoke for Bud Crawford, man. You know how they always put out that you see these channels, they always put out that NBF rule. So I said the PBC got the NBC rule. No Bud Crawford. They don't want nothing to do with that dude, man, because it's like every time somebody mentions Crawford name in front of like Earl Spence or Jamel, you know what I'm saying, Charlo, it seemed like their whole attitude just shift. You know what I'm saying? Like Earl Spence seemed like he's uncomfortable the minute you mention Terence Crawford name. Jamel, same way, but Jamel try to hide it well. Whereas he'd be like, yo, you need to do what somebody else say. You know, that type of attitude. But it's just the minute you mention Buzz Crawford name, like everybody just, at the PBC that's near his weight seemed to get a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay. So you voted, just so we clear, you voted for Jamel Charlo moving up to 160 and vacating the belt if he was challenged by Bud Crawford. That's what you voted for then.
Because I mean, it's already a rumor saying something along the lines of Jamal probably move up, and then Jamel gonna move up, and then Spence gonna move up. I mean, I don't, it's a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but I just think he's more likely to move up if he was to win for the undisputed.
Okay. All right. Let me go to TBE Boxing. You still here, fam? Let me go to you, man. What did you vote for? What do you think Jamel Charlo does if challenged by Terence Bud Crawford? What do you think happens? What did you vote for in the poll?
That he'll fight.
You think he's gonna fight? Why do you think he fights?
Why would he run?
Well, I mean, the same reason why.
It's a big money fight. I mean, it's a big money fight. What, you gonna get a bigger fight at 160 with who? Okay.
Well, he's trying to fight. He's trying to get Canelo to come to 158.
Okay, that's a pipe dream. That's not gonna happen, and he knows that's not gonna happen. So he's not. Jamel Charlo is not gonna leave 154-pound weight. He's the king, undisputed king at 154 pounds, to go to 160 for what? I mean, what is somebody up there that he's gonna fight right away? Who? Golovkin, Murata, who? I mean, who's up there? Iris Landy Laura. There's no real big fights up there, like except maybe for Golovkin or something like that. But
Golovkin ain't fighting him.
Is he gonna get that fight? No. So the bottom line is that the biggest fight will be with Crawford. And why wouldn't he take that fight? He's a bigger guy than Crawford. He can box. He could hold his own against Crawford, I would think. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a 50-50 fight, and you could probably give Jamel the edge, really. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I mean, on paper anyway, we don't know what it's going to play out in the ring. But, I mean, I would be going for Crawford naturally. My money would be on Crawford, but, that's not an easy fight for Crawford at 154 pounds. I mean, Jamel is a natural 154 pounder. Okay. I mean, he's big, he's strong. I mean, he can box. He's no slouch when he has to box. If he has to box, he know how to box. I mean, he's not one of them guys that's like flat-footed, that don't know how to box. He know how to box. So it'd be a pretty tough fight. I mean, to me, it wouldn't be that easy. It'd be a tougher fight than the Spence fight, that's for sure. So I would give it, another order of magnitude, than the Spence fight. So, this Spence fight is really probably the easier route.
Damn.
And Spence might not even get by Ugas. I mean, there's no guarantee he's gonna get past Ugas. You know what I mean? Because I mean, Ugas is no lion killer or nothing like that. But I mean, he does have some skills and he got speed, and the hand speed might give he got hand speed, and he might give Spence some problems, like in the first 5 or 6 rounds. While he's before Spence get a chance to break him down if he can. So it might be a tough fight for Spence, but we have to see how it play out. Nobody really knows. But I'm not gonna say Ugas don't have a chance. I think he got a good chance, probably the best chance of anybody else that ever fought Spence to beat him at this point in time. You know, with all the variables that's going on with Spence and all the, you know, so you know, Spence is so busy ducking Crawford, he might just run into Ugas and get stopped or something like that. That would be the best thing to happen if Ugas wins, though, because at least we'll get the Crawford fight, the undisputed with Crawford. He's committed to that. You know, we can't even get all we can. The best we can get Spence to say is we'll see. So you know what I'm saying? Ugas has already said, yeah, I'll fight him. You know, but Spence, we'll see. And he's been saying that for 4 years. So, you know, all these people out there thinking that, you know, he's going to be fighting Crawford, you know, they're waiting for April 16th. Don't hold your breath if you're waiting. I'm just going to tell you that much.
Damn, boy.
Okay? Don't hold your breath because if we look at the trajectory that Spence has been taking this whole time, the only reason he's even mentioning Crawford now, and I don't think he actually mentions Crawford in any of those interviews that we saw him in. People talk about Crawford, and the subject is Crawford, but he never actually mentioned the name Crawford or even the WBO. So, you know, the only reason that's even
he call it the other one.
That's that's what he called the other belt. You know, so the only reason he's even entertaining this conversation is because he's trying to promote his fight with Ugas, because a lot of people, you know, are starting to see the light. You know, I mean, like
that's interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Really yeah, that's all it is. All these guys using Crawford to promote themselves, bro. They all do that. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
This is what they're doing. When you start talking about Crawford, you know, Thurman does the same shit. All of them do it. Pacquiao used to do it. They all did it. Okay.
Basically clout chasing.
Yeah, they all do that. Canelo. I mean, they all do that. Okay, so I mean, you know, Crawford is like the. I mean, this guy is like he's carrying boxing on his back right now. You know what I'm saying? Basically, you know,
shoulders is hurt from carrying boxing.
All these pundits, these so-called YouTubers, LDBC, all these guys, they all make money off of Crawford. That's how they make their money. Just Just say something controversial about Crawford.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, real quick, knockout. Before you chime in, I just want to get everybody opinion on the poll, and then I'm opening back up. Everybody can go through. AB man, what's the poll? How you feel about this, man? What will Jamal Charlo do if challenged by Terence Bud Crawford via the WBO? What did you vote for, and explain why?
I said he gonna drop the belt and try to move up.
Vacate.
Yeah, he gonna vacate. He don't want to fight Terence Bud Crawford. Like what's the name? TBE boxing, like you said, Bud Crawford the biggest fight that this guy's gonna have at 54 or at 60. So that's gonna make it really egregious that he drops the belt for whatever reason and say he gotta go to 160. He can ain't no cop out saying that I got too big for 154. No. Now when you talking about you want to be submitted as a great, be on the pound for pound list, how else you gonna do it besides fighting Terence Bud Crawford? Who, like he said, like TB said, who he gonna fight at 160 that will give him their recognition?
Facts. Okay. I agree with you, man. Okay. Knockout Boxing 86 is on you, fam. What did you vote for? Why?
Oh man, he'll fight him, bro. Yeah, like you gonna have me pressed to believe that a guy that fought Tony Harrison twice, fighting Brian Castano twice, fought Jason Rosario, fought Erickson Lubin, is gonna duck out on a fight with Terence Crawford. So I think he'll fight him. And then my question is, I heard TBE boxing talking. What we're saying is that the more popular fighter who does better revenue numbers is clout chasing the less popular fighter. He don't really want to fight him for undisputed. He clout chasing him is what we're saying. So
well, okay, let's take okay. You say he's the more popular fighter. Okay, let me ask you this: if he's the more popular fighter, how come he's not pound for pound number one?
That has nothing to do with popularity.
What does it have to do with?
When you say popular fighter, how many people are watching you? How many people are willing to pay their hard-earned money to watch you fight?
What does it have to do
with? That's popularity to me.
But answer my question. What does it have to do with it, though? What does pound for pound have to do with anything?
Pound for pound has nothing to do with popularity.
So
hey, Naka, I got something for you on this one, because I could throw this back at you. So you a Tank fan, right?
A Tank fan? Yeah, I like Tank.
Yeah. So somebody that is more popular than Tank is Ryan Garcia. Doesn't he clout chase Tank? He clout
Not true. He's more popular on social. No. We have to be clear. He's more popular on social media, but he's not more popular in boxing. He don't sell more.
He's more popular in boxing. No, he does sell more. He definitely sells more.
No, he doesn't, bro. They would have him on pay-per-view. His live gate numbers. His live gate numbers are there for you to look at, bro. You can look at his live gates.
I'm saying, if we talking about pay-per-view, he fights on the app. You know what I'm saying? So you can't use the pay-per-view model. But what I'm trying to say is that
live gate though. Live gate, you can look at that with Ryan Garcia. He don't do near the live gate that Tank Davis had. More people are willing to pay to watch Tank Davis fight than they are willing to pay to watch Ryan Garcia fight. And so as a result, I would say Tank Davis. No,
like Ryan Garcia
about it, bro. It's a fact, bro. You can look it up.
Saying, Ryan Garcia, I look it up, but I'm just saying Ryan Garcia got the ladies. And if you know,
he got TikTokers and teenagers, bro.
No, I'm just saying he got ladies gonna bring their men with them. You know what I'm saying? People that they probably dating dudes that ain't even watching boxing. They just be like, yo, just come with me to a boxing match. All the whole time they trying to look at Ryan Garcia. He's more popular. But he be clout chasing.
Then you'd have to, if that's the case, you'd have to explain to me why he don't sell, why people don't come watch him fight like they come watch Tank Davis fight. If what you were saying is true, then he should be more popular. He should sell more tickets than Tank Davis, but he don't, bro.
We don't know. I'm gonna have to look up with all these tickets, man. All these. I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of mumbo jumbo going on with all
it's
these.
It's duck language. It's duck language.
You know what I'm saying? This pay-per-view.
Yeah, like I'm not like I ain't saying this.
None of these guys are pay-per-view stars. They are
when you talk about popularity, it's about who sells more. That's what makes you popular.
Pay-per-view stars, bro. They are fake pay-per-view stars, pretending pay-per-view stars. None of them selling over not even 400,000 pay-per-view. It's a joke.
No, I agree with that. The only one that's a true pay-per-view star is Canelo. I agree with that. But I'm just saying when you talk about
AJ too,
talk about no pay-per-view numbers then. Why people talk about pay-per-view numbers if ain't nobody no stop?
Because it's duck language.
It's still millions of dollars, bro. Like I don't care if I'm 1,000 bigger than you, or if I'm 100,000 bigger than you. I want all my money.
That's all duck language, bro. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we all know that. I mean,
I got y'all. I guess when we talk about football, y'all don't talk about the draft and free agency and shit. Y'all just talk about what goes on the field. You don't want to talk about the whole sport. That's cool.
It's not football, though.
Hell no.
Let's talk about half football. Let's talk about half football. Let's talk about one fighter. I
ain't got time to watch the draft.
Look, but knockout, you taking it out of context because when somebody asks, yo, what about a fight with Bud Crawford, and you say 60, 40, 70, 30, whatever I give you, bro.
That ain't what he said. That's not what he said. That 70-30 shit came later. His initial answer to that reporter's question, King David, was
it don't matter. He still said it though, bro. He still said it though.
I mean, bro. I mean, that's what he think he deserves. Do you have an issue with Terence Crawford? See, this is my thing with y'all, bro, and I don't want to take over nothing. I ain't trying to be confrontational, but y'all don't say shit when Terence Crawford say 50-50 my way or no fight. Like y'all don't have that same energy, bro.
What's wrong with 50-50?
The same shit. What's wrong with 50-50? Saying the same shit. Y'all don't go at him like that.
Now you know that ain't the same shit at all,
bro. They both talk numbers, bro.
First of all,
numbers, bro. What's the difference?
First of all, hold on, knockout. When you go to Jermell Charlo, when we was talking about this nigga, and they asked him about a Terence Bud Crawford fight. And he talking about Earl Spence, bro. First of all, if somebody asking you about a fight, why are you not giving your opinion? Why are you not expressing interest? First of all, you got to express interest in the fight first.
Because he ain't in his weight class, and he want him to fight Earl Spence because that's the fight.
But they got to do anything. Mikey, hold on. Mikey wasn't in Earl weight class, but when Mikey challenged Earl, he said, "Oh, bring him on up." He was ready for the fight right away when Mikey moved up to 147 pounds.
What are you talking about Jermell Charlo, bro?
But I'm saying, bro, you get what I'm trying to say, knockout, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with none of that. At the end of the day,
Jermell Charlo. You said, why didn't Jermell Charlo say he wanted to fight Terence? The man said, look,
we talking about Jermell Charlo. Wait, hold on.
He said he needs to stay down there where he at.
Okay.
Fight Earl, or if he come up here, I'm gonna knock his ass out. Like what we like?
hold on, knockout. If you're talking about Jermell Charlo, why he brought up Danny Garcia as a potential opponent, sir?
Nice.
Didn't that man say he wanted to fight Danny Garcia, a 147 pounder who hasn't even had a fight at 154?
Yeah, the same. He said Danny Garcia could get it. He said he'll knock Terence Crawford ass out. Like,
Wait,
what
wait,
y'all?
hold on.
I'm confused, bro.
Hold on, bro.
What y'all are talking about right now, bro?
I
thought y'all wanted Terence Crawford and Earl Spence to fight.
You're not confused. You're not confused at all. You got full understanding.
No, I'm not really. I'm not confused. I'm flabbergasted at y'all's
it's
logic sometimes.
It's called
bro.
duck language, man. That's all it is. Duck language.
Bro, you got to express interest in the fight before you can even talk about anything.
If I'm Jermell Charlo and I say, oh, Terence Crawford want to fight me, nah, he need to fight Earl Spence for undisputed. But shit, if he come up here, I'm gonna knock his ass out. That's ducking me out.
That ain't what he said first.
That ain't what he said.
That's ducking me out.
He said what Earl Spence got to do with
he
you?
said, because coming up here messing around with me, you gonna get your ass knocked out.
What's the first thing he said, knockout? What's the first thing he said? He said he should do what Earl Spence says. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah,
he said that.
That motherfucker started crying.
What they got to do with him ducking though?
That motherfucker was crying. He was damn near in tears. He like,
what?
He always talk like that, bro. Jermell Charlo emotional as hell, bro.
He always talk like that. Let me ask you this question. Wouldn't you agree that in order for a fight to happen, both fighters got to be interested in the fight? You would agree, right?
Yeah, facts.
Okay, so if that's the case, right, and you go to a fighter to try to make a fight and he doesn't show interest in the fight, there's no way the fight can happen, right?
Facts.
So why is it that we're discussing all these other things that have to do with, money and all these little things when the initial fighters haven't expressed interest in making the fight happen?
Who hasn't expressed interest in making the fight happen?
Jermell Charlo. He hasn't expressed interest in making the fight happen.
Why would he express interest in making the fight happen with Terence Crawford when he has an undisputed fight in a couple of months?
Because
like, do we not see what happened? Do we not see what happened to Chris Colbert when Chris Colbert was talking about Shakur?
Hold on. But knockout. Hold on.
You gotta focus on the task at hand, bro.
But look, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
What talking about, bro?
So if that's the case, why did he express interest in fighting an Erickson Lubin in a Danny Garcia, if that's the case?
He expressed it in the same way he said about Terence Crawford. Hey, after I beat Castano, this person can get it, that person can get it, and Terence Crawford, you down there at 147. I'm paraphrasing. You need to play the video. Mess with me, you gonna get your ass knocked out.
That ain't what it said.
What you talking about, bro?
Like I said, King David.
That is what he said, bro.
That ain't what it said.
The interview is up there.
Go ahead.
Did he say he'll knock Terence Crawford out, King David?
No. He didn't say it like you said. He didn't say it like you said.
Did he say he'll knock? Did he say he'll knock? I'm not talking to you, Pitbull Puppy. Did he say he'll knock him out, King David?
After he cried for 3 minutes. Play it, King David.
Bro, y'all boys just hate anything real like this, and not you, King David. I ain't talking about you, but some people just hate real shit. I guess. I don't know.
Ain't no real shit. We ain't gotta talk about it. He can just play it. He can just play it.
Bro. I don't know, man. Say, hey, if he come up here, I'm gonna knock his ass out. They're still ducking y'all. Like I don't know what to tell y'all, bro.
I really don't. Hold on now. Hey, knockout. The first thing he said,
y'all, bro.
The first thing he said, knockout. He said,
"But bold, y'all picking and choosing. You want to go to the first thing he said. What's all of what he said, bro? All of what he said is we need to fight Earl Spence.
Hold on. We're not gonna speculate. We're gonna play the video. That's what we're gonna
make sure you play the whole part, bro. Don't be picking and choosing. Don't be picking and choosing. Don't do me like that, King David. Play the whole thing because you know what I'm talking about.
We're gonna play the whole thing. Let's play it. Hold on, here we go.
Do what he say, and then you might beat it.
Okay, first of all, wait. Hold on. We gotta give it context as the video's playing because we need to understand what's happening. So first of all, he's bringing up Earl Spence. He's telling him what Terence Crawford should take in regards to a fight with Earl Spence, which got nothing to do with him. But let's keep it going.
Challenger sometimes. These people don't know how to do that. They don't know how to be the challenger. That's his.
Is he trying to lecture Bud Crawford? This sound like your dad trying to lecture you. That's what this shit sound like.
To be real, he needs some lecture. That man ain't in touch with reality at all. You see,
come on now, come on,
his fans, bro. Not all of them, but a lot of his fans sensitive too, bro.
Come on, bro.
That's why Earl Spence had to come out and be like, man, maybe I shouldn't be talking about shit in the public, cause it dude sensitive, man.
Hey, AB, what you said? You said somebody was in the background telling them to clean it up? Like, you need to clean it up.
Clean it up.
Like he ain't laugh about what Jamel Charlo said. You playing this man act like he ain't laugh about what Jamel Charlo said.
Oh, we ain't finished playing it yet, though. Keep playing it.
Let's go. We're gonna keep it going.
This man so crazy. Keep playing it, bro.
He think he's high up on the horse.
I ain't talking to you.
Bob Arum don't give a damn about him.
That's what you say, right?
Hey, what Bob Arum got to do with this shit, bro? Hey, Naga, explain what the hell Bob Arum got to do with the goddamn conversation.
What he got to do with what?
That's what Jamel talking about. He talking about
Bob Arum. I want you to get to the part where he said, coming up here at 154 pounds, I'm going to knock his ass out. Why you ain't playing that part, bro?
Hey, that was the last thing you said, knockout.
Why you ain't playing that part? See, y'all picking and choosing.
We're gonna get
on your side, bro.
Into his face. He done got lawsuits with his own promoter. You ain't worth shit to me, for real.
What they gonna do with anything?
What?
Facts.
Yeah, what do lawsuits? Hey, we might want to talk about.
I ain't heard a single lie that man told yet.
Hey, we might want to talk about Marvel movies, a bunch of shit that ain't got nothing to do with goddamn what we're talking about here. The conversation's still supposed to be about Bud Crawford.
Why
is he so worried about the
Bud Crawford ain't even in his weight class?
Pass me that.
Why is he worried about
Donuts you don't want.
Hey, Bud Crawford called him out, bro. That's
hold on. Where did Bud Crawford? He called him out when?
Hey, you missed when he said that he want to fight the Charlo versus Castano winner.
Oh, he said he want to fight the winner. He ain't called Jamel Charlo. I got.
Come on, bro.
What did Jamel Charlo say, bro? What did Jamel Charlo say? I just need a yes or no question. Did Jamel Charlo say he would knock Terence in the same interview y'all watched?
Hold on.
Did Jamel Charlo say he would knock Terence Crawford ass out if he move up? That's a yes or no question. Did he say that?
Let's play the rest of it.
Hold on. Did he say that? You know if he said it because you already seen it. Did he say that or not?
Shut up. Make the right decision with your people that love you.
Oh, it stopped on. Hold on, goddamn video.
Hey, can I just get an answer though, bro? Like nobody answer all y'all questions. Did he say that, King David? Okay, so what we talking about, bro? What we really talking about?
Hey, let me ask you something. When puppies bark at you and they back up, I mean, they still barking at you, right? I mean,
so Jamel Charlo is a puppy to y'all.
He a puppy right now.
Y'all are very delusional, bro.
Hey, that's why I say here vacate and move up, because he's the way Jamel's speaking now. He's speaking duck language. He's like deflecting everywhere else, and then the last thing he said was, "Fucking with me, you're gonna get knocked out." That was the last thing he said, because like my man AB said a long time ago, somebody was in the background was like, "Yo, you need to clean this shit up, man."
Who was in the background, bro?
No, I'm just saying,
y'all see how y'all just make shit up, bro? Who was in the background telling him to do that, bro?
In the background.
Making shit up, bro.
Hey, wait. Hey, I got a question for you, fam. I got a question for you, right?
How you tell somebody, look, bro, you come messing with me, I'm gonna knock your ass out. Oh, bro, he ducking. Hold on.
I got a question for you, though. If Bud Crawford moves up, right? If he moves up, he goes the WBO route, he becomes the challenger, right? Let's say he fight Earl Spence. Let's say he beat Earl Spence. Or let's say he go without fighting Earl Spence and he move up. If Jamel Charlo move up to 160, or if he vacate that belt for whatever reason, would you consider that a duck?
King David, hell yeah, that's a duck. Just like if Earl Spence go do anything after this fight with Udenis Ugas, other than fight Terence Crawford, he ducking, bro. But y'all putting the apple before the cart and shit and y'all ain't paying attention to what's really going on, dog.
Y'all ducking for 5 years.
Y'all just don't keep it real, bro. Y'all
Get
delusional with shit, bro.
We just kept this, man. We want you to be right, bro. That's all it is. We want you to be right. We just hope we wrong, bro.
But the way that y'all talk, bro, y'all act like y'all find any little thing, like y'all will focus. Like this interview right here, y'all focusing on the shit where he went off on the tirade. This is the same dude that's talking about he got straps and shit for Deontay Wilder and all that. Like he crazy, bro. But at the end of all that shit, he didn't duck no smoke. He didn't duck no smoke, none whatsoever, bro. And y'all acting like this man running around here scared of Terence Crawford.
Nah, hold up, bro.
Everybody that put in front of him, bro.
I'm
y'all
not saying,
tripping, bro.
I don't believe he's gonna duck Crawford. I think
okay, then, so what we really talking about then, bro?
Nah, he gonna duck.
Hey, hold on. Hey, the moral of the story is this. Okay, in order for a fight to happen, the fighters got to be interested. They got to talk the way they're supposed to talk first. They got to show interest in the fight. We don't care about no politics and none of that shit behind the scenes if the fighters ain't interested. So for the last 4 years, everybody has felt Errol Spence hasn't been interested in the Bud Crawford fight based on what he's been saying, bro. That's what we getting at. That's all we've been saying for the last few years, bro.
Based on saying I want to clean up my side of the street. He ain't, and then I want to see Crawford. He ain't interested in the fight.
I mean, that right there shows you ain't interested in the fight.
Come
on,
right?
That wasn't the first thing.
We gonna act like he said get a belt first.
Get that
we gonna act like all of 2020 that Bob Arum
get a belt first. Said get a belt first. That was the first thing.
Yeah, get a belt first, and that way you'll be on my radar. So when I come see you, I'm gonna come see you.
But Mikey didn't have a belt. Sandy didn't have a belt,
bro. I see everybody up on the panel. Y'all just come see me when I'm proven right, because I'm right a lot, bro. Just come see me, bro. That's all I ask y'all to do. Or just pay me my money, and then everybody else come see me when I'm right, bro. Point blank period. That's all it is, fam.
Knock out defending hard, bro. He defended that man hard.
He holding it down for Earl Spence fans everywhere, bro. I'm telling you, y'all better send this man.
I'm solid on the foundation that I stand on, bro. I'm solid over here.
Hey, y'all Earl Spence fans out there.
Somebody go catch the playback and tell me where I told a lie, bro. Tell me where I told a lie.
I tell you what, man, y'all Earl Spence fans be riding and dying for
bro,
that.
Don't tell me about Spence fans. Tell me where I told a lie up here today, bro. Real shit. Nah, real shit. We won't get to the bottom of it. Let's not over talk each other. Somebody tell me where I told a lie, bro.
This nigga say he want undisputed, but we talking about how Earl Spence still want undisputed. They asked him, was it important? He said, it ain't important. I can see it be an all-time great without it. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, bro. That was crazy.
Yo, that dude Spence went from we can make it happen to I'm the boogeyman. And then once Terence Crawford got in his face, he no longer called himself the boogeyman. And the motherfucker started talking about other sides of the streets.
Hold on, whoa. You said when Terence Crawford got in his face? You talking about it? The more recent fight?
The last time Earl Spence called himself the boogeyman is when Bud checked his ass. That motherfucker no longer became the boogeyman.
I know he changed his name. He changed his name to the big. He changed his name to the Big Fish.
I'm the
hold on, real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick, y'all. We got somebody new in the panel, man. He been waiting for a little bit. My guy, a modest AOA is in the building. What's going on with your fam? What's on your mind?
What's good? See, that's love. You let me jump in right where I want to jump in. Knockout, you want some BS, man. you can't. What's good to the panel?
Salute,
man. Chill out, man. You over there got steam coming off you right now. You so hot.
Hey, hold on, real quick.
I got steam coming over me.
Nah, not you.
Hey, hold on, real quick.
I got people cussing me out and all kind of shit. I got everybody.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Before we continue, let me shout out the boxing channels that's on here. Y'all need to make sure y'all all subscribe to all these dudes' boxing channels. They all got good content. TBE Boxing. Okay, make sure y'all subscribe there. Make sure y'all subscribe to Bold and Understandings. Y'all better subscribe to the homie Knockout Boxing 86 TV, and y'all be sure to subscribe to our Gentry's Barber as well. All right, y'all be sure to do that, man, and definitely hit that like button and subscribe to me if y'all if you ain't already. Goddamn, y'all definitely should be subscribed. Listening this long, but go ahead, man. Modest, go ahead, continue what you're doing.
Now, because I want to jump in what Naka was saying. See, you real slick, right? You right. You ain't told no lies, but you telling half.
Oh, okay then. Go ahead.
So you telling half truths though. So when you say he ain't ducked them, he been saying he want to unify all the belts, but you ignored the point when somebody made. Well, that don't got nothing to do with fighting Mikey. That don't got nothing to do with. If it wasn't a mandatory, which unification trumps mandatory, but if you gonna use a mandatory excuse when he fought Campbell, he had a few fights in there. Danny Garcia ain't had no belt. Like, I get you if you saying Sean, that's not a duck. Him fighting Ugas is not a duck. He unifying the titles. That makes sense. Any fight he had that wasn't unifying, that's a duck, though. That's what I'm like. You real slick because you'll make a point that you can't really refute. But if you just ignoring all the other facts, it's in the argument, though.
So here's what I say to that, bro. Like, so back in 2019, when he fought Mikey Garcia, Terence Crawford had just got there, bro. Like, they don't make show me a time where you gonna get to the division, you Terence Crawford, and you got cross promotional shit going on. They just gonna make the fight right off the rip without building up the fighters. Terence Crawford had an unsuccessful pay-per-view with Amir Khan. Errol Spence had never even been on pay-per-view yet. They trying to build their fighters and shit, bro. And then all the 2020, which y'all never bring up, and what I haven't brought up yet that I want somebody to explain to me, all through 2020, towards the end of 2021, Al Heyman and the PBC were suing Top Rank over Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. How the hell can you expect a Terence Crawford and Errol Spence to happen between those two companies when they are literally in litigation because Bob Arum is advising his fighter to duck out on a contractually obligated fight that he signed, bro? Like, y'all be ignoring shit and be like, oh man, he's just ducking, bro. He don't want to duck. And then what y'all also ignore, bro, and I'm gonna leave it here. The only time y'all listen to Terence Crawford, bro, is when he say some shit that fits the narrative that y'all want to push. And that narrative is Terence Crawford is the boogeyman. Everybody ducking him. But when Terence Crawford come out of his own mouth and he say, look, man, I talked to Spence myself. Or Gentry didn't talk to Earl Spence. Modest didn't talk to Earl Spence. Bo didn't talk to Earl Spence. TBE Boxing didn't talk to Earl Spence. King David didn't talk to Earl Spence. Terence Crawford said he talked to Earl Spence. And he said, I know for a fact this man wants to fight just as bad as me. It's been some politics shit going on. And I know he wants to fight, and he ain't ducking me. He all of that shit. Y'all just ignore it, bro. That's why I be like, laugh.
But you doing it.
I don't believe Earl Spence. Okay,
hold on. Let me. This
my
point.
Want to believe Earl Spence, that's his business. But don't ask me to believe him because I saw him live for 4 years now, and what I know for a fact.
What did he lie about? TBE. What did he lie about, bro?
He lied about fighting Crawford, bro.
When did he ever say I'm about to fight Terence Crawford next?
He said
I'm on my side of the street. Come on, bro. This is an easier route for me, bro.
It's to the
These
point
fights
now,
are in-house fights. Why would not do that first?
Hey, knockout. That's the duck. That's the duck language in itself.
Now where they're calling the man a coward out in the open. They're openly calling him a coward, bro. Why would somebody call him a coward? You're afraid of Terence Crawford. They're actually saying out in public. It's not a fan saying it. These are people in boxing. You
think Earl Spence care about that shit? What's better, TBE, to laugh right now, or like let's say this scenario plays out. Let's say this scenario right here plays out, right? Let's say that Earl Spence, after if he's able to beat Yordenis Ugas, let's say he goes and gets Terence Crawford and they make a fight. And Earl Spence beat the dog shit out of him. What you think is better? Him responding to all y'all and shit and talking to this person, talking to that person right now, or going and doing what he said he was gonna do and then beating the shit out of Terence Crawford? Then what? If he does that shit, what's the better situation?
That's a big if. If a dog has a square ass,
you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, y'all setting yourself up for a bad fall down, bro.
Knockout June.
The story
Knockout
always
June seemed like I don't
What'd
even
you say,
say
Amani?
like because you doing the same thing again. You slid back, you sliding past stuff. This is what I mean by
sliding past what, bro? I'm just talking facts.
I got you.
It's so bad that they're calling the man a coward. I mean, don't you see what's going on? It's to the point now.
When you got people calling you a coward and you unifying a whole division, you fighting a 3-belt unification. That means 99.9999999% of all boxers are cowards because 99% of them ain't doing what he's doing, bro. What are you talking about? If he's a coward, literally every fighter not named Josh Taylor, Terence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, or Clarissa Shields, or Alexander Usyk, they all cowards too.
They should put you on the payroll, bro.
Like, what we talking about, bro?
No pressure on Spence to fight Crawford. There's no pressure on Spence to fight Crawford. So when Spence gets this third belt,
bro. All lies. Every single Spence fan that I know is saying that Crawford got to be next, or we on his helmet. Every single one, bro. What are you talking about?
You don't know all the Spence fans though.
For that bullshit he just said on the last interview. You keep saying undisputed. This man just said he don't care about undisputed. He ain't that important no more. And you ain't gonna hold this nigga feet to the fire on that? Man, it's hard.
He said I don't need it. Just because he said he don't need it, don't mean he don't want it, bro.
No, bro. That
don't mean he don't want it. I guess was y'all holding Terence Crawford feet to the fire when he said the fight was behind him and shit? Was y'all holding his feet to the fire
I
then?
mean, come
Was y'all
on,
holding
man.
his
After
feet to the fire?
4 years,
I don't need that shit. I did more than he did in his little career. Like y'all gotta stop that shit,
bro. It ain't no pressure on Spence. This why I said ain't no pressure on.
Man, it's pressure on him until
get your bastard ready.
if he lie and he don't do what he said he gonna do, he gonna get all the pressure. Cause that's how we give it up.
I ain't gonna say shit. You and all them Dallas motherfuckers gonna cap for Earl
Man,
Spence.
you out your mind, bro. You don't know me to say that shit. My catalog speak for itself, bro.
All the time.
You don't know that shit.
One motherfucking thing, bro. I ain't talking to you. We ain't talking to each other. Remember that shit. We ain't talking to each other. I'm talking to
So
everybody.
then stop talking about me, bro.
I ain't talking to you, bro.
Spence is a duck, and his fans are that ride with.
Stop talking about me, then, bro. You about to get mad. You about to get mad again and start cussing over the internet, bro.
They don't mind the ducking. The fans love the ducking. The man fans.
That boy
The man fans.
like a female.
They ride with the ducking.
You the female, bro. I can't even say shit. You talking to me? You talking about? Man, can't let me
That
talk.
man be emotional like a female. Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute myself so you can vent, bro.
Go ahead.
But if I can though,
Shut the fuck up then. Mute yourself. Don't tell me you're gonna mute yourself and you trying to talk on me. Shut the
if
fuck
I
up.
could just get in, real quick and talk about the topic. Can I get in?
Amadis, he don't even know that's you talking. He think he talking to me. He talking to you. That boy so dumb, dog.
No, I want your ass to shut the fuck up. Really? See.
I just want to answer the show topic before I hop off.
Mad and emotional.
Still talking, bitch ass nigga. Why you still talking? You want my attention or something? You always.
It's not that serious, man. Come on, calm down, man.
It ain't that serious.
I told this nigga say he ain't talking. I said I ain't talking to you either. But this motherfucker still trying to talk to me. What the fuck?
You ain't gonna butt in while I'm talking, bro, and then try to talk all slick either. Say what you gotta say though, female.
Club, bro. You like my wife when I'm trying to leave the club, bro. You going out with your leave me the fuck alone, baby. Shit. Leave me alone, baby.
Yeah, y'all crazy though.
I'm gonna go out with my partners, baby. Now you go ahead, my guy.
I just wanted to talk about the topic though, that because I did vote earlier, King David. I think Jamel will fight, but the only person Jamel ain't showed no interest in fighting is Andre. Other than that, he fought everybody else that they lined up for him. So I think he'll fight Bud. I think if Bud don't, I think Jamel only chance of winning is knockout. Me and you disagree with this. I think, but see, I disagree with you. I think Bud get hit a lot, and I ain't seen nothing to say that Bud gonna be able to take clean shots from Jamel.
Get hit a lot from who? Jamel?
Bud don't get hit a lot.
Jamel not no knockout artist.
Bud get hit a lot, man. Nah. I love Bud.
Fresh BX, that won't never happen because Bud fans don't go to his fight.
Look at the stats.
Huh? You go to Earl Spence fights? My bad, baby. I ain't even be talking to you, boo. Take your ass back in the bedroom. The men talking.
I was talking
the men talking, baby. The men talking, baby. Go take your ass back in the bedroom. Take your ass back in the bedroom, boo. The men talking, boo. Go back in the bedroom, baby. The men talking, baby.
I'm not interested.
I told y'all like you talking with men talking, baby.
No, come on, man.
Y'all crazy, man. Come on. This how I gotta handle it. Saying like he my motherfucking wife because he act like a broad.
Come on, man.
So baby, go in the back room. I can talk to you like you're a broad if you want me to.
That's your homosexual tendency, bro. Don't put that on me. I'm good.
I put whatever I want on you, my guy. Shit, I'm gonna handle you like you want me to handle you. I try to talk to you like you was a man, but you want to talk to me. You want me to talk to you like you was a broad.
I'm not interested.
So I can talk to you like you was a broad, my guy.
I just wanted to make.
I can.
I'm not interested.
I don't care what you into. I'm gonna handle you like I need to handle you, broad.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, wait a second, y'all. Hold on, bro. Hold on, y'all. Amadis, finish your point. I'm gonna read some of these comments. I'm way behind on these goddamn comments. Go ahead, Amadis.
No, I'm just making the point of
I hear what y'all saying. If you asking me who I think will win, well, I'm gonna take Bugs. That's because he's a better fighter all around. But my thing that make me nervous is I see Bug get hit though, clean. When he gets hit clean. So maybe I should clean that up with he don't get hit a lot, but when he gets hit, he gets clean because Bud you play bully and beat you up sometimes. So I don't know. I haven't seen nothing from Bud to say he gonna take clean shots from Jamel over 12 rounds because Jamel is gonna hit him at some point. So Jamel only shot to win is a knockout, but it's a possible knockout. Like if you give me a percentage, I say 70-30, 80-20. Like Jamel got a real shot to catch Bud because Bud is there to be caught sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But if it's gonna go 12 rounds, of course I'm taking Bud probably like 8-4, 7-3.
I think that's a pretty good assessment. That's a pretty good one. You know what I'm saying? Let me.
Hey, but my thing is this, King David. Before you read the comments, I just have to warn you. Them comments are going in on knockout, bro.
Going in. Lord Jesus.
Yeah, I'm behind enemy lines, bro. So it's all good. Read them, shit.
Oh nah, man, you ain't behind no enemy line. You know you family over here, man. Nah, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You good?
We always good, but this
you know what it is, bro. You know what it is? It's just this topic, dog. This topic, when it comes to Earl Spence, this topic is
bro,
one of
Terence Crawford. A lot of Terence Crawford fans get very emotional, bro.
Oh, come on,
but knockout, you know what it is, though?
They do.
Man, tell this broad to stay back in the back room, man. Why you trying to talk to me, boo? Come on, boo.
Hold on, y'all.
Come on, boo. Why you like my attention, boo?
Wait, hold up.
I mean, you like my wife, man. What the fuck?
Man. Yeah.
Let's
well,
keep
y'all,
book, bro. They be
nice word, man.
Let me get these comments.
I'm on the way home. I don't even want to go home now. Shit. I feel like I'm my wife all this whole time. Shit.
Let me read comments, man. Ronnie Jones, man. Salute to Ronnie Jones, man. Ronnie Jones say Bud stops Charlo. He won't even know where the punches are coming from. Charlo gets hit too easy for someone like Bud. God damn. Okay. I ain't gonna look at when people acting. I'm just gonna skip this shit. Terence Mo Jr. say Bud fans are bad for boxing, worse than Canelo and Pacquiao fans. Come on,
Terry Smooth, man.
Terry Smooth, you already know.
Nah, they ain't as bad as Canelo and Pacquiao fans, bro.
Pacquiao got the worst fans ever. Canelo got some Floyd fans the worst, bro. Floyd fans, do you think they worse than Pacquiao fan and Canelo fans?
Yes, I do, boy.
Pacquiao fans ain't no joke, man.
They don't even know boxing.
Floyd,
all they know is
Floyd fans.
Pacquiao.
I don't know where y'all from. Where I'm from, Floyd fans don't even watch boxing, man. They just know Floyd. So like what? See, knockout. You know what it is? It's not that you that bad, honestly. I think you underestimate. Spence fans be going crazy, man.
Nah,
you be talking some
bro,
shit.
but
they be going
Bud
crazy.
Fans, though, bro, modest, bro. Bud fans, for the most part, a lot of them be cool, but you run into these certain ones, they get real emotional behind that man, bro.
That's true, man.
Straight up, bro. Like that's just a fact.
I will say this, man. I don't think I met a Spence diehard fan that wasn't emotional, because we got somebody like Lenore Thomas. That motherfucker everywhere, bro. That motherfucker, he like a celebrity in the YouTube streets, bro. The way he be defending Earl Spence, man.
That's hilarious. All right, let me keep going, man. My guy, Big Demon, in the building. What's going on with you, Big Demon? Salute to you, fam. He said he walked out of that fight because he knew Bud was going to ask him to get his ass in the goddamn ring. Okay. Yeah, he was, man. You know they were going to put Earl on the spot, man. I don't buy that. Oh, I was mad about the stoppage. How does the stoppage get you that upset where you got to lead a whole arena? That don't make no damn sense to me. It ain't going to never make sense to me. Demon Slayer said I asked that question. Demon Slayer also say you asked me the question first. Remember? Okay, y'all going back and forth. That Bud fan club must be in full effect, was what Terry Smoot says. Terry Smoot on that bullshit again, as usual.
How come anytime somebody say something about Bud, they on bullshit, bro?
Okay. So you don't know Terry Smoot. Terry Smoot is
I know Terry. I've been knowing Terry for a long time, bro. He a troll.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So you already know everything he say. You whatever he say, he mean the opposite. You might well just take it like that. You know what I mean? Terrence Smoot in the building. Salute to you, fam.
Canelo, he'll come here and start defending Canelo, and he don't even really like Canelo. Yeah, I know.
Last time nigga pulled up on the channel, Canelo #1 pound for pound. That was his avatar on there. You know that nigga came in on full troll mode.
He did that shit to me one time. I took him serious. and shit. I started going in. They were like, "Nah, bro, he just playing, bro. He don't really mean that shit." I was dropping links, telling him to hop on the panel, all that shit, bro. He just
he just be laughing. Yeah, he be dying laughing in the background. He love when people get mad too. He love that shit. But I already know. As soon as I say last time, matter of fact, he changed his name, so I ain't know it was him till he hopped on the panel. I said, "Terry, is that you?" He was like, "Yeah, it's me." I'm like, "All right," so I already know not to take you serious with this shit. Rashawn Lewis say Terry is tripping. Jermell don't have to get in the ring, don't have the ring intelligence to beat Jermell. Not to mention Bud is extremely strong. Remember this, a weight class is not a size class. Okay, I hear you. Ronnie Jones in the building. Salute to you, Ronnie Jones says, so Bud fans are bad for boxing because we want to see the most challenging fights possible. Shaking my damn head. Okay. All right. I got some comments here from you. Let me see. Knock out here in the building, but let's read what he said earlier. He said, so Spence on drugs. Some of y'all can never talk boxing without insults. Okay. D Young says, my thing, okay, you in the building too. He says, my thing is, he said, unsatisfied, Phoenix Trinidad and many others all-time greats wasn't undisputed. That's facts. But my question is, why have we been waiting 4 years for the fight? And those is absolute facts, man. Honestly, for me is the fact that he's bringing that up. Felix Trinidad and De La Hoya were the best at 147. So he fought the best at 147. When it comes to Earl Spence and Terence Crawford, they're the best at 147 now. So if he's making that argument now, then that means that we should have already got Terence Crawford versus Earl Spence. And that the fact that he didn't really actually need to collect. He's admitting he didn't need to collect all of his belts on the side of the street. That's really what that means.
Fact.
You know what I mean? So, but let's keep it going on. D Young, I agree with you. Terry Spool Jr. says, I see my trolling done stirred up some people. Yeah, he on that bullshit. See what I'm saying? See? Terry Smoot, hold on. See? Let's see. He say, what's wrong with what I said? Okay, okay. Now I'm way behind. Hold on. I'm gonna have to fast forward through a lot of this shit, bro, because I ain't gonna be able to get through all of it. So let me just fast forward through some shit. Mac Mop in the motherfucking building. What's going on with you, man? Salute to my guy B Mac in the motherfucking building. He say you cooking, fam. Hit that goddamn like button. Appreciate you, Mac Mop. Y'all be sure to subscribe to my guy, the Mac Mob, B Mac over there. He be always kicking them good boxing facts. My guy Terrell Payne is in the building. Errol, Will C. Spence. Salute to you, fam. Superfly is in the building. Come on now. Superfly in the building. He say, hold on, who over there feeding babies and shit? What's going on here? Hold on, let me just, okay, there we go. My guy, Superfly done said, Spence gonna duck Bud like Wilder did Joshua. He better hope Ugas don't do him like Fury did Wilder. Ooh, absolutely, man. Absolutely, because Deontay Wilder he went out of his way to fight Tyson Fury. He did. Now, I ain't going to go into the situation about that because, honestly, for me, I felt like Wilder and AJ, both of them was really more AJ was doing more ducking than Wilder, you know. But when AJ was kind of ready to come around and make a deal.
Hold on. I know you.
Go ahead.
Cut that.
Go ahead.
How you get an offer and turn it down and offer somebody less money, but Joshua Duncan?
Hold on, but you don't remember the years prior to that though? You don't remember all the years of Wilder calling out AJ and trying to make the fight, and then go ahead.
This is what I need y'all to stop doing. Just because somebody say something, y'all believe it, or depending on who said, then it don't count because they always lying. Wilder, ain't nobody worse than Tyson Fury because he did say one thing and literally by the end of the sentence he said something else.
But I don't even know if his real name Tyson Fury. But go ahead.
but Wilder lie all the time. Just like every other man lie all the time.
What Wilder lie about though? What did he lie about?
He lied about that. He lied about that situation because he then admitted later that the $50 million offer is a lower offer than you were offered to fight Joshua in the first place.
What?
If you do the research, right? Joshua was gonna make $50 million for that fight. Why would Joshua take $50 million when he gonna make $100 to $150 million for the fight?
But he ain't make $150 million.
No, if you remember the offer that Eddie Hearn put on the table, right?
I got you, but the fight never happened, so Joshua never got that money.
No, but King David's point is that Joshua was ducking more. I'm going.
Well, I'll just say this, man. They both was on that bullshit. Because
they both. It was a little bit of both.
At the beginning, Wilder was calling out Joshua, and Joshua came out, well, I'll fight you in 2017, 2018.
He was
and then later on,
the shit.
the other way around. So they both was on that bullshit. But I will say, I think Deontay Wilder did avoid it. What's the name? The British dude. What's his name?
Tyson
Fury.
But this
the one
is
that's about to fight Tyson Fury.
This is the karma though, Bo, because you know fighting Fury was a duck, right?
Come on, Dylan White. You talking about?
He came and fought.
Dylan White.
He came and fought Fury off a drug binge.
But I'm saying, who else is gonna fight? Because your boy Joshua was fighting Big Baby Miller. Then he tried. Then after he failed his drug test, he fought
Andy Ruiz.
So what you mean? He couldn't have fought Joshua.
He could have fought White too.
What I'm saying is,
hold on, he could have fought White.
Dylan White was his mandatory for the longest.
He could have fought
White. Man, he trying to fight Joshua.
But
he admitted that he could have got more money to fight Joshua than he did to fight Fury, but he fought Fury, and he admitted
that's what I'm saying. Out of his own mouth, he kind of said, "Yeah, Doug."
Because he wanted more money?
No, because he wanted to be a man of his word. He said.
Modest. The executive for DAZN, his name is John Skipper. You can type it in. He admitted that they're the ones that messed that deal up with Deontay Wilder. He said that they messed up the meeting and they messed up the offer, and that he wished he could go back and do it again because they didn't build the proper relationships and they did some things wrong. And that's the person that does all the shit for DAZN. It's up there for everybody to see, just like all my facts.
Right now,
for everybody to see.
So this is what I'm saying now. Tell the whole story now, because Lou DiBella also came out and said that he messed up the fight too because Al Heyman didn't like the way he approached getting Deontay Wilder more money for the fight.
You're right, Lou DiBella, John Skipper, but not Deontay Wilder. We can't say I'm saying we can't talk about Deontay Wilder ducking shit. Because we got a bunch of other people that's all saying it was their fault.
I didn't say he ducked. I said that he said.
I'm not talking about you, TBE.
He didn't take the fight because he wanted he gave his word to Fury that he wasn't going to fight Fury. So he didn't.
I think they both was on that nonsense. To be honest with you, that fight should have happened a long time.
Honestly, it was just they could never came to terms. I mean, stuff like that happens. Well, two people don't agree to fight each other. It happens.
But hey, Dave, you know the common denominator. Not to cut you off. You know the common denominator. Is that right?
What's that?
Al Heyman.
Oh,
nah, but Fury Wilder was going after low hanging fruit.
Or is the common denominator DAZN because they sure be talking about they got a lot of fights and they don't make them hoes.
So how about,
the thing about it is for me in this situation is Wilder was always talking the right way. That's the thing about me with Wilder. He was always consistent in the fact that he wanted to fight AJ.
Joshua trying to hold polls and shit.
It wasn't exactly. It wasn't never nothing else outside of I want to fight AJ. Let's make the fight happen. So all the political, and that's the thing I always say all the time on this channel. Like, okay, we can talk about the political stuff and all that, whatever. Fine, I ain't got no problem talking about that. But all that stuff is secondary, and it comes after the fighters initially showing interest in the fight. Because can't no fight happen without the fighters agreeing to it. So why we even talk about politics and splits and all this if we can't even get the fighters to agree that they want to fight each other?
But you know why though, David? Because you can't get out of that. The point you're making is the real truth. As we should never be talking about splits. We shouldn't be talking about gay revenue. We should, as fans, we should want to see why they're not fighting. Because one guy don't want to fight. That's what it seemed like. So whenever people bring up the other things, I was just making the point of, Wilder took some fights there nobody asked for a few times. So I hear what y'all saying. Anthony Joshua fight this guy, that guy. We didn't see Ortiz twice.
By the way, I'm modest, man. I was looking for you last week when I was talking about Devin Haney, man. I did that whole show for you.
Who?
Devin Haney. I was talking about Devin the Dream Haney. You heard what I said, goddamn. Who? Devin the Dream Haney.
You mean baby legs?
Oh my God!
Oh,
are we gonna have to change this whole show? Because I did that whole show last week for you. You need to go back and watch that show. I did that whole show for you. Do we need to talk about
what you got against Devin Haney, bro?
Nah, I just want him to do what Spence did. I want him to go overseas and go take somebody belts. That's all.
Why you got to do all that though, fam? Like why?
Because everybody
ain't he the WBC champ?
Everybody keep telling me how great he is.
King
all I'm saying
you said you like holding fighters to their words. That man said he'll go over there.
All I want to do is see him do something.
Hey, I ain't got no problem with him going over there. If he want to go over there,
to be honest too, the way I look at it, I think boxers from everywhere should we shouldn't like hold it to like the fight should only happen in the U.S., man, because it's big fights that could be made all over the world and shit.
I ain't got no problem as long as they
That's
fight.
why I got so much respect for somebody like Alexander Usyk. He went and got all his belts in somebody else's country.
Yeah,
all of them. Every last belt he got at cruiserweight, every last belt he got at heavyweight, he went and got that shit out the mud in their hometown, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And plus you could expand your fan base too if you go overseas. Like somebody like Devin Haney, right? Like, cause a lot of people talk shit about Devin Haney not having power and stuff like that. Now, if he go overseas and put on a fucking ass whipping on George Kambosos in his backyard, he's gonna have those fans talking.
The issue is
which the power talk is always funny to me, because if he ain't had no power, why these dudes ain't walking through his punches like that? You know,
they are King David. They just can't take advantage of it. He ain't fought nobody that can take advantage of it yet. And I'll say this about that whole situation: if he take his ass over there to Australia, the fight cannot. And when I say competitive, I'm talking about it can't be as competitive as even the JoJo Diaz fight was. He got to go in that hole and he got to wash his ass, bro. Like 11-1, 12-0, like no close rounds. Because any swing rounds, any close rounds, they giving them hoes to Kambosos, bro. If Manny Pacquiao can take his ass to Australia and get robbed,
I mean, the judges come from everywhere. They ain't just gonna be a
don't matter. It matter who paying them, bro. It matter who putting on the fight, who paying their ass, bro.
That home country matter, boy.
And the reason it's so hard for Devin Haney to get fights, bro. The reason it's so hard for him to get fights because they don't want another Floyd Mayweather situation. Now, I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's as good as Floyd Mayweather, but I'm talking about an independent, young Black American that could run boxing because he ain't got no box. He can go whatever network he wants. Yep. He can go move. They don't want that shit, and so they've been trying to block him left and right. Not just one promoter, all of boxing. So they will be in collusion trying to make sure that this man don't go out there and shine, bro. He literally got to watch this dude. I can't impress that upon y'all.
Hey, but they better pivot now, because that's the new wave. Look at Boots. Boots doing the same goddamn thing. He signed the network deals. He ain't signing no promoters. These dudes are starting to figure it out. Like, look, man, why would I sign this long ass deal with these promoters when I could just sign one of the 2 fight deals? You know, and that way I could fight who I want to fight when I want to fight them, and there ain't nobody telling me who I can't fight and all that old bull that shit.
And signed to the network, they got the smoke you want.
Exactly.
You at 147 and 150, he just gotta win the fight, man. Because I don't want to venture off to like, if he go there, they rob him. Because how you think foreigners feel when they come here? They gonna feel like shit. They gonna get robbed over here.
Oh, all facts. All facts. That's why they gotta come over here and beat the shit out of whoever they fighting to. Like, I agree with you, Bo. I'm just saying, I hope his team, his pops, his trainers, himself, I hope everybody's prepared and know what they going into. Don't think you can go in there, box, have some competitive ass rounds. Maybe you really feel like you won the fight 8-4. Them cards come out, and then now everybody talking about robbery and shit. You can't have no competitive fight. I'm telling y'all, bro. And I've seen the shit too many times. If that shit is competitive, that shit going to George Kambosos, dog. It just is.
Well, in Devin Haney defense, I ain't really seen a fight he's been in for the most part. Okay, I don't want y'all to pull 1 or 2 fights, from 5 years ago where this happened. But I ain't really seen too many fights where he's lost more than 1 or 2 rounds. You know what I'm saying? At least in my eyes, how I'm got it. So I feel like he should be okay if he went over there and fought Kambosos.
How many rounds you give JoJo Diaz?
I gave Diaz about 4 rounds.
I gave him 2 rounds.
You gave him 2. I gave him 3 with like a possible 4.
Or a possible 4.
Yeah, but he gotta, bro. It gotta be like you saying, though, King David. It gotta be 10-2. 10-2, like 11-1, no swing round, none of them competitive ass Charlo Castano rounds, none of that shit. Can't none of that shit pop off, bro. If it do, I'm telling y'all, bro, he gonna get robbed, fam. Boxing don't want another Floyd, bro.
I hope that shit don't happen. I'm just glad the homie getting the fight, bro, because all this fuck ass shit going on, bro. Everything that happened with Loma and everything that happened with JoJo Diaz, bro. This dude tried to fight Ryan Garcia in the second eliminator, and Ryan Garcia and all these dudes, man. This dude just wanted his shot.
The interim tournament and shit.
Yeah, bro.
I can't say they don't want another Floyd, because at the end of the day, businesses want to make money. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if it's a Floyd or not. If they can make money off your ass, they gonna fuck with you.
But
I mean,
they
you
can't.
would
But they
think you would
couldn't,
think
though.
that
They
you would.
couldn't, bro, because
I don't even
he
agree with
skirted
that
the
because
promoter. He skirted the promoters, bro. He went out from under He went out from under Bob Arum, and he went and started his own company. And now he ain't got to pay Bob Arum. He don't have to pay none of the big promoters no fees. He getting all that bread on his own. They don't want that shit. They want their power and they want their money.
But it wasn't like Bob
That's
Arum.
not
Bob
quite true,
Arum,
but yeah.
Bob Arum let his ass. He was like, he ain't give a fuck about Floyd because he thought at the time Floyd Mayweather wasn't a moneymaker. And Floyd basically surprised them later down the years, you know.
Yeah, and Devin Haney trying to start that shit even earlier than Floyd did. I'm telling you, bro, they don't want that. Boxing don't want that shit, bro. They do not want another situation like that, where he get all this power, and he become the man like that, and then boom, now everybody got to come see him. Now he got you beholden to him because no matter what he do, he come over there. You gotta see him because he make that much money. They don't want that type of. They don't want to have to give up that type of power. They like to have their power and they like to leverage their belts and shit.
Yeah, they got Canelo doing the shit right now, and they ain't got no problem. They ain't got no problem with Canelo having that kind of power and him moving like how he want to move. You know what I'm saying? I just find it very strange.
You know the
exactly. I just wanted to make that clear. That's all.
Know the difference. You know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh BX made a great point too. He gotta possibly do that shit twice too, because it's a one-way rematch clause in Australia again.
Oh yeah, is it? Because Kambosos did say it wasn't gonna be no rematch, but he got a rematch clause on his.
Yeah, it's a one-way rematch clause for Kambosos in Australia.
And that's why I said Devin Haney could gain a lot of fans over there because if he beat his ass twice, he's going to earn the respect.
You hear this weak ass dude Kambosos too? He like, well, if Devin gonna be a man of his word and sign a contract, bro. So what about when Devin originally said he'll take the same deal as Loma, but you gonna wait till Loma can't fight in order to be like, well, Devin said he would be a man of his word.
You can't be talking about the same Kambosos that was clowning Teofimo for saying that he was undisputed and that he knew if he beat Teofimo, he needed to fight Devin Haney to be undisputed. But then as soon as he beat Teofimo, he himself started calling himself undisputed. You can't be talking about that same guy.
Oh, video coming soon. Video coming soon.
You can't be talking about the same guy that went against everything he said once he got the belts. Like, that's the guy that's talking about somebody need to be a man of their word. Like, he needs to stop that shit, bro.
Yeah, he moving up on that clown for clown list, that's for sure. But shout out to my guy, the breakdown with the Kush, the great. Okay, salute to you, fam. Salute to you, man. He say he gonna take a dive against Castano. Okay, you can get back to the comment sections here. And then he say facts, acting scared. Okay. And then let me see here. Let me go on down. Alicia Fenton said, Buzz the fucking man. Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Jay Beasy in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, fam. He say Thurman is his last fight at 147. That boy
hell no. He better not. That man said he ain't never fighting Keith Thurman, bro. He ain't fighting Keith Thurman, dog. Y'all out y'all mind, bro. Hell no.
He going after that Thurman.
Hell no. He ain't fighting Keith Thurman, dog.
That boy fighting Keith Thurman next for the IBO belt.
Yo, hey, what would you say if you go after Keith Thurman?
Bro, I'm shitting on him, bro. What you mean? I'm going ham on him. I'm gonna do a whole video, a whole live stream about how he lied to the fans, bro. That's all it's gonna be about, bro. But until then, I'm gonna trust him because he been keeping his word, bro. But yeah, that's some bullshit. He better not fight Keith Thurman.
My guy GK Black say, don't forget Spence said only two more fights left at 147. Okay.
Shit, that's about right. You need who, guys? Terence Crawford. Get your ass up to 154.
Okay, the breakdown with the Kush say he a bitch and so is his brother. You right. Who we talking about? Jamel and Jamal. Yeah.
Damn, why he gotta be all that? He going for undisputed, bro. Now Jamal Charlo, that's a whole different conversation.
Oh Lord, don't get me started. You seen him on that Mike Tyson podcast?
Yes, bro. He moved like a whole.
And David, it's proof on your own channel. About a year or two ago, I kept telling you that Moore was the little Charlo. I
agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, now you do.
I agree with you then.
Did y'all hear him say? Did y'all hear him say that Canelo ain't ducking him and all this shit? Like, bro, he just. They need to hire a publicist. They need somebody to speak for them.
Nah, he told the truth. That's all.
He said Canelo ain't ducking him.
He told the truth. That's all.
Man, truth about what?
But nah, he been saying the thing is, so you been lying this whole time because he was talking about he was ducking him, bro.
Well, but let me ask
Now
you a
he's
question
not.
on knockout. What you consider a
Hold on,
duck? Because that definition get muddy as hell.
If you get made a mandatory,
Okay.
and somebody don't want to fight you, and they get a franchise belt, then I feel like that's a duck. Or if you get offered a certain amount of money to fight one fighter, but you get paid less to fight another fighter, and you choose to make less money, then I feel like you ducking, bro.
So do you feel like if I duck to fight David the first time, and then David come and duck to fight me the second time, what does that mean to you then?
You say what now? Say it again. I heard some background.
Yeah, if I duck David the first time, then David ducked me the second time, what that mean to you?
Shit, y'all. Why y'all ducking each other? It's different times and shit.
And that's my point about the Jamal thing is that he was offered a fight. He said he never received it, but he was offered a fight, and that his people turned the fight down with Canelo. This is what Canelo was still at 160. So then that's why I don't be wanting to hear the duck either way, because from what I see, both people duck.
Man, I don't know if I believe that shit, dog. But I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, Oscar De La Hoya,
but
you can find it too. He did say that Jamal Charlo didn't turn down shit. I just when
he said his people did.
Oscar De La Hoya talking about shit like I don't know, bro. Oscar De La Hoya be full of coke and shit, man.
But you know what? But you know what? Beyond that, beyond all the hearsay, at the end of the day, we got proof that Canelo vacated his belt at 160, applied for the franchise belt, so you wouldn't have no mandatories. You know what I mean? All the other stuff is hearsay, really. You know what I mean? Even though I definitely talk about that, but all the other stuff is hearsay. But not only that, Jamal Charlo, although I got a lot of fault with him, he's always been consistent in his position to fight Canelo Alvarez. Always.
But you say that though, and this is my argument to you always. If Knockout is signed to PBC and then Bold on the zone and Bold always calling Knockout out, and we all know that he can't go over there and fight him, but you got people over on your side to fight. Bro, you using that man name for clout because you know that fight ain't happening. And you ain't even trying to fight David Benavidez and Caleb Plant and whoever else on your side. So it just sound good. That's what I mean with believing what we choose. We pick and choose who we believe what they say and who we don't, because it don't sound right. You know, to get a fight with the DAZN fighters, you probably got to go to DAZN for the fight. So if you saying they got to come to Showtime, yeah, but you're not Earl, you're not Canelo, you're not none of the big names. You don't demand that somebody comes to your side of the street.
Oh. So are you saying that?
Hold on. You think so? Hold on. So if a fighter want to fight, he should go to where the smoke is at. That's what you're saying?
They could cross
similar question.
Hold on, my bad. Say it again, Knockout.
I was saying, so you saying like if Jamal Charlo really wanted that fight, he should have went over to the zone.
If he wanted to fight with Triple G or Canelo, like he's saying he was, then yeah. But it's not the 1-to-1 because Jamal's not going to the zone to fight Andre. But I get that though. Like that's not gonna happen because Andre's not gonna give Al Heyman enough incentive to let him potentially lose or win, whatever. But that's my point. Like you're not a big enough name. You're calling on people who they're the cash cows. That's like not even be funny. That's like when Spence is saying what he's saying to Crawford. But in reality, if you think Spence the A side, that's fine. But it's like a 55-45 A side. It's not Spence himself. I ain't never heard him say it. I ain't hear you say it either. But it's Spence people out there who act like he Canelo and that Bug got to do everything he say. I'm like, nah, Fury and Wilder just made a fight. So if both sides really want to make the fight enough, then the fight can be made. So my issue too is, well, now Bud's not with ESPN no more. And the energy didn't change. So it's almost like, well, maybe the fight can happen. Well, now there's no obstacles for the fight to happen. So even like the lawsuit and all that stuff. So I hear what you're saying because if Spence don't fight him next, I'm gonna definitely be tuning into your channel. I'm gonna be waiting. Popcorn.
No, you ain't gonna have to wait long. You ain't gonna have to wait long. But what I'm saying is, so if that's the case, if a fighter goes to where the smoke at, if they really want that smoke, and they going to where the smoke at, why did Terence Crawford know he was going up to 147 pounds? And he signed when they ain't have no fighters for him.
Oh, I got a perfect answer for that.
Go ahead.
If you allow me to. So
Go ahead, fam.
what you're saying is, right, because this is my thing. I don't see Spence as his A side that Bud gotta go over there. So when I ask you, did Spence get to fight Thurman when Thurman was the man? You gonna say no. I ain't gonna say make you go through a bunch of rhetorical questions. A lot of fights don't get made. We talking about Maul and Benavidez. We talking about all these fighters that don't fight each other, right? If I'm Bud, I can make all the money. I can make more money over here, actually, right? At least guaranteed. I'm gonna make more money over here, right? And I'm seeing that ESPN and Showtime or Fox, whoever it is, they will put together a fight that's big enough. Well, this is one of the 3 most talked about fights. So, and as Sean Porter said himself, if both fighters really want to fight, the fight will happen. So, like it depends on the context. Like I wouldn't expect Maul to go to DAZN for Andre personally. I wouldn't, but he got to go over there for Canelo though. I don't think most people at the time wouldn't argue that. So it's just context.
Here's my position on it. This is why I asked you that question, right? So if it's about putting yourself in the best position. Now, Jerron Businis, he ain't guaranteed that he'll get the shots that he's looking for, but he's in the best possible position because he said, where all this smoke at? Oh, it's over here on Showtime. I really don't want to rock with Al like that. I got my own manager and shit. I'm assigned directly to the Showtime network. So I feel what you're saying. Like Bud Crawford, he can't make Keith Thurman fight him. He can't make Earl Spence fight him. He can't make Sean Porter fight him. He can't make none of these people fight him. But what he could have done and what I feel like he should have done and what I always maintain is you put yourself in a position to where those fights are easier to make, bro. You put yourself in a position to where you ain't got no obstacles. And regardless whether anybody wants to admit it or not, Bob Arum and
my God,
that's the obstacle, bro. That's the obstacle. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Why did you not sign to where the smoke was at?
I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, right? We always say it's business, right? He's getting more money with Top Rank. He's getting a higher guarantee. Not to mention the reason why he re-signed with Top Rank because Bob Arum made him promises, and he actually granted him them promises while he was at 140. He got him fights. He got him the undisputed fight. He got him fights with cross promotions, including a couple of guys from the PBC that he beat. So why wouldn't you re-sign with him if the man already granted you?
Because they got no smoke for you, bro. And because who cares about that loyalty? Because Bob ain't loyal to you.
He fought guys.
And niggas in PBC ain't got the smoke from PBC either.
Yeah, like when he was at 140, he fought a couple of guys from the PBC, and he's paying you more money than what Al Heyman would have give you. So of course,
because Al Heyman would have put his ass on pay-per-view and probably made him a real big star. He probably would end up making more money over there. But I know if I'm a fighter, if King David is on, right, and I want to debate King David, I'm not gonna go to nobody else's channel. I'm gonna come to where King David is at because that's the smoke that I want.
But Knockout,
like it's that simple for me, bro.
Al Heyman's never. This ain't to beat down Al Heyman. Al Heyman's never made a star fighter. So because what you're saying makes sense. But Bo made a good point too. Is that well, if I'm getting paid more,
Earl Spence is a star, bro.
A star.
He's a star, bro. Deontay Wilder is a star, bro. Tank Davis is a star, bro.
Again, maybe where I live at, it's the middle of nowhere, but where I live at, bro, I'm from New York. Where I live at, it's some people that don't know who Wilder is, bro. I'm not capping either.
Yeah, I'm right along with you. I'm on the East Coast too, man.
Like when y'all say star means you recognized wherever you go. Like superstar is international, but it's
I'm talking about relative to the world of boxing, bro. Because we talking boxing, right? In boxing, those are stars. They are bigger than the average boxer, bro. But they're stars in boxing. If you're a boxing fan, you know those fighters, bro. Whether you watch them or not, you know them, bro.
You change the argument because boxing is a niche sport now. So being a star in boxing, Bud is a star in boxing, right? But he's not.
Yeah, he's a star for sure.
But he's not a real star though. Like Bud. Depending on what community you might have never heard of Terence Crawford, Earl Spence.
But you don't even have to go by the community. You can see what Bud does, the revenue he generates versus the other fighters, and you can say, "Oh, he a star. He one of the best finishers in boxing. He one of the most creative offensive fighters in boxing, but he ain't as big as this guy, or he ain't as popular as that guy."
But we going somewhere else with it though. But if you consider Spence a star, I ain't gonna argue with you. I don't. I only think it's 3 stars in boxing.
Relative to the world, relative to the world we live in, is he Oscar De La Hoya? Fuck no. Is he Floyd Mayweather? Hell no. Is he even Manny Pacquiao or Ricky Hatton in his heyday? Hell no. But that's because back when they was fighting, you didn't have streaming sites popping up left and right. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have easier ways to watch the fight. It's 2022, bro. We got all this technology. You don't have to pay for shit if you don't want to pay for it. It's literally you just want to support some shit, so you pay for it. You can get a stream that's just as good for any fight that you want to watch, bro. So they didn't have that back then. So the numbers, of course, are gonna be better because people didn't have access to what we have access to now. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro.
What about the people doing 1.5 million and
Jake Logan Paul
right now?
Logan Paul and Jake
doing
Paul.
the pandemic and all of that. What
Yeah,
about these people?
you talking about people that got 30 million subscribers on YouTube, bro.
Don't matter.
So literally like 1% of their fans have to buy the pay-per-view. Then you're coupling them with
It
Floyd
don't matter.
Mayweather.
They made 1 million pay-per-view buys. They are stars, pay-per-view stars. 300,000 don't make you no pay-per-view star.
You got pay-per-view stars and you got people who pretend they're pay-per-view stars.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta keep it a buck. Just because you sold 300,000, this dude sold 90,000. That don't make you no motherfucking star. You ain't sold just like he ain't sold.
Let's use those numbers, right? Let me just tell y'all how this shit sound when you say some shit like that to me. So let's do this. Let's say the shit costs.
I know numbers are fake anyway.
Let's do
I don't want to talk about these niggas' money.
Let's do an even number.
Oh, I thought we talking about
90,000, right? 90,000
talking about
times
money?
80. 90,000
talking
times
about
80
money?
is that's $7.2 million, bro.
What?
That's
Hold on, who
$7.2 million.
get 90,000?
300,000.
Here come the Derek James Duck. Go ahead.
Times 80.
Wait, what we
That's
doing?
$24 million,
What we
bro.
doing?
That's a $16 million difference.
We doing
Why
it's
y'all
calculus
acting
or something.
like
I
that
thought we
shit
talking
don't matter,
about
bro?
boxing. We talking about money.
No.
It don't matter to me because I ain't getting none of this shit.
It don't matter, bro. $16 million
It don't matter because
don't
we ain't
matter.
getting none of this shit.
Oh,
That's why it don't fucking matter.
You don't get
You ain't going to your fucking
none of
pocket.
this shit in any other sport, bro. This is why some people
What? I don't care
can't
what
have a
them niggas
conversation
making in the
with, bro.
NFL. I want to watch football. I don't care what they making in the NBA. I ain't looking at LeBron James contract. I
And
want to
that's
see that
why,
motherfucker dunk.
and that's why those sports are
What you
way
mean?
better than,
We
are
don't
way more
watch
popular than
basketball to see how much them
because they
motherfuckers
fans
make.
are
That's what
smart
the
enough
bitches watch
to where
basketball for.
they watch the whole sport in
Oh
its whole entirety. They know
Okay.
everything that's going on. Only in
No,
boxing
people
do we
got
be like,
people
look,
got
let's talk
lives.
about half of the sport. We don't
People
want to talk
got
about the whole
lives.
sport.
People
Let's
got
talk about
lives.
half of
If
the
you ain't
sport,
doing that shit for a living, you ain't caring about what the motherfucker doing their off time. You want to see the
Bro,
motherfuckers in the ring.
if you a fan of the sport, you a fan of
If
the
you,
sport.
I'm a
you
fan
cover
of the
whole
motherfucker. You
sport.
ain't gonna tell me what the fuck I'm a fan of, a fan not.
Like,
I don't want to hear about what
you mean,
Earl
bro?
Spence doing on his off day. I want to hear what Terence Crawford doing on Tuesday. I want to see them motherfuckers fight. That's why they famous. That's how I know
talking
them.
about an off day, bro?
You talking about all this other shit, money and pay-per-views and all this shit. We
I
want to
know
see the motherfuckers fight.
because you
This,
got a special Bud Crawford calculator that you use, so you
we
don't
ain't
want to hear
fucking
that
talking,
shit.
boo. We ain't talking, boo. We ain't talking, boo. We ain't talking, boo. My bad. I shouldn't have said shit. My bad, baby. We ain't
Yeah, you
talking no more,
shouldn't
baby.
have. Mute
Go back.
yourself,
Talk
shut
back
up
to
or
them.
something.
Talk back to them, bro. Talk back to them.
I will.
But
Thank you.
knockout, you make a
Mute
good
yourself.
point. You make a good point.
I know I do.
I
I appreciate you for keeping it real.
But
I know I
see,
do.
but see, this you just go too far. It's you make a good point. And
I ain't go too far, bro. I use the numbers. I use the numbers that emotional man gave me. He said 90,000. He said 300,000. I use those numbers. That's a $16 million difference, and y'all acting like that shit don't matter, bro.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it didn't matter. But what I'm saying is this though, right? Add the context, right? Are you saying that money? Because we got off topic, honestly. Part of my fault. We talking about them being stars. I'm saying I don't think they stars. So if you want to relegate it to just we just going in the boxing world. Well, in the boxing world, it's only a few people that, like, if you pull up the sites, Bud and Spence names are linked. So like, if you gonna say Spence the bigger star, that's why I hate the fact that we ain't got to fight, because they need each other essentially. Part of the reason why either one of them get talked about so much is because of each other. But them alone, like if Spence go fight some random dude, Bud go fight some random dude, it's not everywhere. Everybody not talking about it.
I agree with that.
We on here talking.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So that's why I would say they not stars. It's because they can't just fight anybody.
Here's what I say to that though, Amon. It's like I hear what you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying, but when it comes to your money, bro, like we all can agree that boxing is a sport that you can die in, bro. You go in there, somebody could beat your ass, hit you wrong, you can die. You know what I'm saying?
So stop
Or if
watching
you,
it.
Damn, bro, like what
Stop watching it.
what's wrong
Hey,
with
King
you
David, I'm
dudes,
about to
man?
bounce, yo. This nigga talking about other people's
Yeah,
money. He
get your
talking about
ass
other
out
man's
of here,
money.
bro.
Bro, I
Keep
talk about
out.
boxing,
Get
bro.
your ass
I'm
out of
gonna
here,
holler at you,
bro.
King
God
David. I ain't
damn.
talking to you, bitch. I'm talking to King
This
David. Hey,
dude
salute the rest of
emotional,
you fellas.
bro.
I gotta go.
You'll
This
never
nigga finna
talk
talk
how
about
you
this nigga
talking in
money
my face,
again.
bro. Go ahead,
Hey, I
bro.
tell you, I call you bitch to your face. Ain't no problem, bro.
No,
It ain't no
no, you
problem.
won't, dog.
It ain't, yes, I
No,
will.
you
Yes, I
won't.
will. Shit.
Internet
Shit.
dudes,
Hold on.
internet dudes like you are not to
Let
be
me put my
taken
cam up. Can you
serious,
see my
bro.
face? Bro, can you see my face,
Nah,
bro? I
bro,
ain't
I'm
scared to
talking
cam
about
up,
in
bro.
person.
I ain't scared to
In
cam up, bro. You see my
person, bro.
face, bro? Bro,
In
sir.
person.
People get
In
their ass
person.
every day, bro. You ain't nobody special. You talk like
In
you
person,
this
bro.
hard
In
motherfucker.
person.
I ain't finna
In
argue with no
person.
bitch. Hey, bitch.
Yeah, I
We ain't
know.
talking to
I
each other,
know.
bitch. We ain't talking
I
to each
know.
other. You still want my
I know.
attention. But like I
I
said,
know.
fellas, I'm about to
I
dip.
don't want your
I'm about
attention.
to
You
dip.
keep
Shut the
talking to me
fuck
with
up,
your
hoe.
sucker ass.
Why the fuck you still talking?
Yeah, all right.
Hey, fellas, I'm about to
All
dip.
right.
This
Because
hoe
you
won't let
can't
me
shut
say
me up.
shit.
You'll never
This
shut
hoe
me
like
up.
my attention. I know you like my
No,
attention,
I
bitch.
don't.
So keep
You
talking,
a
hoe. Why you
sucker,
still
bro. And
talking,
you
hoe,
always
fellas?
gonna be that.
Salute,
You
fellas.
always gonna be
Salute to
that,
all
bro.
y'all. You a hoe, bro. You still talking, hoe.
Yeah, I know.
I ain't trying to
Just
talk
pay
to
me
your
my
ass. You still
$200.
talking. Why you still
Just
talking,
pay me
bro?
my money,
I ain't
bro.
even talking
Just
to
pay
you,
me
bro.
my
Man,
money.
fuck you, bitch.
Just pay me my
Fuck
money.
you, bro. And you know what? I'll come down and give it to
Just
you.
pay me my
And then
money.
call you hoe when I give it to you. How about that?
And get
Give
your
me your
ass
address.
whooped
I'll
too.
ride down to Dallas, call your hoe to
And
your
you'll
face
get
and
your
give it to
ass
you.
whooped too,
So we
bro.
can go nose to nose
You a
then, hoe.
clown,
But
dog.
like
I
I
do not
but
take
like
you
I said,
serious,
bro.
bro.
But like I said,
You a
y'all, this hoe
clown,
still
dog.
talking to me, man. Why you still
Yeah,
talking?
you ain't
Hoe,
gonna
all you
shut
gotta
me
do is
up.
shut
Just
the
get
fuck
off.
up. All you gotta do is shut the fuck up.
Just get off,
That's
bro.
it.
I ain't
Bro,
gonna
that's
do
all
it.
you gotta do is
Not for
shut the
you.
fuck up. That's it. Salute to the fellas. He finna talk about folks' money. I ain't got time to talk about nothing nigga money. Y'all be easy,
Yeah,
y'all.
go do what you
Bye,
gotta do.
bitch.
Go repair air conditioning or something, nigga. Go repair air conditioning, bro. Go be a plumber or some shit, sucker.
Man, y'all niggas turned the fuck up, bud.
Nah,
that
you
shit
know,
out.
y'all,
That
bro.
shit
He
out.
started.
Shit
He
always.
started that shit. That man.
Shit out.
That man always act like an internet gangster over here, man. I don't know what his problem is, but I'll be at the Spence fight, and I don't want you to pull up to no fight or nothing. I'll be at all the fights in Dallas. You ain't got to pull up to no fight because it's police there. Just come through. Hit me up on the email. Hit me up. Hit King David up. Somebody get in touch with me. Let me know where you at, and we can meet up, bro. It's cool. Just pay me my money, because don't forget we got a bet. Earl Spence versus Ugas. We got a bet. I know you still
Hold
listening
on.
while you driving.
I
We got
missed
a bet.
that. I missed
We
that.
got
What's
a
the
bet,
bet?
and I want my $200, bro.
What's the bet?
Put
Straight up and
200.
down.
Put 200 on Earl Spence versus Ugas one.
Yeah, he got Ugas and I got Spence, and that's what it is. He probably tight. He probably like, damn, I gotta go repair some extra air conditioners and shit. I gotta go do all this extra shit. Because god damn, bro, I'm about to lose this bet. That's what got him tight right now. Ain't nothing, bro.
You're a funny motherfucker.
Y'all boys
Yeah,
turned up, man.
I don't take shit like that serious, bro.
Let me
Y'all dudes from 0 to
nobody out
100
over the
real
internet
quick,
acting
man.
tough.
I'm trying to
serious,
tell
bro.
you, bro. I went to the bathroom, shit. And I come back, I hear all kind of bitches and hoes. I'm like, well, damn.
Yeah, and when you catch the playback, King David, you gonna hear that I had respect for your panel, and you only heard that shit from one side, homie. Cause that's how I give it up. I ain't come over here to be no tough guy, and I'm sure all the panel y'all may not agree with me, but shit, did y'all hear me saying anything like that, bro? Let me know.
And you know, it really ain't got to come to that, man. You know, we talking boxing,
yeah.
bro. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
it don't. I can disagree. You got some of the same opinions, and I'm about to go, but you got some of the same opinions that he got, and you disagree with me a lot. But we ain't never got out of pocket with each other. Not one time. Because it ain't that serious to me, bro. But all that bitches and whole shit, just come say it to me directly, bro, and we'll see how that shit work out. Cause I'm gonna make you stand on everything you say.
It don't even call for all of that, bro.
It don't.
You know what I'm
It
saying?
don't. Let's just talk boxing. Shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Forget about all the bullshit. I don't know why. Yo, King David, man, you need to, monitor your channel, bro, and cut people off when they start talking bullshit. You know what I mean? So,
hey, I like to let people, I like.
Yeah, I know you like the drama. It's good. It's good for the
No, he
ratings.
let people keep their mind, and ain't nobody gotta take up for me, bro. It's all it is what it is. Like I say, I just need my two. King David, you was there when we made the bet. You know what I'm saying? I know that's your homie and shit, but I just want my money, bro. I just want my money, and we good. And then if he want to bring it to me, you ain't got a cash app and none of that shit. You can bring it to me. We can meet in person. That's fine. I just want my money at the end of the day. And then anything else after that, I'm cool with that too. I ain't no gangster. gangster. I ain't no thug. I got a normal job. like everybody else. But I
Man,
will, I
hey,
am, I am, I am willing to make you stand on your shit, bro.
Nobody need to see another hashtag over some boxing and shit. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
bro, this shit ain't all that serious, man.
Nah, ain't
Matter
no
of fact,
hashtag. I just want my money, bro.
matter of
That's
fact,
it.
we just gonna end it. We gonna end that
Yeah,
conversation right now.
I'm
Let
a
me
dip,
get to
I'm a
these
dip
comment
off, bro.
section.
I'm a dip off, man. I'm gonna let you get to the comment section, man. Be easy, bro. Y'all smash this man like button, subscribe to his channel. Number good contact coming from the homie King David. Salute to TBE, the brother Bold, the brother Modest. You know, and y'all boys be easy, man. And y'all, if y'all don't do shit else, y'all make sure y'all watch boxing this weekend to help the sport grow, man. I appreciate you letting me hop on, bro.
Hey, yeah, man. You got a live tonight, right? What time is it live, man? Let everybody know.
In about 10 minutes. We'll be
Oh,
live in about
goddamn.
10 minutes, man. Yeah. I always like to chop it up with you on Wednesday. It kind of get me warmed up and shit, you know. Get me talking boxing so I can get my mind going. So, bro, I appreciate you always giving these fire ass shows, man.
Oh yeah, man. You gonna go into this show fiery, bro. Fuck all the warmed up. You fiery at this point.
I'm ready. I'm ready to talk some boxing.
You ready, boy? What the topic is? I'm gonna have to drop
Man,
in
we
on
got we doing Tank Davis and Devin Haney.
Oh, okay.
I got a dude that's trying to tell me that Devin Haney can beat Tank Davis, and then you know, for anybody that thinks that Earl Spence is ducking, and then for anybody that thinks Earl Spence is ducking Terence Crawford, panel open to them too. So we're gonna have fun tonight, man.
We
gonna have fun tonight, bro.
So what's up with that Devin Haney, Javante? You put money on that too?
Oh, if that fight happen, I'll bet the house on it.
Come on, man. I think Devin might take him out, man.
And Javante?
He ain't the same height. He ain't the same height, same length. And, you know.
Hey, man, it's nothing but love, man. You know, I'm cool breezy over here, bro. I'm chilling. But yeah, man, we'll see. Y'all come through if y'all have time. But I'll let y'all get to it. Don't leave King David. He's still alive. Y'all stay over here and kick it with him, bro. And then just come over there if you got time later on, man. But I'll take it. Y'all take it easy, all right?
All right, for sure, homie. All right, take it easy, man. Hey, y'all be sure to
right.
subscribe to the homie Knockout Boxing 86 TV, man. And subscribe to my guy, our Gentry's Barber as well, man. He got a boxing channel over there as well, man. And everybody else on the panel, my guy TBE Boxing. Y'all got to subscribe to him. And of course, Bold and Understandings, you got to subscribe to him. And Modest, man, you need to get your channel too, man. I don't know. You're going to get your channel, so you know, and you got a lot of boxing knowledge, you know. So I'm sure if you ever.
I just like trolling, man. That's all.
You just like trolling? See, now you admitting everything you saying is trolling now. Now you just admit it. Y'all heard him here, right? Y'all heard it. Okay, cool.
I like trolling. I like trolling you with Canelo, and then I go do the. Then I go do the same thing to the people who like Canelo. I go troll them about Charlo. That's all.
Ah, shit. Hell nah.
You like Terry Smoots, basically.
Nah, nobody could be like Terry Smoot. Terry Smoot is one of a kind, bro. That dude, he came in. You saw what he did last time, right? He pulled up with a Canelo picture. You know what I mean? With the belt on him. Canelo pound for pound. It was his avatar when he came in.
So you don't think Canelo pound for pound though?
Nah.
He's not no damn pound for pound number one. I got him like number 4.
Number 4, damn.
About maybe 4 or 5, somewhere around there.
I ain't gonna lie. I got him at number 2, man.
That's something I can smoke. I feel you with that one, Bo. Damn, he 5 though, then.
So you got him over Usyk?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I got
why? Because he's done more than Usyk.
What?
How?
Without PEDs?
Well, technically, what he took was the PED, but point still made though. But
yep,
he did do more though. You gonna sit here and act like he been boxing longer to be fair, but you gonna say he did more?
Nah,
no. He made the best. He made the biggest and the best jump that you could make from cruiserweight to heavyweight.
And beat
from
the
200 pounds and beat the champion, the guy at the division, which was AJ.
Okay, that's one victory. Keep going.
Yeah, but
that's enough.
But also he cleaned out cruiserweight. So he didn't pick and choose a division that he liked better, and then say, oh, he didn't wait for somebody to get their belt taken and then fought. You know what I mean? Whoever was left out. No, he fought all the guys
in their prime and in their country. In their country.
But this what I don't get though, and this is kind of going off topic. This is why I can't understand Pacquiao fans like that. The hardcores. I can't understand Floyd fans. I can't understand Oscar De La Hoya fans and Sugar Ray Leonard fans. because the same thing that y'all praising them for, Canelo did what they did, but only out of the 5 people I named, the only person y'all dislike is Canelo.
What? No. You can't put Canelo in the same boat as Oscar De La Hoya. No, hell no.
Okay.
I mean, I can't say I dislike Canelo. I don't like the Canelo fanatics. That's what gets on my
And that's
nerves
what it
about
be.
Canelo.
That's really what it is.
Well, exactly. The Canelo fanatics, but then also even some legit boxing fans, they have Canelo pound for pound number 1. And I'm just like, look, when you look at Canelo Alvarez, you're like, well, this dude, if you look at all the divisions he's fought at, he's never fought the best or beat the best guy at that weight division. He's always fought guys that were like number 2 or number 3. What's the harm?
So who was the best middleweight when he fought Triple G?
Andrade was the best middleweight.
No. See,
well, Andre wasn't at middleweight at the time, was he?
He was. He had the WBO. He was the best
when
middleweight.
When he fought Triple G the first time, Andre was fighting at 50. Actually, he wasn't.
He was there.
No, he was
there.
He was
there. He was at middleweight. But then also too.
He didn't
fight,
hold on. Not the first time.
But to add to that as well, also too, even the fights that Canelo, the fights that he won, that were competitive fights, or that you could say, okay, he fought the best guy. Yeah. They were always like hella controversial. They were always like fights that he really lost, but got a gift decision. Which is something you can't say about any of the top 5 pound. You can't say that about Crawford or Usyk. All the guys who they got victories over, they beat them handily. You know what I mean? It wasn't no controversial decisions. It wasn't no, I'm gonna fight the 2nd or 3rd best guy in the division, and and then move up. Wasn't nothing like that.
So are you calling the best guy in the division somebody who just looks like the best, or who actually beat the most people to say they're the best?
Okay, so
go ahead. I would say when he fought Lara was the best fighter at 54.
I thought Lara beat him though.
Me too. Exactly. I thought
that was a controversial fight, right?
Controversial decision.
Exactly.
Right, but I'm just trying to write in your point. You saying he never fought the best guys in the division, like
he never beat them. Like, go ahead.
So when I'm asking
he fought Floyd. He fought Floyd, so I mean he was the best, obviously, but he lost.
Yeah. When you you're calling Floyd the best off of what he did, right, in the past. But you saying in 2015 when he fought him, Floyd was still the best fighter at 147 to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
At 147 he was,
That's fair.
But he fought Canelo. He fought Canelo at 154, right?
Yeah, 152. 52 actually.
Oh, catch weight,
catch weight.
Nobody like talking about that, but
for the 154 belt, which is crazy.
Wasn't that a catch weight Canelo suggested, and then Floyd?
Yep, it was.
Yeah,
he said I'll fight him at 152, and they were like, all right. They took that shit and ran with it.
But he was about 170 when he got in the ring, though.
He was big as shit when he got in the ring.
Well, damn, what were we talking about before that though? Oh, that's a point I'm gonna make to you. So, see, that's where we always disagree. So we all agree we think Andre can fight. Andre is probably the only fighter who I can say, like, when I'm watching a fight, I actually go into the fight rooting for Andre. I can admit that. That's literally the only fighter that I kind of root for. Other than that, I kind of don't care.
But you wouldn't agree. You wouldn't agree that he was the best at 160 at the time Canelo fought Triple G.
No,
because Triple G at that point.
I don't give people credit. My bad, Bo. I always say this to you, King David. I'm not gonna hold against you if people ducking you, but I can't give you credit either for the fights you didn't have. So
okay, but here's the thing about Triple G, right? Who before he fought Canelo, who did he fight at 160 to give him that kind of credibility to be the best at 160? He unified the belts, but other than that, who was on his resume? Daniel Gill? Who was it that gave him that credibility at 160 before he fought Canelo?
The only thing that gave him the credibility is the same thing we give Andre credibility for. Nobody wanted to fight him. You got Peter Quillen throwing the belt in the air.
Canelo or Triple G?
Triple G.
Remember. But
then that would put him in the same boat though, right? That would put him like you can't really necessarily say Triple G's the best because if you're saying his level of competition was the same as Andre's, it's like they're in the same boat.
But you know the sad thing about that is that David Lemieux is probably the best fighter on both of their resumes.
Who you talking about on Triple G resume?
Right. If you pull up Andre
Wow.
resume, you put
Lemieux didn't fight. Did Lemieux fight Canelo?
he fought Triple G.
Oh, he fought Triple G.
Triple
but
G. He didn't fight
You
Canelo
said
or
both of their
Andrade though.
resume. You said both of their resume. I wonder who's the other guy.
You talking about?
You said David Lemieux was the best guy on both of their resumes. So I know he fought Triple G.
Andre to Triple G. Like so when I'm saying that Triple G was the best guy at middleweight at the time. I'm giving him the credit. This is the difference, right? Triple, what you said. It's the crazy the dismissal.
Okay, I see some people in the comment section. Oh, I might have dropped off.
Yeah, he
Right,
fell
we
out.
got that. He got that. He must have that. That Walmart track phone. Triple G. I see a lot of people talking about Daniel Jacobs. Daniel Jacobs just lost to John Ryder just now. Like, bro, Daniel Jacobs.
I guess they're talking about that Triple G and Jacobs fight.
You talking about that's what made him the best? Like that's the guy who Triple G fought.
I guess they're trying to say that Jacobs was probably Triple G's best opponent. I'm assuming.
Yeah, but even the Daniel Jacobs fight, like Daniel Jacobs, you look at his resume, who do you see as his best opponent? Peter Quillen? Like Daniel Jacobs at his best was probably like a solid guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like he was never that guy at any weight division. He's a former world champion. He's a good fighter. But I mean, you can't put Daniel Jacobs above, head and shoulders above anybody Andrade has fought. He just lost to John Ryder. And Andrade will beat John Ryder.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy? The politics is killing Andre's career, man. The politics of boxing. Because none of these guys want to fight him, man. And the minute you point out to the Canelo fans that Canelo they ain't want no smoke with Andre, the first thing they're gonna do is make up a whole bunch of deflections and shit. You know, they're gonna say, oh, well, who did Andre fight? I mean, no matter what they say about Andre in his resume or whatever the case is, the one thing they can't deny is the fact that at 154, Canelo was the mandatory and he avoided Andre and waited till Andre to get stripped before he decided to go fight for the vacant belt.
Well, these are just facts, man. You know, dudes don't like admitting it. And it's just like, yo, it is what it is. It's just what it is. You know? But let me read some more of these comments, man. I got a lot of comments here I got to get to. God damn. Okay. Hopefully Amadis make it back in the building because he was the one advocating for Canelo. So I got a dude in here named Earl Sexual. Salute to you, Earl Sexual. He said, the thing about Earl Spence is the man's never told a lie. If he told me to jump off a bridge, I would. So if Earl Spence says he's not ducking Crawford, it's just facts. All right, Earl Spence. All right, Earl Sexual. Salute to you, fam. So you be jumping off the bridge, huh? I hear you, fam. I hear you. Earl Sexual also says Spence could literally walk on water. I hear you, fam. I hear you. So he like Jesus and shit, huh? Okay. I hear you, Earl Sexual. Let me get more of these comments over there. Hold on a second, man. Damn, I'm way behind on this shit, bro. I'm gonna try to get to all y'all comments. You know what I'm saying? But ain't no promises. What you saying, Bo?
You got a Canelo diehard in there too. I want to address his comment real quick.
What's his name? Call him by name. What's his name?
The MMA sucks guy. So
MMA sucks.
Yeah, he's at the bottom. So here's the thing, right? Understand Andre came out with a video a while ago, said Laura was born. But when people try to say that Andre ducked Laura, his own goddamn Steven Espinoza even debunked that. He said when Andre went to fight Jack Koke overseas, right? That was supposed to be to make the fight with Laura next. What happened was Laura, by the time Andre came back to America, they already told him that Laura turned down the fight with Andre not once, but twice. So if people want to say that, oh, he ducked Laura, they fail to mention the fact that that Laura turned down a fight with Andre 2 times. So I just, I love like when some of these Canelo fans, they always try to say, oh, well, Andre ducked this person, Andre ducked that person, Andre ducked. See, what they don't want to say is that Canelo ducked Andre. They hate to say that part, but they want to talk about Andre ducked this, that, and that, and the other.
And a lot of times it'd be like fighters you never heard of. Like they'd be like, oh, Andre ducked Derevyanchenko. Man, only like 10 people know about Derevyanchenko anyway. And then he didn't even duck Derevyanchenko. Like They never say the whole situation. They always skip past that shit and then just start spewing off names. Like, oh, Andre ducked what's this dude? Yanabek. You talking about the 11-0 dude?
Yeah.
You talking about the dude? This is what you talking about right now? He ducked this dude, the dude that's never been a world champion, the dude that he wouldn't get credit for beating anyway. You know what I mean? This the dude you're talking about, Andre Duck. Also, he can fight Canelo or David Benavidez at 168. Stop it, bro.
And not to mention, they were saying before the whole Janibek thing came in situation, they were trying to say that Andre was avoiding Zach Parker. Now he goes up to fight Zach Parker. They said he's avoiding Janibek and saying Janibek is the real deal. Not to mention, Janibek went life and death with a dude named Von Alexander, the same Von Alexander that Zach Parker basically destroyed in 2 rounds. But they're gonna say Andre is ducking Janibek. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Man, I watched that man in that damn fight with who he fought in that last fight, Hassan Ndam. He didn't even look good against an old ass, worn ass, shot ass Ndam. He didn't even look good against that dude. So you trying to Andre's ducking him? Come on, bro. Stop it, bro. He couldn't even knock him out. Andre, he dropped. Go ahead.
And that's what it is. It's because anybody that's coming close to fighting or trying to fight Canelo, they would just make up a whole bunch of excuses. Because before Bevo got the fight with Canelo, when he was saying he wanted to fight Canelo, I kept seeing dudes making videos talking about, well, Bevo ducked Zerto. You know, it's like anybody come close to want to fight their hero, they start trying to, start saying this person ducked that person ducked this person. But they don't want to address the situation at hand.
Yeah, just to jump back in, Andre is the one person people talk about Canelo. It ain't no defense for that one. I don't maybe because I just don't fuck with Jamal. I don't be trying to hear that Jamal shit because he just seemed like he a clout chaser. On the Mike Tyson, y'all seen the Mike Tyson interview?
Yeah, I seen that shit. That shit was a disgrace.
That's why I don't understand. But not even being funny, he ain't here to defend himself.
He should try to have that video. He should try to have that shit taken down. That's
why. But that's why I try not to get into. You want to see how fighters are out the ring sometimes if you're a fan of them. But that's why I try to keep it strictly boxing because honestly, a lot of these boxers outside the ring, man, my daughter in the room. I can't say what I want to say, but they be on some other like same thing.
I believe Charlo would have tried to fight Canelo though. I believe he really wanted that fight. Go ahead.
But he's Caleb Plant to me in that situation. I don't think that he going into that planning on winning. I think he want to pay that. I feel like Andre really think he'd beat Canelo. I feel like Sir David Benavidez really feel like he'd beat Canelo. So that's why the energy says something else. Like now he's want to cash out. Mel talking about 158. But that man going to the 75. Like you don't want to fight him. You just saying his name because you know it's gonna bring you attention, but that don't sound like a fight that you're really trying to make. You just using his name. So I don't even because I definitely hear what you're saying, Bo. Like some people, like with the Laura and the Andre stuff, like people just. But Andre, the whole boxing world don't want him to get any type of marquee fight. But some of these other dudes are like, man, they energy don't say that they really want them fights. They just looking to cash out.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He said Charlo is Caleb Plant. That's hilarious to me because I could kind of see Charlo in there playing around. You think I'm good, right? Oh no, you think I'm good? Well, am I right? I'm good, right? I could see him doing that sucker shit. I really could at this point because Charlo he ain't really showing that hunger, man. He really ain't.
And earlier I was able to hear y'all. My phone died, so I had to get a different phone, but. This is what I don't get about how people rate Andre. Just coming from a Andre fan, right? We're only seeing how good he is based off how he look. And that's why I was saying to you earlier, I'm not going to give somebody credit, or I say to you sometimes, I'm not going to give somebody credit for what they didn't do. But at the same time, I ain't going to hold it against you if people don't want to fight you either. But it works both ways. So when we were talking about the triple G thing earlier, Jacobs is better, whatever you think about him. But essentially, we would be doing the same thing for Jacobs. We'd be doing the same thing for Maul. We'd be doing the same thing for Andre that we doing with Triple G. They didn't have the fights to really tell who they're better than. So out of all of the 4 names I named, Well, at one point, Peter Quillen looked decent, and Jacobs fought him. Whatever you think about Peter Quillen, Jacobs fought him. So out of all four of them guys, Triple G would have the best resume because he beat Jacobs, even though that was a close fight. That could have went either way to me personally. I thought Jacobs fought scared the first half of the fight and kind of let Triple G get the fight. That's that's me personally, but Triple G beat Jacobs. It's embarrassing to say, but that's my point. David Lemieux might be the best guy on Andre resume if he fought him. Like we don't really have anything to go where these guys are elite because they won't fight each other. Everybody want to fight Canelo, and then it just got to be off eye test. And my problem with eye test is everybody looks good until they in there with somebody who make them not. Like everybody look good. Chris Colbert looked good too. He did. Like I don't think I wasn't putting him in there with Shakur, but I heard some people saying they want to see him and Shakur fight.
I mean, I still want to see that fight. To be honest with you, I think the dude Chris Colbert
beat the shit out of that dude Colbert. Didn't they do sparring or something? I saw like a sparring video.
Shakur even came out, I guess, recently and said, yo, you know, I know the dude from childhood. He's a real one. You know what I'm saying? But I just think the dude that Colbert fought, a lot of people never heard of him, but I seen his fights, and I'm like, yo, this dude, Hector Garcia, dude could fight. You know what I'm saying? He just ain't got the popularity.
And a lot of it too is Colbert was fighting with his pride. So he put you down. You don't want to then make it appear look like you running. See, David, that's one thing I give Haney. Haney gonna do whatever he got to do to win. He gonna secure the win, and then you can talk about it later. Colbert don't want to just, okay, now you need to tie him up when you get inside. You need to box circles around him. You need to get on your bike a little bit and use your skills. Instead, you want to stand in front of him and try to pot shot. But you just got a hard lesson, literally, about trying to stand in front of the man and let him get off on you. So that stuff like that is you look at that and go, with Shakur IQ, if nothing else, Shakur IQ seemed to be top notch. You can't play that game with Shakur and think the fight gonna be competitive for long. Because I think it early, because Colbert got speed and all that, but as the fight go on, I think Shakur separate himself from him. He might stop him.
I think Chris Colbert, when he fought Hector Garcia, he came in with the wrong game plan. You try to stay in the pocket with a power puncher like that. And not to mention, Hector Garcia got way more fights amateur-wise, you know what I'm saying, compared to Chris Colbert. And he was an Olympian on top of that.
Facts.
So, you know, that all that experience come into play. So when Chris Colbert went in there, you know, he was talking about, you know, I ain't worrying about nothing. You know what I'm saying? His ass started worrying once his ass was getting pieced up and shit.
Right. And then you're not making the proper adjustments. But I don't know. I just to go back to the Andre thing, I don't know. He ain't had the fights to say. Now a lot of that ain't been his fault. Some of that was his fault. But to say he was the best at middleweight at that time, you just basing it off of eye test. It's not based off of what he actually did in the ring. So
well, he was also the most accomplished because he was a 2-belt world champion at that time. So there was no one else
at the time. Wasn't he like
two-belt.
Just getting in the division when Triple G and Canelo just fought? He just got in the division, right?
He had just got there. It was earlier on, but he had still got. I believe he still had that WBO belt because at the time, remember, after he beat Triple G, Andrade was the only dude standing in his way in order for Canelo to become undisputed.
Oh, you talking about yeah.
But that's 160. You skipping a lot of time, David. I want to say, wasn't the Canelo Triple G fight in 2017?
The first one.
The first one.
I think Andre wasn't his first fight at middleweight supposed to be Billy Joe.
Yeah, but Billy Joe popped. You know what I'm saying?
And that was in 18, I think, right?
I don't remember what year that was in. But I know he ended up fighting Katadakwa or whatever for the vacant title.
Wasn't the Canelo and Triple G fight, weren't they back to back? It was back to back, wasn't it?
No, remember because Canelo popped. Canelo popped.
And then Triple G fought Vanes Martirosyan.
Which was crazy. All other options to fight. He picked somebody who ain't fought and a 54-pounder.
Alontes Fox was his first fight at 2017. Alontes Fox.
Okay. Alontes Fox was okay. I thought that was at 54. That was at middleweight. You're right. That was at middleweight.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I can't give him credit for the fights he didn't have either. That's just my point.
And Saunders had the belt. Okay, MMA success. Saunders had the belt, the WBO belt at 2017. Did he?
Yep. Yeah.
He did had a belt because I know him.
So that was right around that time. It was right around that time, like I thought, because when he had that, I don't think Saunders had the belt long before Andrade had got there, and that fight was supposed to happen because he moved up because he had the WBO belt at 154. So when he moved up, it put him first in line for a crack at that belt. So I think it was Alontis Fox and then Walter Kama. That's who he fought for the vacant belt.
Billy had to have had that belt at least a year or two because Peter Quillen fought Andy Lee. Peter Quillen ended up vacating. Billy Joe fought either Andy Lee for the vacant He fought somebody for that belt though. It was either Andy Lee or Eubank. One of them he fought at middleweight. Because remember, he had career middleweight.
BXA, BJ Saunders held that belt held it hostage from Triple G for years.
Yeah, he did.
He was ducking Triple G.
He was.
Damn, Billy Joe Saunders is trash, bro.
And that's what I'm saying. So if you're gonna say, well, people didn't want to fight Andre, so then that kind of boosts his mystique. Man, motherfuckers was throwing belts away, Canelo included. Canelo threw a belt away, not want to fight Triple G at first. Cotto ain't want to fight him. Billy Joe ain't want to fight him. What's my man? Quillen ain't want to fight him. So essentially, we gonna give Andre the credit and then not give Triple G the credit. It ain't like he was pulling the Charlo where he just calling names and ain't making no offers and ain't even trying to fight nobody. He was making offers, all type of shit. People was coming up with last minute. I remember he's supposed to fight Eubank, and that's the only reason he fought Kell Brook is because the last minute Eubank and them pulled out. I forgot what the concession was. There's some stupid shit though, but Eubank fought that. So he ain't got a history of.
Salute to my guy, Fresh BX, by the way, man. I know this is late, but salute to my guy, Fresh BX, always coming through, dropping them goddamn backs on me. Always. Salute to you, man.
I be saying Fresh BX everywhere, son. Yo,
yeah, man.
He be dropping.
That's a fact, though.
Yeah. MMA success. The money fell through for the fight, and Canelo stepped up and fought Triple G. Oh, instead of the Saunders fight. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I think I kind of remember that now that I'm thinking about it. The fight between Canelo and not Canelo, I'm sorry, Triple G and Saunders. I kind of remember that falling through. So I remember something about it. And then Canelo stepped up. Yeah. But Canelo he ducked Triple G before that. Remember Triple G? He was supposed to fight Triple G before that.
Yeah.
Triple G had people. Remember Daniel Jacobs talking about before he fought Triple G? I need life securing money because it got to be something I'm extremely comfortable with. Like nobody had energy to fight Triple G at first. And then after Kell Brook fought him, Daniel Jacobs came on and said, "Well, if he getting hit by Kell Brook like that, imagine what I'd do if he fight B." Then he took the fight. Like with Triple G, I'm not saying he an ATG or none of that stuff. But people like change history. When he first was coming up, ain't nobody want none of that, man. I remember that vividly. That's why Willie Monroe getting this title shot.
Hold on now. Hold on. Andre Ward wanted to smoke.
Hold on. You seen the tweet? You seen the tweet, right?
What tweet?
Because I used to make that point about Andre Ward was calling him out when he had a fight schedule. Andre Ward only called Triple G out, or actually Triple G never called Andre Ward out. Abel Sanchez used to do all the talking with Triple G. That's why I don't like the fact that Triple G did Abel like that because he helped build him. But anyway, Triple G and Andre Ward, whenever it was a fight that one of them was about to have, that's the only time that's what I mean by you saying that you want to fight somebody, but why would you have a fight schedule? Or why you in the middle of negotiating a different fight, talking about you want to fight Triple G?
No, but this is my thing, though. This is my thing. Triple G the whole time was trying to fight Floyd Mayweather, right? He wanted Floyd Mayweather to move up just so he could fight him. Floyd Mayweather was like, yo, if you want to fight me, you need to go fight Andre Ward first. The minute that happened, people started asking questions to Triple G about Andre Ward, and it seemed like Triple G was just dodging the questions and shit. He just like, oh, he's a good fighter. He's at 168. I'm a middleweight. Like basically, that's kind of what Triple G was saying and shit. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want no parts of Andre Ward.
Wasn't it supposed to be a catch weight or something I was offered? Which that's why to me that sounds like a you don't really want to fight either. I think it's supposed to be at 164 was presented at 165 or something like that.
Yeah, I think Andre Ward was like, we can do a catch weight, but Triple G just said he was a middleweight and he wasn't trying to move up and shit. And
that man didn't want no parts of Andre.
That came from that came from Triple G side, and I don't like. He's not a catch weight guy.
That came from Triple G. It's like a video out on that.
I'm talking about the catch weight. Triple G and them tried to pull Andre. I'm not a fan of catch weights. If you don't fight somebody at the full weight, to me that fight to me it don't count. I'm not a fan of catch weight, but Triple G and them was trying to pull Andre Ward down, which to me I'm not a fan of that either. Like either fight him at 68 or just say you don't want to fight him. Cause I ain't caping for nobody to the point where, I'm gonna ignore some logical shit. If you saying some shit that makes sense, it makes sense. But if I remember correctly, Triple G was trying to get Andre Ward to catch weight, which to me said what you saying. I don't know if you really want that fight. Andre Ward talking about going to 75. Why would he come down to 164? So fight him at 68 or don't fight him. But Triple G, the team had a good point. Why is it that you always saying you want to fight us when a fight is scheduled?
I mean, even if he had his fight, right, after that fight is done and over with, they can't schedule a fight. Like they can't make fights when they're in the process of making because everybody do that now. People be having a fight coming up and they still having negotiations. So they could have still had a negotiation. And didn't want to entertain that.
And side note, real quick, I'm gonna answer your question. That's why I wanted to jump in, Bo, because usually you be hitting knockout with them points. I was hoping you said that earlier when he said he was talking about people. Well, they already got a fight schedule. Why would they be worried about Crawford? Well, that's how you promote the fight. That's you build the fight. But but to answer your point though, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong because I don't remember everything perfectly. He was trying to get the Canelo fight right during that time.
You talking about
Triple G, right?
I think he was trying to get the Floyd Mayweather fight because he kept saying he want to fight Floyd.
Okay, yeah, but I remember that he said he'd come down to 54, but only for matter of fact, you actually helped me just trigger my memory. He said he would only come down to 54 for Floyd. Canelo was trying to do the 150, the Canelo weight shit, the 155, and that's where Triple G wouldn't go down. He said only for Floyd, and then him and Canelo, of course, ended up fighting after the Cotto fight, but. I don't know, just in that sense, not to be in nobody's pockets though, but you got a chance of getting beat by Ward for a fourth of the money you're gonna make for fight Canelo, or you're gonna go up there and fight Canelo at least first couple times. And I don't know.
At the time, man, I don't think Canelo was an option at the time. That whole Ward stuff was going on, man.
Yeah, he was.
Ward was the biggest option for him at that time because Canelo was still fucking around at 155, man. He ain't had nothing to do with no damn.
That's middleweight. Canelo wasn't even like the cash cow at the time. You know what I'm saying?
So, at that time, he wasn't a cash cow.
Nah, he ain't become a cash cow until like when he was around the time he actually fought Triple G. They start coming up with that contract. With the zone,
Floyd was still fighting at the time, and the dude Canelo really don't. Because if you think about Canelo, before he did that pay-per-view with Floyd, he really was just on all Floyd undercards. Really, that was majority of his. He didn't really do that many pay-per-views or anything like that. And so he wasn't known as no cash cow.
And I want to get your honest opinion on that because I'm 1 second, real quick.
Let me read some comments while he talking about 1 second. Tyrone Spencer, salute to you, fam. He say, or if Crawford, big dog, walks him, will make all the sense in the world while Bud was saved for last. Absolutely, man. If Crawford walks this dude, man, and then we know why he was last. Absolutely. My guy Yahweh Chosen One is in the building. Salute to you, fam. He say this dude a clown. I don't know who he was talking about. He say Bud gonna kill Spence.
You talking about knockout?
Talking about knockout.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the comments is going in on knockout.
Yeah, I think I had seen some of that a little bit earlier. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
My bad, y'all.
Nah, you all good, man. You all good, man. You all good.
Then what the point we was making? We was going in about?
My guy, man, say get on his ass, man. That boy going in on my guy, man, 31 in the building. Salute to you, 131. My bad. He say my favorite fighter. He does get hit. That's every boxer. Bud takes it well. Absolutely, man. 100%, man. Salute to Dusty J in the motherfucking building. He said Crawford fans versus Spence fans would be like an alpha versus betas. Yeah, they'll outnumber us, but they'll be catching a beat down. That is hilarious, man. Go ahead.
Oh, that's my point. See, this is why again people pick and choose. This is why with the Floyd fan stuff, and I ain't never heard y'all go extreme, but it's I just don't like when people ain't consistent. So that's what I mean by you told me earlier, well, I can't put Canelo in the same class as a Floyd or a Pacquiao or whomever. But I'm strictly talking about catch weights. I'm strictly talking about telling somebody what they're gonna do in the contract, all this BS and nonsense. You ain't trying to fight a person at their best, basically. At their absolute best, however you want to shake it up, they all are guilty of not fighting somebody at their absolute best or perceived to be at their absolute best.
Yeah, but you have to agree some people do that more than others. Some people skirt around fighting people at their best more than others. Like Pacquiao, if we're talking about Pacquiao, that was definitely a guy who was always fighting people at catch weights, always fighting people after a loss, always fighting people past their prime. And with Canelo, it was even worse. That's why these dudes can't be compared to somebody like Floyd, although he wasn't always fighting every. Hold on, wait. Well, let me finish. Although he wasn't a guy who fought everybody at their best, almost, everybody at their best. He fought way more guys in their prime than those guys did.
Go name them.
Huh?
Name them.
I mean, Corrales. I mean, you talk about
Castillo.
You talk about
now hold on. Let me pause you because when I
talk about Gennaro,
hold on.
Talking about Gennaro Hernandez.
Let me pause you like y'all did me. Now, because when I brought up Laura, the first thing y'all said was y'all thought Laura won, right? So then y'all can't use the Castillo, then, right? Not the first fight.
Oh man, come on, bro. Well, even if you what did so but like Floyd gave hold on exactly. Floyd gave Castillo a rematch. So why didn't Canelo give Laura a rematch? See what I'm saying? So
all right,
these are the things right here. Go ahead.
Now coming off a loss, right?
Shout out Omaha, Nebraska. My guy, straight ducats in the motherfucking building. Say shout out the Boxer Die 402 Nebraska. Earl got to come see the homie Bud. Absolutely. Shout out Omaha, Nebraska in the motherfucking building, man. But go ahead, what you were gonna say, Amadeus.
Now, all the people y'all naming, right? I'm asking the honest. Yeah, y'all might disagree. Are any of those people better than Lara? To you?
At the time that he fought him?
Yeah.
Yo, Corrales was considered a monster at the time when Floyd fought.
He was because he was pound for pound at the time. Lara was never pound for pound.
Wasn't he considered? Wasn't Corrales number 3 pound for pound?
Yeah, Lara's never been considered pound for pound. Yeah.
Right now,
I'm not discrediting Canelo and Lara fight. I thought Lara won the fight, but I'm not discrediting.
It was a good fight. Yeah.
But people, but Bo, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you, but in general, this is why I like attacking the people with Canelo. It's because by you saying but he lost that fight. He fought the fight though. He fought a fight. He fought somebody, right? Because we like to do revisionist history. He fought somebody that I don't think Andre ducked, but you got people saying Andre ducked him, right?
Andre did, yeah. Go ahead.
The Canelo fans are saying that.
Well, to be fair though, and this is what I mean by trying to somewhat be in the middle. I've heard Andre say things that conflict. Even people try to defend him. Andre out his own mouth a couple times didn't seem like he wanted to fight Lara. He'll save him for last. He rather fight other champions out there. And then he's also said he wanted to fight him. I heard Lara say he wanted to fight him, and then I also heard Lara say he didn't want to fight him. That's what I mean by we pick and choose when we're gonna take people word for gospel, because they both have literally made it seem like they did want to fight each other and then didn't want to fight each other. All I know is they didn't fight. So then that's another fight I can't give credit for Lara or Andre. Y'all ain't fight each other. That's just that's what my energy mainly be. So it's Canelo fighting people with a bunch of bullshit, but then you say you're a Floyd fan. Floyd, correct me if I'm wrong, when Judah fought Floyd, was Judah coming off a loss, or did he lose the?
Yeah, he was coming off a loss.
Right. So then, but people never say that, and it's not a shit on.
But he also fought the guy who beat him the very next fight.
and Carlos Balderman, right?
Yeah.
But you see what you're doing? Yeah, because the same thing you're doing, if I did that for Canelo, I wouldn't be able to just rock with that. So okay, he fought did he put weight class on Daniel Jacobs?
Yeah,
right?
he did.
It was a weight class in there, right?
Yep, yeah, it was.
Rehydration.
Rehydration clause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Who did he fight before he fought Jacobs?
And I think it was a 4-week camp too, or something like that.
That was for Kovalev. I think it was. Jacobs had
Kovalev ain't had a long time.
Yeah, Kovalev didn't have a long time.
Jacobs had a full camp. I thought he had a short camp on that one for Canelo.
Nah, he had a full camp for Canelo. I remember watching the what was it, the bootleg 24/7 he got on the zone, whatever it's called. I remember watching that. But it's just the point of, if y'all both smart guys, if y'all wanted to, y'all could find points somewhere when everybody said, well, he fought an old Kovalev. That's true. Who else did it? Who else? Jamal, Andre, name everybody else. They were all sitting around waiting for Canelo and not doing. That's my only thing. They all did nothing else. So when you tell me that 168 was weak, yeah, it probably was, honestly. Why didn't anybody else unify? Why didn't anybody else?
But my thing is, why would they? That's the thing. Like, why would they want to do that? At the end of the day, like, we don't like. Right now, we're talking about how we don't really like those fights. So why would they go and fight people who we don't like those fights for? Like,
hold up. I'm glad you said that, King David.
Go ahead.
Floyd fought. Name the fighters that Floyd fought before he fought Pacquiao.
Robert Guerrero,
Andre Berto.
That was after he fought Canelo Alvarez.
Canelo, right? Who else he fought?
Who else did he fight? Miguel Cotto. I mean, who else? Who else was on there?
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He fought Marquez. He fought
Marquez.
You talking about way before? I mean, I could do De La Hoya, Shane Mosley. I'm
talking about when Floyd now Floyd and Pacquiao are the Magic and Bird, so to speak. They're the two biggest stars everybody wants to see them fight, right? They're the clear 1 and 2 in boxing, right? Yeah, and we keep asking for the Pacquiao fight. We keep asking for the Pacquiao fight. We keep asking for the Pacquiao fight. Now, when you just said Cotto, Floyd and Cotto were contemporaries way back in 2006. So this is what I'm saying when we pick and choose. Just meaning, I can easily say he didn't fight undefeated Cotto when he's supposed to. He fought him after a knockout loss, when I think Margarita cheated personally as well, but he fought him after a knockout loss. He fought him after Pacquiao beat him. So then that win don't really mean the same because he didn't fight him when he's supposed to. I'm just
Pacquiao fight Cotto after Cotto lost?
Exactly.
Yes, he did.
Hold on. Two things. Wait,
yes,
real quick.
Did. And my point is, I put them all in the same box.
Real quick though, 2 things. First of all, Floyd still fought them. Okay, that's one thing that we gotta say. He still, even though he didn't fight him in their prime, he still fought them. That's something we can't say for Canelo. Still hasn't fought either Charlo. Still hasn't fought Benavidez. Still hasn't fought Andre. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is that those guys still got big wins after. So Cotto, he still beat some real credible guys. Like, even though he wasn't a shot fighter when they fought, you know what I mean? Like Kovalev, he had just got beat up by Anthony Yarde. He had just got stopped by Andre Ward. Like, this was a dude that was way past.
And he got stopped by Alida Alvarez and shit.
And Alida Alvarez as well. This was a dude that was way past it when they fought. Floyd always fought dudes coming up, for the most part. If you look at his career, he always fought dudes that were coming off of their biggest win. It was never none of that, he coming off of a loss. Like, that was something Pacquiao did a lot. That wasn't never nothing Floyd did. And then when it was a close or competitive fight, like with Canelo, when he was fighting Erislandy Lara, when he had a controversial decision with that, when he fought Austin Trout, because even that was a controversial decision, Floyd gave them dudes rematches.
I actually thought Canelo actually beat Trout.
I thought he beat Trout too, but
you thought he beat Trout? I mean, it was still a close decision though.
But David, that's my point. You're helping my case too. So when you saying that, my point is I'm keeping it consistent with all three of them. I think all three of them used to be on bullshit. But if I say it to a Pacquiao fan, they're gonna run down the same list you did. If I do it to Floyd fans, they're gonna run down the same. Let me not say fans. Everybody will be fans of people. Some people just like to argue, like me. But the Floyd fans, they're gonna make the points you making. And if I do the same thing to the Canelo, because when you say, well, he still fought him, well then I can say the same thing about Canelo. He did catch weights, he did rehydration clause, he did all type of bullshit, but he still fought him. It's a consistent thing with all three of them. They all got bullshit in there, and depending on who you like, you choose to defend it or you don't. But in reality, like, I didn't want to see Floyd fight Robert Guerrero. Nobody did. I didn't want to see him fight Berto either. Nobody did. So when you tell me what Canelo didn't fight Jamal, I want to see Floyd fight Paul Williams when he was at 47. I wanted to see him fight Mosley when in Cotto and these guys when they were undefeated, or Mosley wasn't undefeated when they were.
He wasn't. Here's the thing: Floyd tried to fight Mosley years ago. He tried to fight Oscar De La Hoya years ago. They didn't pay that dude no mind because they looked at Floyd Mayweather like, who the fuck is he? So that's the reason why he didn't get those fights with Oscar and Shane Mosley years ago, because he kept trying to get the fights with them, but he was like he wasn't even a pay-per-view guy. They looked at him like, yeah, you good, but you high risk, low reward.
Right, and while that's true, but you make that's what I'm saying. You making my point. What you're saying is true, but what I'm saying is true as well. The fact is he didn't fight him. He didn't fight. A lot of these fights he had, they were not prime fights. The moment he fought Oscar De La Hoya, he stopped being.
Why wasn't that a prime fight? Oscar De La Hoya wasn't that old.
Oscar De La Hoya? This is Oscar De La Hoya coming off of what fights? Then he lose to Yuri Freeman. He lost to Hopkins. He lost to what's his name? The dude at 54. He lost.
Oscar De La Hoya had the belt. Floyd Mayweather took the belt from Oscar De La Hoya.
Is that the guy he beat for the belt then? Foreman, Yuri Foreman, I think his name is.
Oh, okay.
Somebody gonna Google it. But my point is, my point is though, if you think about what I'm saying, it's consistent though. I can literally poke holes. If I wanted to defend Floyd, I could. I could simply say what you said, where they ain't want to fight him. So you can't make somebody get in the ring, or Pacquiao is really a minimum weight fighter, and really size wise, he shouldn't. Anything he doing over 135 is amazing. You brought up the Marquez fight. That's a catchweight fight.
He
did that fight not count?
Got the fight off of Mayorga.
Mayorga, okay, right. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like, but if somebody wanted to be funny, but he beat Mayorga for the belt. So when Floyd beat him, he beat the version of Oscar that wasn't the best version. So I'm just saying it's consistent throughout the three of them, or really four, because I threw somebody else in there too. It's consistent with a bunch of fighters that they kind of picked and chose. They did catch weights. They fought guys we ain't really want to see them fight. It's just now to be fair to you both though, you don't really go crazy or Canelo like that. You really just call it how you see it. David do the same thing for the most part.
Oh, I was gonna say you trying to say I don't call it like I see you trying to say it.
For the most part, I just don't understand how you can say he ducked Charlo. I go Floyd ducked Paul Williams. You'll go, well, Paul Williams moved to 50.
Go ahead.
He ducked them, right? I go, he didn't fight Antonio Margarito either. He didn't fight. Every time I say the guys he didn't fight, you have an excuse for it. But then the same excuses could be used for other fighters. So, okay, he didn't.
No, I'm modest. No, you cannot do that, bro. You can't compare Paul Williams, a dude who started out at 147, went up to 154, to a guy like Canelo, who started out at 154 in the same weight class as an Andrade and both Charlos.
He started at 47.
Didn't fight him at 154, then didn't fight him at 160, then vacated his belt. What belt has Floyd vacated for any of these dudes you're talking about? Zero. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, go ahead.
My only comparison, like we can't make that comparison for the simple fact that this is was the mandatory to Andre and didn't fight him.
Right.
Like, I don't.
He was a Jaime Munguia. He was a Canelo. He was a Jaime Munguia. He basically was a Jaime. The same shit Jaime Munguia did.
Hold on.
Andre
hold
didn't
on.
fight him. Stayed as mandatory for a year. That was the same shit Canelo did.
So didn't Canelo duck Triple G, right? He ducked him the first time, right?
Right.
I'm gonna use your words against you, David, but he still fought him. So essentially, hold on. Because it's still a point there. If you notice the parallel between the same exact situation, the WBC was trying to force Canelo to fight Triple G, right? He didn't want to. That's what sparked off the franchise belt, essentially. Because I just found it out recently. I gotta verify the source.
Would you say sparked it?
Hold on, listen, Bo. Hold on, listen, Bo. Right, listen. I gotta verify though, because I don't want to put sources out there that I ain't did my own research. But recently, I was told by somebody who he does how do I put it? He does like back behind the scenes footage, and he's like a cameraman, does photography for a lot of the big events. That's how I found out about them Al Heyman contracts, and that they basically 360 deals. Y'all know about these 360 deals for rappers.
That's what I was saying before, like they 360 deals.
They basically 360 deals. That's what I'm saying. Charlo knows that. So when he's calling out, that's why I changed my stance on Jamal. So when you're calling out Triple G, you know in your contract that fight is not happening because Triple G's not leaving the zone. Like it's a known thing, but to the people on the outside, they're gonna just go, well, he's ducking Jamal. Jamal knows he can't get that fight. The only fight that Jamal can get is the Canelo fight if Canelo picks him. That's it. Everybody else he talking about that ain't on PBC, the fight not happening. But the point I was gonna make was when we talking about the Floyd, the Pacquiao, the Canelo thing, right? When you're saying, well, he fought him anyways. If you notice the play, because somebody brought it to my attention, the play for Canelo was he trying to get Oscar up under him, and he in his mind he trying to be Pacquiao, he trying to be Floyd. Meaning, I'm going to pick and choose who I want to fight, when I want to fight. Y'all not going to make me fight nobody. I'm going to do what I want to do. So he vacated the same belt, gave it to Triple G, right? Because he won it from Cotto, vacated it. He fought, when that happened and WBC was panicking. That was the initial, let's find out what the fuck we could do to make Canelo happy. That started the whole leading into the franchise thing. Because if you think about it, what's supposed to happen when you're the champion, if you vacate a belt, you don't go back to number one or the number one contender to fight for the belt. Canelo immediately, as soon as he chose to be able to fight for the belt, him and Triple G was able to fight. They was making special concessions for Canelo. So it actually started with the Triple G fight, them making all these special concessions. You turn around, what was that, a couple years later, a year later, with the Jamal Charlo thing. Canelo does the same exact thing. He vacates the belt, right? Charlo gets the belt because it's vacant. Canelo ducked him for that fight. Just to turn around later on and make him an offer for the fight. It's the same parallel to the Triple G thing. So when somebody tells me, well, he ducked Jamal, make sure you tell the whole story and go, well, according to the sources, because we pick and choose who we believe or not. According to the sources, he also offered Jamal that fight after, and Jamal's representatives, aka Al Heyman, turned that fight down because it wasn't favorable enough for them. Basically, they was trying to how Caleb Plant just somehow got 10 million. They was trying to do that for Jamal, and that wasn't happening at that time. It might happen now, who knows? But they was trying to do that with Jamal. So it's okay in one scenario, but then the other scenario is we're gonna ignore it. That's why I don't talk
this
about
narrative that just came up too when you get done.
What happened, Bo?
What MMA Sucks is saying, right?
What happened?
Go ahead, Bo. You wanna wait
Yeah,
before
yeah,
that?
no,
before that.
I see it.
I see a lot of people always say this, right? But they don't read the article. They're trying to make the fight with Andre joint. They already knew that was past due because they gave him the option to do an undisputed with Andre long before, while he was in the contract to fight Deryevchenko, and they waited to the last minute to do that. Hold on for 1 second, I'll be back.
And he right though, David. And I know you know this too because you keep up with Andre. The Andre fight wasn't gonna happen next anyway, because Derevyanchenko was the mandatory for the belt, and they were already told that if y'all don't fight Derevyanchenko, y'all got to vacate that. This is what facilitated the split with Canelo and Oscar.
He waited for the deadline though, like
Hold
almost
on.
like it was in. Go ahead. Wait. Let me clarify this real quick. He waited for the deadline, almost like it was intentional. So he waited for the deadline and then requested to fight Andre instead of Derevyanchenko. You know, the mandatory at the time. Okay, fine. But even so, he could have dropped that belt, fought Andrade, and then went back and picked up the IBF belt from Derevyanchenko. If you're Canelo Alvarez and you said that you want to be undisputed at 160 pounds, why can't you just do that? That's two fights versus going roundabout. Because if you think about what he did, right, he ended up going up to 175 to fight Kovalev for a belt nobody cared about, and then came back down to 168 to go undisputed. So that was a roundabout way to become undisputed. But at the end of the day, if he would have fought Andrade, dropped the IBF belt, fought Andrade, then went back and picked up the IBF belt, he still could have did it.
I just want you to know that your shows are recorded and they can be they can be reviewed. And they can be reviewed.
Yeah.
Do you remember me telling you that Andre could have dropped the belt and went up to another weight that he could have bended that? And you told me, why would he drop the belt? That's a bad business decision.
So you comparing Andre and Canelo right now as far as the power that they have in the sport of boxing and being able to get the fights that they want to get? Andrade is having problems getting fights as a champion. So for him to drop a belt like that gives him absolutely no negotiating power in regards to trying to get any of these fights done. Versus a Canelo Alvarez who could pick and choose who he want to fight whenever he want to fight him.
But hold on, if he's trying to fight, if Andre's trying to fight who though?
What do you mean if Andre's trying to fight who?
Like it gives him no negotiation depending on who is he trying to fight?
Anybody. I mean, for the most part, we all see these dudes look at Andrade the same. High risk, low reward for the most part.
But see, this is what I mean by just making that. Just to touch on the point that you made earlier. If you look at the lawsuit that Canelo put in, the problem was that Oscar De La Hoya is making the decision, or he telling the sanctioning body this. He didn't check in anything with me. I didn't tell him to do anything. My manager didn't know anything. The same way me, you, and Bo found out that at the last minute he tried to negotiate with Andre. He found that out. Now, take that as you may. That's whatever. But that was what was written in the lawsuit against the Zone and Oscar De La Hoya. But the other point you're making about the belts, well, David Benavidez coming to fight Andre. It ain't for his belt. He don't got one at 68. Like so.
But their position them and to be the number one mandatory for the WBC and the WBO.
Right.
And that fight is to lead to Canelo, and this is always my stance.
Not necessarily, because we know Canelo more than likely is gonna vacate them belts. At the end of the day, for Andre, he's trying to make big fights happen. That's what it is at the end of the day. So he's
trying to make big fights happen. Doing what?
Well, he's trying to get the names. I mean, because
the names.
He's the only one. Like I know people, say, "Oh, everybody's trying to get Canelo." Well, he's the one, the only guy that I know is trying to make a fight with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Of a name, but they just won't fight him. Like he did hop in the ring on Triple G. Like and he ain't want to fight. Triple G ain't want to fight him. He crashes Jamal Charlo's post conference. It was like, "Yo, when can we make this happen?" Charlo don't want to fight him. Try to do the joint with Billy Joe. Billy Joe don't want to fight him. You already know what Monkey is. He ain't trying to fight him. So I mean,
Monkey ain't trying to fight nobody. But the point, because you jumped in coming back, the point I was making to David was about vacating the belt. He said Canelo should have just vacated the belt for Andre and double back for it. I made the point to him that I said Andre should have vacated his belt because the belt for him, you know what you just said. All these guys he trying to fight as a champion and can't get the fight. Let me ask both of your opinion. Andre beats David. Say Andre vacated, and him and David Benavidez both fight at 168, and then or he stayed at 160, and he fought who's the champion? That he beat Murata to unify the belts. What victory to you holds more weight? Who's the better? who's a better fighter, what do you think solidifies his resume more? By beating Murata or beating David Benavidez?
I think Benavidez. I mean, he's the one that got all the clout right now. Murata, we already seen him, lose to Rob Brandt of all people,
And so that should be my point. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying about the belts being leveraged, because you're right, especially in the negotiating table. But you take that risk, you dare to be great, you gamble on yourself, you beat David Benavidez, you're gonna have negotiating power anyway. Now anybody at 60
negotiating power against who though?
Against who? Yeah.
Against this is my thing with Andre. David, I said it to you before, you was like, well, then that's some bullshit. What's the point of fighting? He not fighting Canelo. So I don't even understand Canelo. When somebody say you a terrible fighter, but they fought Adri, what is it, Yildirim?
Yildirim.
They don't want to fight you. They don't want to fight you, right? So at that point, you got to fight whoever willing to fight you. That's a situation here. So unless you're gonna jump up to 75 and challenge somebody to challenge yourself, I guess, or you're gonna try to chase some people at 68. Eddie Hearn, he can get out at his own contract. So he
just resigned with the zone.
He just resigned with him.
Apparently, that's the rumor right now. He resigned with the zone.
Damn. Well, I'm about to kill my second point then, because he got a better chance of being a free agent and kind of trying to do a fight by fight. Like he don't have an avenue to get a big fight, because we keeping it real. Okay, he gets the WBO belt or becomes a mandatory for it. Canelo not fighting him. So then you're doing that to I guess it should be a 3-division champion. But him being that's like Adrian Broner being a 4-division champion. He's not a Hall of Famer to me. Just because you got belts in 4 divisions, who did you beat at the division? You didn't beat anybody.
I mean, at the end of the day, they just gonna have to, really dissect, his opponents when his career is over. I mean, because what's that dude from back in the day that the UK dude used to be the lightweight champion,
Kawasaki,
right? People were saying he had a weak ass resume, but that motherfucker made it to the Hall of Fame.
He didn't have a weak resume. What it is that people he beat Roy, he beat Bernard when they was old. He didn't fight people when they wanted him to fight people. And so people, when you hear people say, well, Kawasaki he beat all them guys, that's where the argument comes. Well, he didn't really fight nobody in his prime. Yeah, he beat. This is why he became a Hall of Famer. Because he did what Andre Ward did, essentially, at the time. He beat everybody in his division that was deemed somewhere around being the best. And so that's like with Bud. Bud beat everybody available to him that would fight him. And that's my issue with some of the other people we talking about. Charlo's not okay, you can't get the Canelo fight. It's how about just clear the division? How about do something but sitting on your hands, you ducking Andre offers, you doing this, you calling out Triple G. And when it's basically in your contract, you ain't gonna be the fight to me. Like, you're not doing nothing. And then I keep hearing Canelo. Right, but Canelo's not the only fighter. So y'all could be doing something else. Y'all could at least, like, y'all not trying to do nothing else, but just say Canelo's ducking me.
MMA. Hold on, y'all. MMA success. You can say the same thing about Floyd calling out Shane and Oscar in their prime. He was just talking when he knew it would never gonna happen.
I mean, that's true. That's true. He was calling them out. But my point, I'm always consistent with it. I'm not gonna hold against you what you couldn't get as a fight. But when people start telling me I got to give you credit because how good you look, I'm gonna go, well, who did you fight? Like, it works both ways. Like, I can't say you're the greatest thing ever and you didn't have to fight, but I'm not gonna let nobody say Andre the bum. Well, he can't be a bum because nobody want to fight him. But I'm not gonna say he's a pound for pound top 10 because he didn't have to fight either.
Now, my only thing too is that sometimes we gotta get rid of like the illusion, right? Because sometimes, like I think you pointed on this earlier, because you fight somebody and it's a popular name doesn't mean they was at their peak at the time when you fought them.
Credible fighter. Like, yeah, popular name, big name doesn't mean credible opponent. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right, because there's some tough opponents that we here in America probably never heard of, but the dude probably nice as shit. You know what I'm saying? And he probably got clout over there in his country. And we'll think like, oh man, this motherfucker fighting this guy. Like, oh man, this dude is fucking whack. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at it, how many people got, after Crawford, how many people got fucking Gamboa on a fucking resume, right? Gamboa way past his prime, but what people gonna look back, on paper, they're gonna say, yo, he beat Gamboa, but they ain't gonna realize Gamboa was already past his prime by the time they fought him. So you look at like Tank and Devin Haney, right? They got Gamboa on the list, right? And they be like, yo, he beat Gamboa, but Gamboa wasn't the same person.
You
look at Thomas Delorme, right? By the time Boots fought him, like who the fuck was Thomas Delorme? You know what I'm saying? So like we gotta be kind of real about that, but we know it when it comes to combat sports, it's always a popularity contest and shit.
And you're right, and that's why not he ain't here no more. But the point you making, I don't even understand how you fans of Tank. You gonna get mad at me, David? I don't see how you fans of Haney like that. I don't see how.
Man, I wish he was here last week, Amadis. I wish he was here last week. That whole 6-hour live was about Devin Haney. I really wish he was here, man.
I want to see him go over and show as my UK brethren would say, show class against Kambosos. I want to see, because everybody keep telling me how good Devin Haney is. So I need it to be he don't belong in the ring with me. I ain't saying he got to knock him out. I'm saying it should be a dominant performance. Like,
I mean, I would say this, like, I'm not high on Devin Haney, but at the end of the day, I gotta get the man props. I mean, he don't really lose rounds at all. I mean, the guy be boxing people head off. Yeah, he doesn't have the power. You know what I'm saying? People might call him born because he doesn't have pop, but I don't know that he lost a lot of rounds at all in all of his fights.
But though, and that's why when David told me that Haney would outbox Loma. Loma's not a power puncher, but Loma has a higher IQ than Devin Haney. Now that could also be
how you figure he got a higher IQ?
Because power, just because you punch hard don't mean you're gonna get knockouts. We all know that, right?
Okay.
Loma always puts himself in position, right? He uses angle. He goes, okay, this is what I have. I'm gonna maximize everything I have. This is what you do well. I'm gonna put you in position where you can't do that as well as you would like to. That's generally what Loma does to his opponents in the ring, right?
But essentially, if you look at him, he's really more of a pressure come forward fighter that just has good feet, able to get different angles.
But that's a misconception.
But Devin Haney has the ability to do both. He can come forward, but he can also fight off his back foot as well. And he can get angles, those same angles.
But see, I don't. Y'all can correct me. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know when being able to be an elite boxer meant being in and out and being the only way you could be considered a boxer is fighting negative. What I mean by that is there aren't too many boxers that box better than Chocolatito. But people say, well, he's just a come forward guy and he's a pressure fighter, right? But if you notice, to me, I don't know if you ever boxed before, but I used to box a little bit.
Yeah, I was amateur too, man.
Right, so coming forward and getting your punches off and rolling with shots and not getting hit cleanly and catching shots on the shoulder while you're punishing a guy is far more difficult than fighting negative. So to me, when the Chocolatito's boxing, I would say he's a better boxer than Haney. But I would immediately get a pushback going, well, how could you say that? Haney, because Haney chooses to fight more negative. That doesn't make him a better boxer. If I can fight in the pocket and still catch shots and roll and punish a guy, that's what I mean by Loma also has a fight like that because he got T-Rex arms too, by the way. Because
Modest, it depends on what you like. Because for me, when I was fighting, one of the things that I used to like doing was I used to like adapting to whatever my opponent was doing. So see, you got guys like Triple G and you got guys that like to come forward. And I'm like, okay, that's very impressive that you're able to come forward. Like, that's impressive. You're able to slip punches and come forward. But the thing is you're going to run into certain opponents who thrive on that style, who are used to fighting people like you, and they do well. You ever heard the saying where it goes, you fight the boxer and you box the fighter? The fighters, to me, that have the highest IQ are always the fighters that know how to make that switch from fighter to boxer. Bud Crawford is a great example of that. That's a dude who he can go boxer, but at the drop of the hat, he can go fighter. And then if you push him too hard, he can go back boxer. And then at the drop of a moment, he can go back fighter. Another guy like that was Floyd Mayweather. He showed it when he fought Zab Judah. When he fought Zab Judah, he tried to box him. He was like, this boxing shit ain't working against Zab because he's too fast. I got to go fighter. And he turned fighter and he ended up beating the shit out of Zab Judah. Another dude, Demetrius Andrade. I can box you. He can go on the inside. He can throw punches. He can slip punches on the inside. But then he could back up and he could box you. He can use his legs too at the same time. But then he can switch it up. Another guy like that, Andre Ward, and so on and so forth. These are guys that just they can turn it on and off. And for me, for Loma, he's more fighter than boxer, and he can't really make that switch. And Devin Haney has the ability to fight and box, and that's what I'm talking about. Where I make those distinctions. But yeah, go ahead. What you were gonna say?
But if you slipping punches and you rolling punches and catching punches, that's boxing.
That is boxing, but what I mean is you're more so a fighter now, right? Because you're going on the inside, and maybe you can have success. Look, you can have success coming forward doing that, but you're not going to have success doing that versus every person. Some people are going to be good at you coming forward in that way, and they're going to be able to make the necessary adjustments to be able to take that away from you. So for me, I always consider fighters who can switch it at a higher level than guys who are just able to fight one way. To me, Lomachenko is one dimensional.
But see, this is where I disagree with you. You used 3 examples. I feel like you might disagree, Bo. I feel like they're bad examples. I said it to you before we disagree. Demetrius Andrade is at his best coming forward. I don't like when he fights and he's on his back foot. He's not as effective. Now, here's the other issue with the point I'm about to make, which is what I keep telling y'all. We don't know how good he actually is.
Let me slip this in real quick. Some fighters are going to be better at doing certain things, but the fact that they have the ability to do different things is a plus. So yeah, you could say Andre, you can say he's weaker fighting on the back foot. Cool, that's cool to say, but he can do it when he wants to do it, and that's the difference.
So there's no Lomachenko fight where you see him boxing the outside, getting the inside, come back to the outside, circling the guy.
I don't see it. Nope. Okay. I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see it. Can you see it? What fight did you see him fighting on his back foot like that?
The fight he lost
against Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. He did do that. He got. That's why he lost. That's exactly why he lost. That proves my point more so because it means he doesn't have the ability to fight that way.
Well, he lost because he didn't throw a punch. But the point being, when Teofimo was chasing him around, Teofimo wasn't beating him because he was landing all these punches and Lomachenko just didn't throw a punch. Like he just literally didn't throw a punch. Now, whatever the excuse is, but I watched him actually. Teofimo's more explosive, but I watched him actually have better feet than the younger, faster guy. I think Teofimo's faster.
MMA Sucks says 100% fighting on the inside is a harder skill to master than being naturally bigger and longer and fighting on the outside. Scoring favorites at that.
And I used to think the same way that, well, if you fighting in the inside, Triple G was a bad example because Triple G blocks his punch with his face. So he's not defensively responsible. But Julio, the senior, Julio Cesar Chavez, inside, very responsible, right? He always rolling with his shot. He throwing a combination and rolling right. Like if you break down, you go, nah, he is defensive. You just because he's throwing so many punches, you automatically go, well, he's offensive. Now he is defensive. It's different forms of defense. Like that's where people F up trying to copy Floyd. If people say Floyd ran, I don't understand that. Floyd always was in the pocket at some point in the fight, and that's where the shoulder roll is the most effective, in the pocket, in the inside boxing. You catching the shot, you countering. You catching the shot, you rolling, you reposition.
I'm not saying for me. I'm not gonna say which skill is harder. I would probably agree with MMA Sucks where he said fighting on the inside is a more difficult skill. I'm not gonna say which skill is harder to master. I'm saying that the guy to me who's always going to be the higher level boxer is going to be the guy who can do both at a high level. You know, the guy that can only do one is always going to be at a disadvantage of the guy who can do both. The guy who can do both can do one for 1 minute and then do the other for the other minute and then switch it up and then, you know, just how he sees fit. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying the way people are able to like transition and switch to me is what makes them, you know, elite in my opinion.
So why you like Devin Haney then? He don't switch elite.
He can fight on the inside. I've seen him fight on the inside. I've seen him stand in the pocket and fight on the inside.
And what happens? And what happens?
Yeah, those are the times when he gets hit. Because if he stayed on his back foot, he would never get hit ever. The only time he actually gets touched is when he's on the inside. But that doesn't mean he can't fight on the inside. If he couldn't do it, then he would never do it when he fought. He would be a Lara, a guy who throws 1 and 2 punches at a time and who's always moving around the ring. He doesn't fight like that.
And see, that's why I disagree with you. While I didn't like watching it, I respect what Lara did because Lara knew what he could do. He knew what he was good at. I don't know if you're probably sure you peeped that. Lara doesn't take body shots well. I don't need to be in the inside. You're gonna have to make me fight in the inside. Exactly. So
he can't do it. He only throws straight punches. Lara doesn't even know how to throw short punches at all.
Now, to be fair though, he did beat her basically mid-range to the inside. Whatever you think about her, that's fine. But JoJo Diaz, the success.
I like how you ended it with that. Whatever you think about her, that's fine.
because I don't rate her high though. Like so, if you held him in high regard, he was a unified champion. I don't hold him in high regard. Like I didn't hold Julian Williams in high regard either. I didn't hold who else was another guy everybody's talking about Dream Middle. But the point just being, when I watch Devin Haney fight in the inside, he's very average. He gets hit with punches that he shouldn't get hit with. But it's only because the power is one, the chin, he can take a shot, but he gets hit with shots that he shouldn't get because right now I feel like what he's been trying to prove in the past couple fights is that I can take a punch, I can knock a guy out, I can be more exciting. That's not what you need to be doing. Just win. However, if I agree with what Floyd said to some extent, it ain't my job is to win. So if you want to see a guy get knocked out, hey, nobody forcing you to buy the fight, nobody forcing you to buy the pay-per-view. Devin Haney though, is gonna come a point where he has to fight somebody who's better inside. And so that's why this is what Knockout was talking about. I think Bold, you said that too. When he goes to Australia at some point, it can't be if George Kambosos looks more busy and Devin Haney just on the outside trying to pot shot, he's probably gonna get robbed. Me and you, Dave, and go, he won that 7-3, 8-2, or 10-2, 11-1. But if it's a close fight where you're going where the other guy was more active, at no point did he hurt him or did he stumble him or he had a round where he just overwhelmed him. When Devin tries to fight like that, JoJo Diaz ain't on the same level as Devin Haney. He shouldn't be. So it shouldn't be a point in there where you're going with that. He piecing Devin up a little bit. Not that fighters don't get hit, but that's my point about the skill level having to be extremely high in the inside. Because you take certain guys who fight in the inside, like Josh Taylor don't have good defense on the inside. He get pieced up. What it is, he's just bigger and stronger than everybody, right? So that would be an example. He just fights. He not shifting. He not changing angles. He not stepping around a guy. He not pinning the guy's arm from jabbing and punching him with the other hand and ducking. Like he's not doing those things. It's fighters that do that. That's a high skill level. Devin hasn't displayed, at least from fights I've seen. He can't do that. So the only reason Linares lands that punch is because Devin's in range, right? The only reason JoJo Diaz is getting off on Devin like that is because he's in range. Devin don't got to be a power puncher. He just got to be able to get the proper leverage on the shots, work on setting traps, walking guys into them shots, stop trying to head hunt early, go to the like when I'm watching them fight, when everybody keep telling me guys ducking this guy, he's so good. I see a fighter that's solid. I see a fighter that, depending on the matchup, you're gonna be sad, David, because I don't believe that he got the chin for Teofimo. If Teofimo where he's going to at some point, because Devin's gonna engage him. If he landing punches, if he fights a Tank, he could be outboxing Tank. I don't trust that as the fight goes on, because I've also seen Devin get tired. I think he needs to go to 140 because he a big dude at 35. But no excuses. He gets tired, so he fighting the Tank. I don't know that he makes it 12 rounds with Tank. Not based off of anything I've seen. I haven't seen a performance where I seen that performance from Shakur when he dominated her here. Like it was clear. Nah, he didn't just. For me. It's not good enough just to win the fight when everybody's hyping you up. I need a performance where these dudes. As a matter of fact, we gotta start looking at other divisions because none of these dudes they belong in the ring with you. So while I keep hearing people say, he's this and he's that, I haven't seen a performance where I go, he next level, or I can see why David's so high in him, because shit, I bet he smoked Teofimo. I bet he smoked Loma. Where even in Loma losing to Teofimo the way he lost, I still would favor Loma in a fight with Devin based off what I saw. Because now when they get in the inside, essentially what you will be betting on is that Devin can keep Loma from getting inside. I don't think so for 12 rounds. And so now when they get inside, who has the superior skill inside? Loma does. That's not I don't know. I just wouldn't take that bet that Devin could beat the top. Now he beat Ryan Garcia if you consider him to be. I think he's more popular than being the top guy. But I don't know. I just don't see it. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. That's why I want to see the Camposas fight, and I want a dominant performance. I want a performance where I gotta come on the show and be like, "All right, David, you got it." You know what I'm saying? I wear a Devin Hayes t-shirt.
I hear you. We gonna have to do a whole nother thing about this because we can go back and forth about this for a while. So I'm gonna actually wrap it up though. It's been 4 hours and 40 minutes on this motherfucker, man. Before I do that, I'm just gonna read the polls on here, the final poll numbers on here. The question I asked was, what will Jermall Charlo do if challenged by Terence Bud Crawford via the WBO? Okay, 28% of the people said he'll fight him. Okay. 19% of the people said that he will vacate the belt and stay at 154, which would be the most disgraceful of all activities. 45% of the people say that he's going to vacate and move up to 160, which technically is a duck. Just want anybody and everybody to understand that that's a duck first and foremost. And 8% of the people say that he retires, which is also a duck, but it is what it is. At least if he vacates and moves up to 154, he can or 160, he can justify it in some way. And also if he retires, maybe he can say he's done with the sport or whatever the case is, whatever, But that's pretty much what those are. And then if he vacates and stays at 154, there's just no way to justify that at the end of the day, But it's funny that only 28% of the people believe that Jermall Charlo will actually fight Bud Crawford. We got 74 people that voted. So, that's crazy to me. Also very true, but crazy at the same time. Because, the people know what they see, man. The people know what they see. And right now the people are saying Jermall Charlo ain't fighting no Bud Crawford. Period. No matter how you want to slice it up is what I'm getting from this poll. But I'm finna wrap this stream up, man. I'm modest. Final thoughts. I'm gonna go to TBE if he ain't sleep over there. And then I'm gonna let Bo close the show, and then we're gonna wrap this thing up. Final thoughts, Amadeus. What you got?
I just want to say we all got different opinions. Man, it ain't that serious for y'all to be getting into it like that. RJ is a knockout, man. Y'all chill, man. But it's always good coming on the show. I'm gonna make sure I got my notifications on too. I don't know how I missed that Devaney stream.
Man, I wish you was here, bro.
But
I said it in the live, man. I was like, Amadeus, I was calling you out. I was like, this show is for you, and you did not pull up, man. I'm like, that's the only show. I'm like, you normally pull up to my shows, and this is the one he missed. Oh my God.
But we definitely, I'll definitely make sure I try to catch it next time. Me a topic. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think that's a little bit of hate on the Charlo twins. It was only one Charlo that count as Mel. Besides Andre, unless y'all can find it, I ain't never seen an interview or I never heard about him turning down the fight. So I don't even see why they would why people would say he wouldn't take the fight. When he been pretty much taking all the smoke. So I think he will fight. Like I said, I think Bud will win a decision, and Jermall only chances to knock him out. But y'all have a good night. Thank you for having me on, man. And peace.
Always, man. You know you family, man. Peace out, man. Have a good one. TBE Boxing, man. You there, man? You there, TBE Boxing? Man, my boy TBE Boxing and fell asleep. I don't know what's going on over here. All right, I'm just gonna remove you from on here, bro. All right, bold and understanding, man. It's on you, family. Closing thoughts, if you're still here.
Hey, what's up, man? Nah, I just made it back from the store or whatnot. I was listening in the car. I was like, oh man, because I was on my computer. I had to run back, and then I started listening to y'all on the phone. But yeah, man, another great show, man. You definitely doing your thing, man. Like I said, you're one of my favorite channels to watch or whatnot, and just keep up the good work, man. Salute.
Appreciate that, man. And y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my brother, Bold and Understanding.
Yeah.
He got a good boxing channel over there, man. You know, he be dropping some heat, man. I be listening to your videos too, man. So, you know, keep up the good work to you as well, man. You be dropping some good content, man. So you keep up the good work as well.
Appreciate it, man.
No problem, man. TBE Boxing, you there? There you go. Okay, you made it back. What's going on, man? We closing the show up, man. Final closing remarks on what we were talking about or whatever it is you want to talk about, man.
Well, only thing I can say is, bro, this was a marathon. But you know what I'm saying? But it's nice talking with everybody. You know, I closed out a little earlier, but I just heard you mention my name, so I came back. But yeah, good show. You know, keep up the good work, and see you on the next one. You know.
Appreciate it, man. Do you want to plug your boxing channel, man? Where can people find you? What's TBE Boxing?
TBE Boxing, TBE.com. I'm on Twitter. You know.
Yeah, hey, TB, I see you be doing them interviews with a lot of boxers and stuff, right?
Well, I have like a website that, you know, you see a lot of different cover a lot of different subject in boxing, you know. But yeah, so you know, that's about it, really. I do like live shows. You know, I don't do a lot of them, but I do them. You know what I mean? I just did 2 today, actually. So yeah, check out TBE Boxing. You can go to TBE.com, or you can go, you know, TBE Boxing.
Okay, that's what's up, man. Bo, you got social media, man, where people can find you at?
Nah, only thing I got is YouTube right now. But I need to set up something for social media.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's you know, social media is cool, especially Twitter, because you know on Twitter you can kind of talk shit on Twitter. You know, people get the wild stuff is going on, and people get to keep up with you. You know, soon I'm gonna start doing like watch parties and stuff like that too, man. But for right now, y'all can catch me on Twitter, man. Box capital X or capital X guy. But yeah, man, we finna close the show up, man. I just want to shout out everybody who was able to pull up, join me on the panel, you know, today. Knockout Boxing 86 TV. You know, I'll be sure to subscribe to him. My guy Argentris Barber, you know what I'm saying, was able to come through on the chat today. My guy D Young was also able to come through. TBE Boxing, Bold and Understandings. Shout out to everybody in the comment section who showed some love. Appreciate you. MMA sucks. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, fam, for coming through, man, dropping some facts. Appreciate that. My guy Austin Collins says, please criticize Edgar Berlanga like Tim Bradley did. Hey, I see you asked about this a few times. Go ahead.
Hey, if you go to my page, Austin, I just did a video on Berlanga, basically, you know, giving my opinion how I felt about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you don't got much to offer.
Yeah, I think he mentioned something earlier about somebody saying Berlanga was the next Miguel Cotto. What the fuck? Hell no. The next Miguel.
No way.
Miguel Cotto my ass. Hell no. You know damn the next Miguel Cotto. Oh hell.
Miguel Cotto is a giant.
Yeah. This dude ain't even won a belt yet. This dude over here looking bad against journeyman. Nah, bro.
Yo, that's why I said in my video, I was like, man, Jason Quigley will probably whip his ass and shit.
Yeah, you sure enough did say that shit. Quigley Wiggly will beat him. Jason Quigley Wiggly. Oh my God, that's crazy as hell, man. But let me continue to shout out some of these dudes, man, that came here. I Am Campbell that came through. Appreciate you, man. My guy Fresh BX, of course. Salute to you, family. Always coming through, dropping your facts. You know what I mean? Who else we got going on? Oh, my boy said everybody don't look okay. I'm getting off topic. Who else came through? Grenadian, nobody. Salute to you, fam. You know what I mean? My guy, this is Rob that came through. Appreciate you for coming through, man. My guy Big Demon that came through. Appreciate you for coming through, fam. My guy Fotex that came through. Appreciate you for coming through, man. D-Ray Promotions. You know what I mean? There was a lot of people that came through today, man. So I ain't gonna be able to go through everybody, but just a few more. Yahweh Chosen One that came through. Appreciate you. My guy, The Breakdown with Kush the Great that came through. So I just appreciate everybody for coming through, man, and chopping it up with your boy, man. If y'all new to the channel, be sure to subscribe, and everybody be sure to hit that goddamn like button, man. But until next time, we're gonna holler at y'all. Peace.